Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered he owned the Daily Prophet at age 11 and fired Rita Skeeter immediately. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Weight of Ink. The goblin's finger was longer than Harry had expected. Bone-thin and ending in a nail that curved like a talon, it pressed into the parchment with surprising delicacy as the creature traced a line of text Harry couldn't read. Your blood confirms what the records already told us, Mr. Potter. You are the sole surviving heir of the Potter line. The goblin, Griphook, he'd called himself, looked up with eyes that reflected the torchlight like polished onyx. Though I suspect you already knew that much. Harry said nothing. He'd learned years ago that silence made people uncomfortable, made them fill the void with words they might not have intended to share. It worked on Aunt Petunia when she was in a mood to gossip about the neighbors. It worked on Dudley when he wanted to brag about something he'd broken or stolen. It seemed to work on goblins too. Griphook's thin lips twitched. Most wizards would be asking questions by now. Demanding to see their gold. Wanting to know how much they've inherited. He set down the parchment and folded his hands on the desk. You simply wait. You brought me here, Harry said. You have something to tell me. I figured I'd let you tell it. Behind him, Hagrid shifted his enormous weight, making the chair creak dangerously. The half-giant had been quiet since they'd entered this office, a different office than the main hall, smaller and private, with walls lined in ledgers that looked older than the castle itself. Harry had noticed the way other goblins looked at Griphook when he'd led them here. Respect, maybe. Or fear. Hard to tell with faces that angular. Refreshing, Griphook said, and Harry couldn't tell if it was a compliment or an insult. Very well. The Potter Vault, the trust vault you were informed of, contains approximately 50,000 galleons. A comfortable sum for your schooling and early adulthood. Harry did the math quickly. He didn't know the exact exchange rate, but based on the prices he'd seen in Diagon Alley, that was more money than the Dursleys would earn in several lifetimes. More than enough for books and robes and whatever else Hogwarts required. However, Griphook continued, and that single word changed everything about his tone. The trust vault is precisely that. A trust. A small portion of the larger Potter estate, set aside for the heir's education. The primary vaults remain sealed until you reach majority, or until you claim them through the old rites, which would require magical preparation far beyond a first-year student. But? Harry asked, because there was definitely a but coming. Griphook's smile showed teeth that were sharper than any humans had a right to be. But the business holdings are a different matter entirely. Investments, partnerships, and controlling interests pass to the heir immediately upon confirmation of bloodline. They have been held in trust by ministry-appointed managers since your parents' deaths, awaiting this moment. Hagrid made a sound somewhere between a cough and a wheeze. Business holdings. James and Lily never mentioned. I mean, I knew they had money, but, the Potters were not merely wealthy, Mr. Hagrid. Griphook pulled another parchment from a drawer and slid it across the desk. They were influential. Fleamont Potter revolutionized the hair potion industry. His wife, Euphemia, came from the Fleamont banking family. And James Potter's grandmother was a Skeeter. The name meant nothing to Harry. But the way Griphook said it, the slight pause, the careful pronunciation, suggested it should. The Skeeters, Griphook explained, founded the Daily Prophet in 1743. Through marriage, inheritance, and strategic acquisition, the controlling interest eventually passed to the Potter family. Your great-grandfather consolidated the remaining shares before his death. He tapped the parchment. You, Mr. Potter, own 72% of Wizarding Britain's primary news publication. The silence that followed was different from Harry's deliberate pauses. This was the silence of a world rearranging itself, of assumptions crumbling and new ones struggling to form in their place. I own a newspaper, Harry said slowly. You own the newspaper, Griphook corrected. The Daily Prophet reaches approximately 94% of magical households in Britain. Its editorial positions influence elections, policy, and public opinion. For the past decade, it has been managed by ministry-appointed trustees who have, he paused, consulting another document, reduced its market value by approximately 40% while increasing its alignment with ministry positions by a corresponding amount. Harry's mind was racing. He thought of the newspaper he'd glimpsed over Hagrid's shoulder at breakfast, the moving photographs and shifting headlines. He thought of the name that had jumped out at him from one of the articles, his own name, in a story about the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. Who wrote that article? He asked. The one about me. About what happened when I was a baby. Griphook's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. I would have to consult the archives to confirm, but I believe the Prophet's primary correspondent for stories involving the boy who lived is one Rita Skeeter. A direct descendant of the founding family, though the main branch sold their shares generations ago. Skeeter. The same name as his great-great-grandmother. Some kind of distant cousin, then, writing stories about him for a newspaper his family owned. I want to see the offices, Harry said. Hagrid stirred again. Now, Harry, I don't think that's, we've got your school supplies to buy, and Dumbledore said to take me shopping for school things. Harry kept his voice calm, the way he'd learned to do when Uncle Vernon was working up to a rage. Calm voices didn't give people ammunition. He didn't say I couldn't visit my own property. Mr. Potter raises a valid point, Griphook said, and Harry thought he caught something like approval in the goblin's tone. As the majority shareholder, he has every legal right to inspect the Prophet's operations. In fact, he pulled out yet another parchment. He has the authority to make personnel decisions, alter editorial policy, and access all financial records. The trustee's authority ended the moment his blood touched that verification parchment. Hagrid looked helplessly between Harry and the goblin. But he's 11. Goblin law recognizes competence, not age, Griphook replied. And British magical law defers to goblin judgment in matters of inheritance and business holdings. The ministry's trustees were a temporary measure, permitted only because there was no confirmed heir to object. His dark eyes fixed on Harry. There is now. Harry stood. He wasn't tall, years of inadequate meals had seen to that, but he'd learned that posture mattered more than height. Stand straight, meet their eyes, speak clearly. People who expected a cowering child didn't know what to do with one who refused to cower. How do I get there? The Daily Prophet occupied a building on Diagon Alley that Harry had walked past without noticing. It sat between a cauldron shop and an apothecary, its facade so ordinary that the eye slid right over it. No garish signs, no moving window displays, just a brass plaque beside the door that read Daily Prophet, EST 1743 and a row of windows that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Inside was chaos. The entrance hall alone contained more people than Harry had ever seen in one place. Wizards and witches rushed past each other, arms full of parchment, mouths full of words, robes swirling in a dozen different colors. Paper airplanes zoomed overhead, memos, Harry realized, watching one dive toward a harried-looking woman who snatched it from the air without breaking stride. Somewhere deeper in the building, a press was running, its rhythmic thump-thump-thump providing a heartbeat for the madness. Mr. Potter. The voice cut through the noise like a knife. Harry turned to find a thin man pushing through the crowd, his gray hair disheveled and his spectacles sitting crooked on his nose. He moved with the hurried energy of someone who'd been hurrying for so long they'd forgotten how to walk normally. Mr. Potter, I'm Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief. The man skidded to a halt in front of Harry, slightly out of breath. We received word from Gringotts that you might be visiting. I must say, this is highly irregular, we weren't expecting, that is to say, the trustees didn't mention, the trustees don't work here anymore, Harry said. Cuff's mouth opened and closed several times, giving him the appearance of a landed fish. Behind him, Harry noticed that the chaos had begun to quiet. People were stopping, turning, staring at the small boy in overlarge clothes who stood in their entrance hall like he belonged there. "I'm sorry," Cuff managed. "Did you say, the Gringotts verification confirmed my inheritance this morning?" The trustee's authority was temporary, pending confirmation of an heir. "I've been confirmed." Harry kept his voice level, projecting just enough to be heard by the growing audience. "I'd like to see the offices. And the personnel files. And the financial records for the past 10 years. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the paper airplanes seemed to pause in their flight. "You're 11 years old," someone said from the crowd. A woman's voice, sharp with something between amusement and disbelief. Harry turned toward it. The speaker was emerging from the press of bodies, a tall witch with blonde curls arranged in an elaborate style, dressed in acid green robes that clashed magnificently with everything around her. Her smile was wide and gleaming, the kind of smile that showed too many teeth. "Rita Skeeter," she said, extending a hand that glittered with rings. "Senior correspondent. I've written extensively about you, Mr. Potter. The boy who lived, the tragic orphan, the symbol of hope in dark times." Her quick quotes quill was already hovering at her shoulder, scribbling on a floating notepad. "I must say, you're smaller than I imagined. And those clothes, is that a Muggle shirt? How fascinating. The chosen one, dressed in hand-me-downs." Harry didn't take her hand. Instead, he studied her face, the sharp lines of her jaw, the calculating gleam in her eyes, the way her smile never quite reached above her cheekbones. He'd seen that expression before. Aunt Petunia wore it when she was gathering gossip to use against the neighbors. Dudley's friends wore it when they'd spotted a target. "You wrote the anniversary piece," Harry said. "The one about my parents' deaths. Guilty as charged." Rita's smile widened. "One of my better works, if I do say so myself." The human interest angle really resonated with readers. "I've written several follow-ups since then, your childhood, your disappearance from magical society, theories about where you might have been raised." She leaned closer, and Harry caught a whiff of perfume that was trying too hard. "Between us, some of those theories got quite creative. I had sources suggesting everything from dragon sanctuaries to underwater civilizations. Readers do love a mystery." "Sources," Harry repeated. "What sources?" "Well, one has to protect one's sources, Mr. Potter. Journalistic integrity and all that. I've been living with my mother's Muggle relatives in Surrey. Their address is a matter of public record." Harry watched her smile flicker. "Did any of your sources mention that?" Well, the more mundane possibilities rarely make for compelling reading, so you made things up." The silence returned, heavier this time. Rita Skeeter's quick quotes quill had stopped moving. Around them, Harry could see Prophet employees exchanging glances, some shocked, some amused, more than a few looking like they were watching a carriage crash in slow motion. "Mr. Potter." Rita's voice had lost some of its honey. "I understand you're young, and perhaps unfamiliar with how journalism works. But I assure you, everything I've published has been thoroughly researched and completely within. You're fired." The words came out before Harry had fully decided to say them. But the moment they were in the air, he knew they were right. This woman had spent years writing stories about him, about his parents, about the worst night of his life, without once attempting to find out the truth. She'd turned his tragedy into entertainment, his survival into spectacle. And she'd done it with that smile, that calculating gleam, that perfume that was trying too hard. Rita laughed. It was a high, brittle sound. "I'm sorry, did you just, you're fired," Harry repeated. "Mr. Cuff, please have security escort Ms. Skeeter from the building. Her employment is terminated effective immediately." "You can't do that." Rita's smile had vanished entirely now, replaced by something ugly. "You're a child. You don't have the authority. I own 72% of this newspaper." Harry kept his voice calm, but he could feel something cold settling in his chest, the same cold that came over him when Uncle Vernon raised his hand, when Dudley and his friends had him cornered. The cold that said, "You will not show them weakness. I can do whatever I want. And what I want is for you to leave. The ministry won't stand for this. I have friends in then you can go right for them." Rita's face had gone an interesting shade of puce. Her quill had dropped to the floor, its notepad fluttering down after it. For a moment, Harry thought she might actually attack him. Her hand was twitching toward her wand, her eyes blazing with fury. Then Hagrid stepped forward, his massive form casting a shadow over the entire entrance hall, and Rita seemed to remember that there were witnesses. Dozens of them, all watching, all potential sources for whoever wrote this story. "This isn't over," she hissed. "You have no idea who you're dealing with, little boy. No idea what I can do to you." "You can't do anything to me," Harry said. "You don't work here anymore." Rita Skeeter stormed out of the Daily Prophet, her acid-green robes swirling behind her like poison gas. The door slammed hard enough to rattle the windows. In the silence that followed, Harry turned to Barnabas Cuff, who looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past 5 minutes. "I'd like to see those files now," Harry said. "And I think we should talk about what else needs to change." Cuff's office was a monument to controlled chaos. Stacks of newspapers rose like stalagmites from every flat surface, some of them yellowed with age, others so fresh the ink still gleamed. The walls were covered in clippings, headlines from decades past, photographs of politicians and celebrities, a few front pages that had clearly been framed with pride before being buried under the accumulated detritus of years. Harry sat in a chair that was slightly too large for him, his feet not quite reaching the floor. It should have made him feel small, childish. Instead, he found himself studying the room like a puzzle, noting the organizational system hidden beneath the mess, the way certain stacks were newer than others, the coffee rings on the desk that traced patterns of late nights and early mornings. "I should apologize," Cuff said. He'd collapsed into his own chair like a puppet with cut strings, one hand pressed to his forehead. "For Skeeter, for the way no, for all of it. The trustees never cared about journalism. They wanted the Prophet compliant, toothless. A mouthpiece for whatever the ministry wanted people to believe. And you went along with it." It wasn't a question, but Cuff flinched as though it had been an accusation. Yes. God help me, yes. I told myself I was preserving the paper, keeping it alive until someone came along who could fight back. But the truth is, I was a coward. I saw what happened to editors who pushed too hard. Resigned under pressure, careers destroyed, some of them couldn't even find work cleaning cauldrons by the time the ministry was done. He laughed bitterly. "So I nodded and smiled and published whatever garbage they sent over, and I told myself it was survival." Harry considered this. He'd known people like Cuff before, not personally, but in the abstract sense of understanding the type. The teachers who looked the other way when Dudley and his gang cornered someone in the playground. The neighbors who heard the Dursleys shouting and never called to check. People who weren't evil, exactly. Just weak. Just afraid. "You're still here," Harry said finally. "The other editors, the ones who fought back, they're gone. But you stayed. Is that supposed to be a compliment?" "I don't know yet." Harry leaned forward in his chair. "Tell me about the newspaper. Not what the trustees wanted it to be. What it's supposed to be." Cuff was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, less defeated, more thoughtful, as though Harry had asked him to remember something he'd spent years trying to forget. The Daily Prophet was founded to be the conscience of magical Britain. Not just a record of events, but a check on power. The Skeeters who started it believed that an informed public was a free public, that sunlight was the best disinfectant for corruption. He gestured at the framed headlines on his walls. Some of the greatest moments in wizarding history started in these pages. Exposes that brought down dark wizards. Investigations that revealed ministry corruption. Coverage that changed laws, saved lives, transformed society. And now? Now we print puff pieces about Fudge's charity dinners and obituaries that conveniently forget to mention when someone was a Death Eater. Cuff's voice turned bitter again. We run stories about celebrity gossip and Quidditch scores while the world burns quietly around us. Rita is, our most popular writer, because she tells readers what they want to hear. Drama, scandal, heroes and villains in convenient packaging. But never anything true. Sometimes true. Just, never anything dangerous. Never anything that might upset the wrong people. Cuff met Harry's eyes. Your parents were murdered by the darkest wizard of the age, and we printed exactly the story the ministry wanted us to print. No investigation into how he found them. No questions about what happened to his followers. Just celebration and closure, tied up with a bow. Harry absorbed this. He'd known, in a vague way, that there were gaps in the official story. Hagrid had been careful to avoid certain topics on their walk through Diagon Alley. The way people in the Leaky Cauldron had looked at him, some with awe, some with something more complicated, suggested there was more to his fame than simple survival. I want to see the archives, Harry said. Everything you published about that night. And everything you didn't publish. Cuff's eyebrows rose. The didn't publish? Every newspaper has a kill file. Stories that got spiked, sources that got buried. I want to see what the trustees were afraid of. For the first time since Rita's departure, something like hope flickered in Cuff's expression. You've done this before. Worked with newspapers, I mean. No. Harry shook his head. I've just paid attention. To how people try to control what others know. To what they hide and why. He didn't elaborate. Didn't explain the years of listening at doors, of piecing together the Dursleys' conversations, of understanding that information was currency and ignorance was a kind of prison. Didn't mention the library books he'd read when Dudley wasn't watching, the way he'd learned to find the truth hidden between the lines of what adults said. Cuff studied him for a long moment. You're not what I expected. When I heard James Potter's son was coming, I thought. I don't know. A child playing dress-up. Someone the trustees could manage until they found a way to strip his inheritance. I'm still a child, Harry said. I'm 11 years old and I don't know anything about running a newspaper. But I can learn. And until I do, I need people around me who actually want to do this properly. He paused. Are you one of those people, Mr. Cuff? Or are you going to keep making excuses? The silence stretched. Harry could hear the distant thump of the printing press, the muffled chaos of the newsroom outside. Somewhere in the building, people were already talking about what had happened, about the boy who'd walked in off the street and fired Rita Skeeter like it was nothing. I'm 57 years old, Cuff said finally. I've spent 20 years watching this paper become something I'm ashamed of. I've made every excuse in the book, and I've been wrong every time. He straightened in his chair, and something shifted in his posture, a ghost of the man he might have been, once. So yes, Mr. Potter. I'm one of those people. Tell me what you want, and I'll help you get it. Harry nodded. Good. Then let's start with the archives. The Prophet's archives were housed in the basement, 4 levels below the street, in a chamber that seemed to exist in a state of perpetual twilight. Rows of shelving stretched into the darkness, each one packed with bound volumes, loose clippings, and boxes labeled in handwriting that spanned centuries. Every edition since 1743, Cuff said, leading Harry through the maze. Plus source materials, interview transcripts, photographs, and correspondence. It's technically organized by date, but some of the older sections have gotten creative with their filing systems. Harry ran his fingers along the spines of the nearest volumes. The leather was cracked with age, and when he pulled one free, dust billowed into the air, making him sneeze. The pages inside were yellowed but legible, filled with columns of text and illustrations that moved sluggishly, as though the magic preserving them was running low. The kill file, he asked. Cuff hesitated. This way. They passed through a door Harry hadn't noticed. Its surface was the same color as the surrounding shelves, and it bore no handle or marking of any kind. Cuff pressed his palm against it and muttered something under his breath, and it swung open to reveal a much smaller chamber. This room was different. Where the main archive felt ancient and forgotten, this space was clearly still in use. The shelves were newer, the boxes more recently labeled, and there was a desk in the corner where someone had left a half-finished cup of tea. The trustees knew about this? Harry asked. They knew it existed. They never came down here themselves, too busy with ministry functions and policy meetings. Cuff's voice was carefully neutral. They trusted me to manage the day-to-day operations, including deciding what was worth keeping. Harry understood what he wasn't saying. Cuff had been preserving evidence. Squirreling away the stories that got killed, the sources that got silenced, the investigations that got shut down. Waiting for, what? A change in management? A sudden attack of courage? Or just acting on instinct, unwilling to let the truth disappear entirely even when he lacked the spine to publish it? Show me October 1981, Harry said. The box Cuff retrieved was larger than Harry expected, nearly 2 feet across and heavy enough that the editor struggled with it. Inside, folders were stacked on top of each other, each one labeled with dates and subject headings. Potter Residence, Godric's Hollow, Initial Reports You Know Who, Death/Disappearance, Official Statement Potter, H, Survival, Medical Speculation Black, S, Arrest, Unpublished. Harry's hand stopped on that last folder. Black. Cuff's expression went carefully blank. Sirius Black. He was, I know who he is. Hagrid mentioned him. Harry pulled the folder free. He was arrested for betraying my parents. For killing someone named Peter Pettigrew and a street full of muggles. That's the official version, yes. Harry opened the folder. Inside was a stack of parchment covered in handwriting he didn't recognize, interview transcripts, it looked like, along with a half-written article and several photographs. The photos showed a young man with dark hair and a handsome face, laughing in some, serious in others. In one, he stood beside a man who could only be Harry's father. They had the same wild hair, the same glasses, the same easy grin. Why wasn't this published? Ministry injunction. 2 days after the arrest, we received orders to limit coverage to official statements only. No interviews, no speculation, no investigation. Cuff's voice was tight. I tried to push back. The editor at the time, Weatherby, good man, he tried too. We had sources who said something was wrong with the arrest. Witnesses who hadn't been interviewed. Questions about the trial. What trial? Cuff didn't answer. Which was, Harry supposed, an answer in itself. He never had a trial, Harry said slowly. Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without a trial. The ministry claimed it was unnecessary. Overwhelming evidence, public safety concerns, the need for swift justice in troubled times. Cuff gestured at the folder in Harry's hands. Weatherby tried to publish that. A simple question, why no trial? 3 days later, he resigned. A week after that, he couldn't find work anywhere in magical Britain. Harry stared at the photographs. At the man who was laughing, who was standing beside his father, who had apparently been his godfather. At the man who had been imprisoned for a decade without anyone asking whether he actually deserved it. Why keep this? Harry asked. If you couldn't publish it, why not destroy it? Because someone had to remember. Cuff's voice was barely a whisper. Because I hoped, God, I don't even know what I hoped. That someday it would matter. That someone would come along who could do something with it. Harry closed the folder. His hands were steady, but something was trembling deep in his chest, not fear, exactly, but something adjacent to it. The realization that his parents' deaths weren't just a tragedy. They were a mystery. A mystery that powerful people had worked very hard to bury. "We're going to publish this," Harry said. Cuff's face went pale. "Mr. Potter, Harry, you don't understand. The Ministry will, I don't care what the Ministry will do." Harry set the folder on the desk and turned to face the editor. "My parents were murdered. Someone betrayed them. And instead of investigating, instead of asking questions, everyone just accepted the first answer they were given." He paused. "Everyone except you. You kept the questions alive. Now I'm going to ask them. They'll destroy you. They can try." Harry's voice was cold, colder than an 11-year-old's voice should be. But he'd faced destruction before, every time Uncle Vernon raised his hand, every time Dudley's gang cornered him, every time Aunt Petunia reminded him how unwanted he was. He'd survived. He'd learned. And he'd never stopped paying attention. "Not today," he added, when Cuff looked like he might actually have a heart attack. "Not even soon. I'm not stupid, I know I can't just print accusations without proof. But I want everything you have on that night. Everything on Sirius Black, on Peter Pettigrew, on whoever else might have been involved. I want to understand what really happened. And then we'll see." Hagrid was waiting in the entrance hall, looking deeply uncomfortable among the Prophet employees who kept stealing glances at his enormous form. He brightened when he saw Harry emerge from the stairs. "There ya are. I was startin' ter worry, ye've been down there for hours." Had it been hours? Harry glanced at the windows and realized the light had changed. It was late afternoon now, the summer sun slanting golden through the glass. His stomach rumbled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since the leaky cauldron that morning. "Sorry, Hagrid. I got caught up." "Yeah, well," Hagrid lowered his voice, which meant it was only loud enough to be heard throughout most of the building. "I heard about what ye did. With that Skeeter woman. Blimey, Harry, ye've barely been in the wizardin' world a day and ye're already making enemies. She was making things up about me. About my parents." Harry shook his head. "I'm not going to apologize for firing her. I'm not a skin, yetu. Just," Hagrid sighed, a sound like wind through a cave. "Just be careful, all right? People like her, they don't forget. And they've got friends. Powerful friends." Harry thought about the folder in Cuff's office, the photographs of his father and Sirius Black, the questions that had been buried for a decade. "I know. But I've got something they don't have." "What's that?" "A printing press." Hagrid stared at him for a moment, then let out a bark of laughter that made several nearby employees jump. "Your father would have loved that. James always had a smart mouth on him," drove the teachers mad. His expression softened. "Yeah, look like him, you know. But ye've got your mum's eyes. And maybe something of her spine, too. She never backed down from anything, Lily didn't." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He'd spent so long being told how worthless he was, how unwanted, how much of a burden. Hearing that his parents might have been proud of him was like speaking a foreign language he'd only just begun to learn. "We should finish shopping," he said finally. "I still need my wand." Right. Hagrid wiped his eyes with his massive hand. "Ollivanders, that's where you're headed. Best wands in Britain, he makes." They left the Daily Prophet as the afternoon edition was going to print. Harry could hear the great press thundering in the building's depths, churning out thousands of copies of a newspaper that was, for the first time in a decade, truly his. But as they stepped onto Diagon Alley, a man detached himself from the crowd and moved to intercept them. He was tall and thin, dressed in robes of charcoal gray that were cut too precisely to be cheap. His hair was silver at the temples but dark everywhere else, swept back from a face that could have been carved from marble. When he smiled, it didn't touch his eyes. "Mr. Potter," the man said. "I was hoping I might have a word." Harry stopped. Hagrid's hand moved to his shoulder, protective but uncertain. Around them, the crowd continued to flow, oblivious to the tension building between the three figures outside the newspaper offices. "And you are?" "My name is Ptolemy Greengrass. I represent certain, interested parties." The man's smile widened fractionally. "Parties who were quite impressed by your performance today. Firing Rita Skeeter within hours of claiming your inheritance, that takes a special kind of confidence." "Or a special kind of anger," Harry said. "Indeed." Greengrass tilted his head, studying Harry like a mildly interesting specimen. "Regardless of motivation, the result is the same. You've made yourself visible. Significant. And in our world, Mr. Potter, significant people tend to attract attention. Is that a threat?" "Goodness, no." The man looked genuinely amused. "Consider it a warning, offered in good faith. The Daily Prophet has many friends, and many more people who would prefer to become its friend. Your predecessor trustees understood this. They accepted guidance. They benefited from certain relationships." Harry thought about Cuff's words. About the ministry's compliant mouthpiece. About the editor who'd been destroyed for asking questions. "And if I don't want those relationships? Then you should prepare for the alternative." Greengrass reached into his robes and produced a card, stiff cream paper with raised lettering. "My clients are prepared to purchase your shares at well above market value. Enough to ensure you never want for anything, never have to worry about the complications of ownership." He held it out. "Take some time. Consider the offer. The Prophet has many friends, Mr. Potter." Harry didn't take the card. Instead, he met the man's eyes and held them, drawing on every lesson the Dursleys had taught him about not flinching, not backing down, not showing the fear that might be curling somewhere in his chest. "The Prophet has many friends," Harry repeated. "It would be a shame if its new owner discovered he has enemies." Greengrass's smile didn't waver, but something shifted behind his eyes. Something cold, calculating, reassessing. He withdrew his hand, tucking the card back into his robes. "Think about it," he said. "The offer won't remain open forever." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd with the ease of a man used to being overlooked when he wanted to be. Harry watched him go, his heart beating faster than he wanted to admit. "Harry," Hagrid said slowly. "What did you just do?" "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "But I think I just made things very interesting." Ollivander's shop was everything the Prophet's offices hadn't been: cramped, dusty, and seemingly organized according to principles that defied understanding. Stacks of narrow boxes rose to the ceiling, teetering precariously, and the air smelled of something old and electrical, like the moment before a storm. The old man himself emerged from the shadows like a spirit, his pale eyes gleaming in the dim light. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." The next hour was a blur of wand after wand, each one snatched away almost before Harry could grasp it. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, and something clicked into place, warmth flooding through Harry's fingers and red and gold sparks erupting from the wand's tip. "Curious," Ollivander murmured, and Harry learned about the brother wands, about the connection to Voldemort that he carried without knowing. Another mystery to add to his growing collection. Another thread in a web he was only beginning to perceive. By the time they left the shop, the sun was setting over Diagon Alley, painting the crooked rooftops in shades of orange and gold. Harry's trunk was heavy with books and supplies, his pocket jingled with leftover galleons, and his mind was churning with everything he'd learned. He owned a newspaper. He had enemies. He had questions about his past that no one seemed willing to answer. And in a few weeks, he would be going to a school for magic, where he would be surrounded by people who knew more about his own history than he did. "Hagrid," Harry said as they approached the leaky cauldron, "who decided I should go to the Dursleys?" The half-giant step faltered. "What do ya mean?" "After my parents died. Someone must have decided where I would go." "Who made that choice?" "Well, I mean, it was Dumbledore, wasn't it? He's the one who, Hagrid stopped, his brow furrowing. Actually, I don't rightly know. I just brought Ye from the house to, he stopped again. To where? I shouldn't have said that. Forget I said anything. But Harry wouldn't forget. He couldn't. Another question for his collection, another mystery to unravel. Someone had decided his fate on the night his parents died, had placed him with the Dursleys despite having other options, had made choices about his life without ever asking what he wanted. Harry Potter was 11 years old, and he was starting to realize that he'd been a piece on someone else's game board for as long as he could remember. He touched the wand in his pocket, Holly and Phoenix Feather, brother to Voldemort's wand, and made himself a promise. He would learn the game. He would learn the players. And someday, he would stop being moved and start moving others. The Daily Prophet was just the beginning. The leaky cauldron was crowded with the evening rush, witches and wizards filling every table as they discussed the day's news over pints of butterbeer and plates of steaming food. Harry caught fragments of conversation as Hagrid led him through the chaos toward the back entrance. "Did you hear about Rita, Potter boy? Can you believe, Ministry won't stand for it, going to be interesting, that's for sure." They emerged into the small courtyard where the brick wall waited to be opened, and Hagrid tapped out the sequence that revealed the passage to Muggle London. The sounds of the pub faded behind them, replaced by the rumble of traffic and the smell of exhaust. "I'll be talking, yeah, back to your aunt and uncles," Hagrid said, his voice gruff. "You'll need to stay with them until September 1st. Train leaves from King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, yeah, just walk straight through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. Already planning, already calculating. He had a month before Hogwarts, a month to learn as much as he could about the world he was inheriting. The Prophet would be his window into that world, his tool for understanding its players and its rules. "Hagrid," he said as they walked toward the car park where a taxi would take him back to Surrey, "will you tell Dumbledore about today? About the newspaper, and the man who approached me?" Hagrid hesitated. "I have to report back, Harry. It's my job." "I understand." And he did. Hagrid was loyal, kind, but also bound by obligations he couldn't break. "Just tell him the truth. I'm sure he already knows most of it anyway." Hagrid's expression was complicated, pride and worry and something Harry couldn't quite identify. "You're going to be alright, aren't ya? At Hogwarts, I mean. With everything." "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "But I'm going to try." The taxi arrived, and Hagrid helped Harry load his trunk into the boot. The driver gave the half-giant a nervous look but said nothing. People in London had learned to mind their own business. "One more thing," Hagrid said as Harry climbed into the back seat. "Be careful, yeah. The people made angry today. They're not the forgiven type. And Yevi got enough enemies already, without adding more." "I know." Harry met his eyes through the window. "But I'm starting to think that staying quiet and staying safe aren't always the same thing." Hagrid had no answer for that. The taxi pulled away, and Harry watched Diagon Alley disappear behind him, replaced by the grey streets of London, the orderly traffic, the mundane world where no one knew his name or his history. But even as he returned to the Dursleys, to the cupboard, the chores, the bitter reminders of how unwanted he was, something had changed. He was no longer just a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a player, however small, in a game that would shape the future of Wizarding Britain. And as the taxi carried him through the gathering dusk, Harry Potter began to plan. The house at number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly as Harry had left it, neat, boring, aggressively ordinary. The lawn was trimmed to precisely the right length. The car in the driveway gleamed with recent waxing. The curtains were drawn at identical angles in every window, creating a facade of perfection that Harry knew better than to believe. He paid the taxi driver with Muggle money Hagrid had exchanged for him, then dragged his trunk up the walk. The front door opened before he could knock. Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway, his face purple with suppressed rage. Behind him, Aunt Petunia peered out with an expression of horrified fascination, and Dudley lurked in the background, already eyeing Harry's trunk with greedy interest. "You," Vernon spat. "Inside. Now." Harry stepped over the threshold, bracing himself for whatever was coming. But to his surprise, Vernon didn't immediately launch into a tirade. Instead, he grabbed Harry's arm and hauled him into the kitchen, where the evening paper lay spread across the table. Not the Daily Prophet. The regular Muggle paper. And on the front page, in a small box near the bottom, "Local boy inherits mysterious estate, lawyers confirm 11-year-old beneficiary of substantial trust." Harry stared at the headline. The article was vague, it had to be, given the magical nature of his inheritance, but someone had leaked enough information to make the local news. Enough to describe him as suddenly wealthy. Enough to mention business interests and family holdings. Care to explain this? Vernon's voice was dangerously quiet. Care to explain how the freak we've been feeding and housing out of the goodness of our hearts is suddenly wealthy? Harry looked at the article, then at his uncle's purpling face, then at the cupboard under the stairs where he'd spent so many years sleeping on a thin mattress that smelled of dust and despair. "I inherited it," he said. "From my parents. Your parents were drunks who died in a car crash. My parents were murdered by a dark wizard, and they left me everything they had." Harry kept his voice flat, the way he'd learned to do when Vernon was in one of his moods. "I found out today. There was a lot." Vernon's hand rose, almost reflexively, the prelude to a blow Harry had learned to dodge years ago. But something made him pause. Maybe it was the way Harry wasn't flinching. Maybe it was the newspaper article and its implications about wealth and lawyers and people who might ask questions. Maybe it was simply the realization that things had changed in ways he didn't understand. "You think this changes anything?" Vernon's voice was thick with contempt. "You think because you've got some money stashed away, you're suddenly too good for this house?" "I think," Harry said carefully, "that I'll be gone in a month. I think that while I'm here, it would be better for everyone if we stayed out of each other's way. And I think that if anything happens to me between now and September, there are people who will ask questions you don't want to answer." It was a gamble. He didn't actually know if anyone would notice or care what happened to him at the Dursleys. But the article in the paper had spooked Vernon. Harry could see it in the way his eyes kept darting to the newsprint, in the slight tremor of his upraised hand. "You're threatening me," Vernon said. "In my own house. You ungrateful little, I'm telling you the truth. That's all I've ever done." Harry picked up his trunk and headed for the stairs. "I'll be in Dudley's second bedroom. The one with all the broken toys." He didn't wait for permission. He just walked, half expecting a blow to the back of his head, ready to duck if it came. But nothing happened. He climbed the stairs, found the spare room, and shut the door behind him. Only then did he let himself breathe. The room was exactly as he remembered, cluttered with Dudley's discarded possessions, dusty from disuse, but larger than the cupboard by an order of magnitude. Harry set his trunk at the foot of the bed and sat down on the creaky mattress, his hands trembling slightly. He'd done it. He'd stood up to Vernon, to Rita Skeeter, to the man in grey who'd threatened him outside the Prophet. He'd claimed his inheritance, fired his first employee, and started down a path he couldn't even see the end of. Tomorrow, he would write to Barnabas Cuff with instructions for the paper. He would begin researching Sirius Black, the trial that never happened, the questions that had been buried. He would learn everything he could about the Wisengamot, the Ministry, the power structures that governed magical Britain. But tonight, he would sit in this dusty room that was still better than a cupboard, and he would let himself feel the weight of everything that had changed. The weight of ownership, of responsibility, of enemies who wanted him silenced and allies who might not be what they seemed. The weight of ink, and all the power it carried. Outside his window, the stars were coming out over Privet Drive. Somewhere out there, people were reading about him, in the Prophet, in the Muggle papers, in whispered conversations he would never hear. The boy who lived had become the boy who owned, and nothing would ever be quite the same. Harry lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling, his new wand clutched in his hand. I will learn, he told himself. I will understand. And I will never let anyone control my story again. It wasn't a prayer. It was a promise. And Harry Potter always kept his promises. The owl arrived at midnight. Harry had fallen into a fitful sleep, still fully dressed, his wand tucked under his pillow. The sharp tapping at the window jerked him awake instantly. Years of training under the Dursleys had taught him to sleep light and wake fast. The owl was enormous, a great grey bird with yellow eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. It carried a scroll of parchment sealed with black wax, and it didn't leave when Harry took the message. Instead, it settled on his desk and watched him with an intelligence that seemed almost human. Harry broke the seal. Mr. Potter, your actions today have not gone unnoticed. The Prophet has operated under certain arrangements for many years, arrangements that have benefited all parties involved. These arrangements were not made lightly, and they were not made without purpose. You are young. You have much to learn. We suggest that you focus on your education and leave the complexities of publishing to those with more experience. Attempt to interfere with existing agreements, and you will discover that there are forces in this world that even the boy who lived cannot challenge. Consider this a warning, offered in good faith. There will not be another. A friend, no signature. No identifying marks. Just the black wax seal, which, Harry noticed, was already beginning to dissolve, the parchment crumbling at the edges. He read the letter twice more before it disintegrated entirely, leaving nothing but a faint ashy residue on his fingers. The owl hooted once, softly, and then launched itself into the night without waiting for a response. Harry stood at the window for a long time, watching the darkness. A friend. Not Greengrass, the style was different, more threatening, less polished. The ministry, perhaps. The trustees who had lost their positions. Rita Skeeter, already plotting revenge. It could have been any of them. It could have been all of them. The message itself didn't matter as much as what it represented. He had stepped onto a stage he didn't fully understand, and the other players were already moving against him. Consider this a warning. Harry smiled. He'd received warnings all his life. From Vernon, from Petunia, from teachers who didn't want to deal with a troublesome orphan. He'd learned early that warnings were just another form of control, another way of telling him to be quiet, be small, be invisible. He was done being invisible. Somewhere across Britain, printing presses were running, stories were being written, and the world was waking up to a new reality. Harry Potter owned the Daily Prophet. Harry Potter had fired Rita Skeeter. Harry Potter was asking questions that powerful people had spent a decade trying to bury. Let them send their warnings. Let them make their threats. They didn't know who they were dealing with. Harry returned to his bed, but he didn't sleep. Instead, he lay awake, planning, thinking, preparing. The game had begun. And Harry Potter intended to win. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, First Impressions. The month at Privet Drive passed in a strange sort of truce. Uncle Vernon had apparently decided that ignoring Harry was preferable to confronting him, and the rest of the family followed his lead. Meals were eaten in silence. Chores were assigned with grunts and gestures rather than words. Dudley gave Harry's room a wide berth, as though whatever had changed in his cousin might be contagious. Harry used the time well. Owl Post became his lifeline to the magical world. Barnabas Cuff sent daily reports, circulation numbers, advertiser concerns, staff morale. The numbers were bad, but not catastrophic. The Prophet had been hemorrhaging readers for years under ministry management, but the core subscriber base remained loyal, and Rita Skeeter's firing had generated enough controversy to actually boost newsstand sales. Controversy sells papers, Cuff wrote in one letter. Always has, always will. The question is whether we can convert scandal seekers into regular readers. Harry wrote back with questions, dozens of them. How did advertising work? What were the production costs? Who were their competitors? Which journalists could be trusted, and which were still loyal to the old regime. Cuff's answers were detailed, patient, and increasingly impressed. You ask the right questions, he noted in his third letter. Most owners never bother to learn the business. They just want the prestige and the political influence. I want to understand, Harry replied. Everything. Start from the beginning. So Cuff did. Over the course of 4 weeks, Harry received what amounted to a crash course in magical journalism. He learned about the printing process, enchanted presses that could produce thousands of copies per hour, self-inking type that never ran dry, photographs that moved because they were developed in a special potion that captured moments rather than images. He learned about the distribution network, a fleet of owls supplemented by flood delivery for bulk orders, with special arrangements for international subscribers. He learned about the competition. The Quibbler, which nobody took seriously. The Practical Potioneer, owned by the Greengrass family. Witch Weekly, which covered fashion and celebrity gossip. Various specialty publications for different magical disciplines. But most importantly, he learned about the people. Who had been hired by the trustees versus who had been there before. Who had compromised their principles and who had simply kept their heads down. Who could be trusted with sensitive stories and who would leak to the ministry at the first opportunity. By the time September 1st arrived, Harry had a mental map of the Daily Prophet that was more detailed than anything the trustees had ever possessed. He knew the names of the copy editors who worked the night shift. He knew which photographer had a gambling problem and which one was sleeping with a source in the Department of Magical Transportation. He knew that the printing press had a quirk that caused it to jam if the temperature dropped below 50 degrees, and that the enchantment on the obituary section had been deteriorating for months. He also knew that someone inside the Prophet was still passing information to the ministry. Cuff had been careful, but not careful enough. 3 times in the past month, stories had been spiked before they could run, stories that only a handful of people knew about. The leak wasn't Cuff himself, Harry was reasonably certain of that. But someone close to him, someone with access to editorial meetings. Harry filed the information away. Another problem to solve, another thread in the web he was learning to navigate. On the morning of September 1st, he loaded his trunk into Vernon's car without a word exchanged between them. The drive to King's Cross was silent, and when Vernon pulled up to the curb, he didn't even turn around. Out. Harry got out. He retrieved his trunk from the boot. He watched the car pull away, and he felt absolutely nothing. The Dursleys were behind him now. Whatever came next, it would be his own. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry had found the barrier easily enough, a family of redheads had been discussing it loudly enough for half the station to hear, but actually getting through it had required a moment of faith he hadn't expected. Running at a solid brick wall went against every survival instinct he'd developed. But he'd done it, and now he stood on a platform crowded with students, parents, owls, cats, and at least one toad that was making a desperate break for freedom. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the light streaming through the glass ceiling, its engine already huffing steam in anticipation of departure. First time, dear. The voice came from behind him, a plump woman with red hair, surrounded by what appeared to be an army of children. Harry recognized them from the station concourse. Yes, ma'am. You'll be wanting to find a compartment before they're all full. My boys can show you. Fred, George, help this young man with his trunk. 2 identical teenagers materialized at Harry's elbows, grinning identical grins. First year? Yes. Nervous? No. The twins exchanged glances. Not even a little. Should I be? Well, said the one on his left, Fred or George, impossible to tell, Hogwarts is a terrifying place. Full of ghosts and monsters and teachers who can turn you into a newt. And that's just the first week, added the other. By Christmas, you'll have faced at least 3 near-death experiences and possibly an ancient curse or 2. He's joking, said a younger boy who'd appeared beside them, another redhead, tall and gangly with a smudge of dirt on his nose. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Are you? I mean, is that? He was staring at Harry's forehead. At the scar. Harry Potter, Harry said. There was no point hiding it. Yes, it's real. Ron's ears went red. Sorry, I didn't mean to, it's just, blimey, Harry Potter. Mum's going to, Ronald Weasley, get on that train this instant. The red-headed woman was now herding her children toward the nearest door with the efficiency of a sheepdog. You too, dear, Harry, was it? You're welcome to sit with Ron if you like. Harry let himself be swept onto the train, his trunk levitated by one of the twins with a casual flick of his wand. The corridors were crowded with students pushing past each other, shouting greetings, comparing summer stories. He caught fragments of conversation, Quidditch scores, holiday travels, complaints about summer homework, and stored them away automatically, building a picture of the world he was entering. Ron led him to a compartment near the end of the train, already occupied by a nervous-looking boy with a round face and a toad clutched tightly in both hands. Neville, Ron said by way of greeting. All right. Trevor keeps trying to escape. The boy, Neville, looked up, and his eyes went wide when he saw Harry. Oh. Oh, you're, Harry Potter. Yes. Harry sat down across from him, noting the way Neville's hands tightened on the toad. Nervous, but not in the same way Ron was nervous. This was something deeper, something that reminded Harry of his own reflection. Nice to meet you. I'm Neville Longbottom. The name was delivered like an apology. My gran says I'll probably be a Hufflepuff. She says the Longbottoms have always been Gryffindors, but I'm not, I don't think I'm brave enough. My mum says all the best wizards come from Gryffindor, Ron offered, settling into the seat beside Harry. But Charlie was almost a Ravenclaw, and Percy, he's head boy this year, don't let him tell you about it, he won't shut up, Percy reckons Slytherin isn't as bad as everyone says. It's where Voldemort came from, Neville said quietly. Ron flinched at the name. Harry didn't. It's where Tom Riddle was sorted, Harry corrected. What he became later was his own choice. Both boys stared at him. Harry realized he'd said something unusual. Most people in the magical world didn't use Voldemort's real name, and fewer still spoke about him with such casual directness. How do you know his name? Ron asked. His real name, I own a newspaper. Harry pulled a copy of that morning's Prophet from his bag, he'd had it delivered to the Dursleys, much to Vernon's horror, and handed it over. There's an archive. I've been reading. Ron's eyes went wide as he took in the masthead. You own the Daily Prophet? But you're 11. Family inheritance. Harry shrugged. It's a long story. Blimey. Ron turned the newspaper over in his hands like it might explode. My dad works for the ministry. He's always going on about how the Prophet never covers Muggle stuff properly. Maybe you could, the compartment door slid open, cutting him off. The girl standing in the doorway had bushy brown hair, front teeth that were slightly too large, and an expression of determined helpfulness that set off warning bells in Harry's mind. Behind her, a pale-faced boy peered anxiously over her shoulder. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one. I've got him, Neville said, holding up Trevor. He tried to escape again on the platform, but I caught him. Oh, good. The girl didn't leave. Instead, she stepped into the compartment, her eyes sweeping over its occupants with barely concealed curiosity. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've read all about Hogwarts in Hogwarts, a history. Did you know the ceiling in the Great Hall is enchanted to look like the sky outside? And the staircases move on their own, you have to be careful or you'll end up somewhere completely different than where you meant to go. We know, Ron said, with the weariness of someone who'd heard this all before from older siblings. Oh. Well. Hermione's gaze landed on Harry, and her eyes widened. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you too. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Most of which are wrong, Harry said calmly. I've been checking. The books were written based on ministry press releases, which were based on assumptions, which were based on almost no actual investigation. Hermione's expression flickered, confusion, then indignation, then something more thoughtful. But they're published books. They have to be accurate. Do they? Well, I mean, there are standards. Editorial oversight. Research requirements. There's supposed to be. Harry met her eyes. There often isn't. Books are written by people, and people have agendas. The ministry wanted a simple story about that night. A hero, a villain, a sacrifice, a miracle. They got it. Whether it was true didn't matter as much as whether it was useful. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's. I hadn't thought about it that way. Most people don't. Harry's voice wasn't unkind, but it wasn't warm either. It's easier to trust what you're told than to question it. Questioning takes work. Questioning makes people uncomfortable. But if you don't question, you end up believing whatever the people in charge want you to believe. The compartment was very quiet. Ron was staring at Harry like he'd grown a second head. Neville was watching with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Hermione looked like someone had just handed her a puzzle she desperately wanted to solve. I think, she said slowly, I'd like to read some of those prophet archives. If that's possible. I can arrange it. Harry found himself oddly pleased by the response. He'd expected defensiveness, argument, the kind of blind faith in authority that most people carried like armor. Hermione's willingness to reconsider, to question her own assumptions, was interesting. Send me an owl after we're settled at school. The train lurched into motion, and Hermione grabbed the doorframe to steady herself. I need to change into my robes. We're supposed to be arriving soon. She hesitated. It was nice meeting you. All of you. She retreated, the pale-faced boy trailing after her. The compartment door slid shut. Bit intense, isn't she? Ron said. She asked the right follow-up questions. Harry shrugged. Most people don't. The Scottish Highlands rolled past the windows, green and grey and ancient. Harry watched the landscape change, letting the conversation between Ron and Neville wash over him. Ron was explaining Quidditch, a sport played on broomsticks, apparently, with multiple balls and positions and a complexity that seemed designed to confuse newcomers. Neville was listening politely while trying to prevent Trevor from escaping again. Harry was thinking about first impressions. Ron was friendly, open, and completely guileless. His family was clearly important in some way, the confidence with which he'd approached Harry, the casual references to siblings at Hogwarts, the mention of a father in the ministry, but he seemed unaware of political implications. He talked about his brother's achievements with a mixture of pride and resentment that Harry recognized, the feeling of being overshadowed, of struggling to find your own place in a family that had already defined itself. Neville was harder to read. The surface presentation was obvious, nervous, self-deprecating, convinced of his own inadequacy. But there were moments when something else showed through. The way he'd corrected Ron's pronunciation of a spell. The quiet comment about Voldemort's house. The occasional flash of something sharper behind his eyes. The Longbottoms have always been Gryffindors. A pure-blood family, then, with expectations and traditions. A grandmother who compared him to his ancestors. Harry wondered what had happened to his parents. Neville hadn't mentioned them, and neither had anyone else. Something to research. Another thread. The compartment door opened again, and this time Harry's guard came up immediately. The boy in the doorway was pale and pointed, with white blonde hair slicked back from a face that radiated contempt. Behind him stood two larger boys who looked like they'd been hired for intimidation rather than conversation. Is it true? The blonde boy's eyes swept the compartment and landed on Harry. They're saying Harry Potter is on the train. That's you, isn't it? Yes. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a sound that might have been a cough or might have been a suppressed laugh. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. Ron's face went as red as his hair, but before he could respond, Harry spoke. Draco Malfoy. Son of Lucius Malfoy, who holds approximately 14% of Daily Prophet shares through a network of shell companies and whose name appears in the records of 11 different Gringotts sessions regarding media regulation. Harry kept his voice conversational. Your father must be very interested in meeting me. The contempt on Malfoy's face flickered, replaced briefly by something that looked almost like fear. How do you, I read? Harry smiled, but it wasn't a friendly expression. I've been doing a lot of reading this summer. About family connections, business relationships, who owns what and who owes whom. It's fascinating, really. You learn so much about people from their financial records. Malfoy's pale face had gone even paler. His two companions shifted uncomfortably, clearly out of their depth. My father isn't here. Harry stood, and despite being shorter than Malfoy, somehow seemed to take up more space. But I'm sure I'll meet him eventually. We have business to discuss. Profit shareholders, after all, we should probably coordinate on some things. You can't, that's not, Malfoy was floundering now, his prepared script completely derailed. You'll want to be careful, Potter. Some wizarding families are better than others. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He glanced at Ron as he said it. The implication was clear. Thank you for the advice, Harry said. I'll give it exactly the consideration it deserves. The silence stretched. Malfoy seemed to be waiting for something, an acceptance, a rejection, some kind of response he could work with. Harry gave him nothing. Just stood there, watching, letting the quiet do its work. Finally, Malfoy turned on his heel and stalked away, his companions hurrying after him. The compartment door slammed shut. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. What was that? That was someone who came expecting an easy target. Harry sat back down. He'll think twice before trying again. Neville was staring at Harry with that unreadable expression again. You really do own the Prophet, don't you? This isn't a joke. It's not a joke. And you've really been reading about everyone? About their families and their businesses and, as much as I could find. Harry shrugged. Knowledge is power. That's not just a saying, it's literally true. The more you know about people, the harder it is for them to manipulate you. And the easier it is for you to understand what they actually want. What does Malfoy want? Right now? Probably to impress his father by making friends with the boy who lived. His father wants control of the narrative, he's been buying up Prophet shares for years, trying to reach a majority. He was probably hoping I'd be easy to influence. Young, orphaned, desperate for connection. But you're not, Neville said slowly. No. Harry met his eyes. I'm not. The train rattled on through the highlands. Outside, the sky was darkening, and the first stars were beginning to appear. Hogsmeade Station was smaller than Harry had expected, a single platform lit by lanterns that flickered with magical fire. Students poured out of the train in a chaos of robes and luggage, some heading toward waiting carriages, others milling about in confusion. Furs years. Furs years over here. Harry recognized the voice before he saw its source. Hagrid stood at the end of the platform, his massive form silhouetted against the darkness, a lantern raised in one enormous hand. All right, Harry. The half-giant's face split into a grin. How was the ride? Interesting. Harry fell into step beside him as the first years were herded toward a narrow path leading away from the platform. I met some people. Good, good. You'll be makin' lots of friends here, I reckon. Hagrid's expression flickered slightly. And maybe some not friends too, from what I hear. News travels fast. Malfoy's been tellin' anyone who'll listen that ya threatened him on the train. Said ya were investigatin' his family, diggin' up dirt. Harry snorted. I quoted publicly available shareholder records. If he considers that a threat, that says more about what's in those records than about me. Hagrid chuckled, a sound like rolling thunder. Your mum had that same way of tennin' things around. Drove Sirius, well, some people mad. Sirius? Forget I said anythin'. Hagrid's face closed off. Look there, you'll be gettin' your first sight of Hogwarts in a mo. They rounded a bend in the path, and the castle appeared. Harry had seen pictures. He'd read descriptions. Nothing had prepared him for the reality. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like something out of a fever dream, towers and turrets and battlements, all of it lit from within by thousands of windows blazing with golden light. It perched on a cliff above a lake so still it seemed like black glass, and its reflection in the water was so perfect that Harry couldn't tell where the real castle ended and the image began. Beautiful, isn't it? Neville had appeared at his elbow, Trevor clutched firmly in one hand. My gran says it's the greatest work of magical architecture in the world. It's... Harry couldn't find the word. Home, something in him whispered, but that wasn't right. He'd never had a home. It's something. No more and 4 to a boat. Hagrid was organizing the first years into a small fleet of vessels that had materialized at the water's edge. Harry found himself sharing with Neville, Ron, and a girl with a long black plait who introduced herself as Sue Lee and then said nothing else for the entire crossing. The boats glided across the lake without visible propulsion, heading toward a cave mouth that opened in the cliff beneath the castle. Harry watched the water, dark and still, and thought about all the things that might be living beneath its surface. There's a giant squid, Ron offered, following his gaze. And mere people. And Grindylows, probably. Charlie says the lake is connected to underground rivers that go for miles. Sounds dangerous. Everything's dangerous if you think about it hard enough. Ron shrugged. My mum says Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain, but Fred and George say they've nearly died at least a dozen times. Fred and George seem like unreliable narrators. Ron laughed. They're the worst. Don't believe anything they tell you unless you can verify it with at least 2 other sources. That's good advice in general, Harry said, and Ron looked at him oddly, like he wasn't quite sure if it was a joke. The boats entered the cave and carried them through a tunnel of dripping stone, emerging into an underground harbor where torches flickered on the walls. They climbed a steep staircase, passed through a massive door, and found themselves in an entrance hall so large that the Dursleys' entire house could have fit inside it. First years, Professor McGonagall. The woman who appeared to collect them was exactly what Harry had imagined a Hogwarts professor would look like, tall, severe, wearing emerald green robes and an expression that suggested she had seen every possible variety of mischief and would not tolerate any of it. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony, because while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. She went on, explaining the houses, the point system, the expectations for behavior, but Harry was only half listening. He was watching the other first years, cataloging reactions, noting who seemed nervous and who seemed confident and who was trying to hide one emotion behind another. Hermione Granger was muttering to herself, probably reciting everything she'd ever read about the sorting. Draco Malfoy stood with his chin raised, radiating certainty. Neville looked like he might be sick. Ron was whispering something to a boy beside him, Dean Thomas, Harry thought, based on descriptions from Ron's letters. Then the ghosts arrived, and even Harry had to admit that floating transparent figures were somewhat distracting. Move along now, McGonagall said, once the ghostly discussion about someone named Peeves had concluded. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. They were led through a set of doors into the great hall, and Harry's breath caught despite himself. The ceiling was exactly as Hermione had described, an endless expanse of sky, stars and clouds drifting overhead in perfect simulation. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each packed with students wearing robes trimmed in different colors, red and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. At the far end, a high table held the teachers, and in the center of it all sat a man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who could only be Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster's eyes found Harry immediately. They were a startling shade of blue, bright and penetrating, and Harry felt the uncomfortable sensation of being evaluated, measured and weighed by someone who'd been doing this for longer than Harry had been alive. He didn't look away. Neither did Dumbledore. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," McGonagall announced. A hat. They were being sorted by a hat. Harry watched as it was placed on a stool, watched it burst into song, a strange ditty about the founding of Hogwarts and the qualities of each house, and wondered what exactly was about to happen to him. "Abbott, Hannah." A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, jammed the hat on her head, and was immediately declared Hufflepuff. The yellow and black table erupted in applause. "Bones, Susan." Another Hufflepuff. Harry filed away the name, Bones, like Amelia Bones of the DMLE. A relative, probably. The sorting continued. Boot, Terry, became a Ravenclaw. Brocklehurst, Mandy, joined him. Brown, Lavender, was the first Gryffindor, and the red and gold table cheered loudly. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool, jamming the hat on her head with visible anxiety. There was a long pause, longer than any of the previous sortings, and then the hat announced, Gryffindor. Her face split into a relieved grin as she hurried to join the cheering table. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool like a man approaching his own execution. The hat fell over his eyes, and again there was a long pause. Harry watched Neville's hands clench and unclench at his sides, watched his lips move in what might have been a prayer or a plea or an argument. Gryffindor. Neville's face transformed. The relief, the disbelief, the sudden flash of something that looked almost like pride, Harry committed it to memory. This was a boy who'd been told his whole life that he didn't measure up, and the hat had just told him he belonged somewhere his family would approve of. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Malfoy's head before screaming, Slytherin. He strutted to the green and silver table with a smirk that made Harry want to roll his eyes. More names, more sortings. Parkinson, Pansy, went to Slytherin. Patil, Padma, to Ravenclaw, and Patil, Parvati, to Gryffindor, twins, apparently. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes on his back. The whispers started immediately. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? The boy who lived. But he ignored them, focusing on the hat in McGonagall's hands. The brim dropped over his eyes, and the world went dark. Well, well, well. The voice was inside his head, somehow, not quite thought, not quite sound. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to this. Harry didn't respond out loud, but he shaped his thoughts clearly. What are you? A construct. A remnant. The founders built me to do a job, and I've been doing it for 1,000 years. A pause. But you didn't really want to know that, did you? You want to know where I'm going to put you. I want to know how you decide. Ah. The hat sounded pleased. Now that's the right question. Most students just sit here projecting their preferences at me, hoping I'll give them what they want. You're actually curious about the mechanism. Another pause, longer this time. Let me see what we have to work with. Harry felt something brush against his thoughts, not invasive, exactly, but thorough. The hat was examining his memories, his feelings, his reactions to the past month. The Dursleys. Gringotts. Rita Skeeter. The warning letter that had dissolved into ash. Fascinating, the hat murmured. Truly fascinating. You could be great in any of the 4 houses, you know. Ravenclaw would value your hunger for knowledge. Hufflepuff would appreciate your loyalty to those you consider yours. Slytherin, oh, Slytherin would adore you. The ambition, the cunning, the willingness to use any tool at your disposal. And Gryffindor? Gryffindor is for the brave. And you are brave, Mr. Potter, but not in the way most people think. You're not brave because you don't feel fear. You're brave because you feel it and act anyway. Because you stand up when it would be easier to stay down. Because you choose to fight even when you're not sure you can win. Is that enough? It's more than enough. The hat's voice was almost gentle. But I want to ask you something first. Where do you want to go? Harry considered the question carefully. Slytherin would put him in the heart of his enemy's territory, would let him understand how they thought and operated. Ravenclaw would give him access to knowledge and resources. Hufflepuff was the safe choice. Nobody expected great things from Hufflepuffs, which meant nobody watched them closely. But Gryffindor. I want to be where I can make connections with people who will stand beside me. Not because of what I own or what I've survived, but because of who I am. Even if some of those people are naive. Even if they don't understand the games you're learning to play. Especially then. Someone has to remind me why the games matter. What I'm actually fighting for. The hat was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, there was something like approval in its voice. Courage to be kind when cruelty would be easier. That's rarer than you think, Mr. Potter. Rarer than cunning, rarer than cleverness, rarer than ambition. A brief pause. Are you sure? Yes. Then it had better be, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the reaction was immediate. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, the loudest Harry had heard yet. Fred and George Weasley were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," while their older brother Percy tried to restore order with limited success. Harry removed the hat and handed it back to McGonagall, whose expression had softened almost imperceptibly. He walked to the Gryffindor table and slid into the seat beside Neville, who was grinning like he'd just won the lottery. "I knew it," Neville said. "I mean, I hoped. But I knew. We're going to be in the same dormitory," Ron added from across the table. "This is going to be brilliant." Harry looked around at the faces surrounding him, some curious, some welcoming, some still staring at his scar, and felt something shift in his chest. Not safety, exactly. Not belonging, not yet. But the possibility of both. "Yeah," he said. "It might be." The feast was extraordinary, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place, appearing on golden plates as if by magic, which, of course, it was. He ate until he was stuffed, listening to the conversations around him, absorbing information about Hogwarts life. The Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, explained the history of the house while demonstrating why his nickname was Apartment Percy Weasley, who had indeed been appointed head boy, lectured about rules and expectations until Fred and George started pelting him with peas. Seamus Finnegan, a sandy-haired boy from Ireland, described how his mother had gone mental when his Hogwarts letter arrived. And through it all, Harry watched Dumbledore. The headmaster was talking to the other teachers, smiling, apparently relaxed, but every few minutes, his gaze would drift toward the Gryffindor table. Toward Harry. Each time their eyes met, Harry felt that same sensation of being evaluated. "What do you know about me?" he wondered. "What did you decide, that night 10 years ago? And why won't anyone tell me what really happened?" When the feast ended, Dumbledore stood and the hall fell silent. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak." He sat down. The hall burst into applause. Is he, Harry started. Mad? Percy said. Certainly. But also brilliant. They say he's the greatest wizard of the age. Harry thought about the folder in Cuff's office. About Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew and a trial that never happened. About the choices someone had made on the night his parents died. They say a lot of things, he murmured, and no one seemed to hear him. The Gryffindor common room was warm and comfortable, all squashy armchairs and crackling fire. Harry claimed a seat by the window while Percy explained the rules: don't go out after curfew, don't go to the third-floor corridor, don't antagonize the portraits, and stared out at the grounds below. Somewhere out there was the Forbidden Forest, dark and vast and full of things that would probably kill you. Somewhere out there was Hogsmeade, the only entirely magical village in Britain. Somewhere out there was a world waiting to be understood. Deep thoughts. Neville had appeared beside him, looking nervous but determined. Just thinking, Harry said. About what you said on the train. About questioning things. Partly. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, my parents didn't die. Everyone thinks, most people assume, but they didn't die. They were tortured. By Death Eaters, after the war ended. They're in St. Mungo's hospital. They don't recognize me. Harry turned to face him fully. Neville's expression was carefully blank, the way Harry's own expression went blank when he talked about the Dursleys. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's not your fault. Neville shrugged, but there was something fierce beneath the gesture. I just wanted you to know. Because you said you've been reading about what really happened, and most of the books, they don't mention my parents. They got Order of Merlin, first class. They were heroes. And then they were erased, because it was easier to pretend the war was over than to admit that some of the people who fought it were still suffering. Harry nodded slowly. Do you know who did it? Who tortured them? Bellatrix Lestrange. Rodolphus Lestrange. Rabaston Lestrange. And Bartemius Crouch Jr. Neville's voice was flat. They're all in Azkaban. The Lestranges, anyway. Crouch died there, I think. My gran has their trial records. She reads them sometimes, when she thinks I'm not paying attention. Your gran sounds like someone I should meet. She'd probably like you. A ghost of a smile crossed Neville's face. She keeps telling me I need to make connections. The right sort of friends, she says. I think she means purebloods with money and influence. And instead you're talking to me. You've got influence. You've got the profit. Neville's smile widened slightly. And you listened. When I told you about the hat, about what my gran expects, you didn't laugh. You didn't tell me I was being stupid. Why would I? Most people would. Most people think I'm, useless. Barely magical. A disappointment. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the years of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden. About the way people's expectations could shape you if you let them. People are wrong about a lot of things, he said. That's kind of my point. Neville laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. You're strange, Harry Potter. Yeah. Harry smiled back. I probably am. The first week of classes established a rhythm. Harry quickly realized that Hogwarts operated on multiple levels simultaneously. There was the official curriculum, Transfiguration with McGonagall, Charms with the tiny Professor Flitwick, Herbology with the cheerful Professor Sprout. There was the social hierarchy, which seemed to be determined by a complex formula involving blood status, house affiliation, family connections, and athletic ability. And there was the shadow curriculum, the things you learned by watching and listening rather than studying. He learned that Draco Malfoy had been telling everyone about their confrontation on the train, spinning it as evidence that Harry was unhinged and dangerously paranoid. Harry let the rumors spread. They made people underestimate him. He learned that the Weasley twins were far more intelligent than they pretended, and that their pranks were often covers for more serious investigations. They'd somehow acquired a map of the entire castle, and they used it to go places they definitely shouldn't. He learned that Hermione Granger was brilliant but lonely, that her desperate need to prove herself was pushing away the people she most wanted to impress. He started including her in study groups, not because he needed her help, though he didn't mind it, but because she clearly needed to feel useful. And he learned that Professor Severus Snape hated him. Potions was held in the dungeons, a cold and gloomy space that seemed designed to crush any enthusiasm for learning. Snape swept in like a malevolent shadow, his black robes billowing behind him, and immediately launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that made it clear he considered most of them unworthy. Then he turned to Harry. "Potter." Snape's voice cracked like a whip. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry met his eyes. He'd read the textbook. He'd read beyond the textbook, because Cuff had mentioned that Snape's potions had been the subject of several Prophet articles over the years. He knew exactly what Snape was asking. "Draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it can mimic death itself." Snape's expression didn't change. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that neutralizes most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "There isn't one. They're the same plant, also called aconite." The silence in the dungeon was absolute. Snape stared at Harry with an expression that was difficult to read, surprise, certainly, but also something darker. Something that looked almost like disappointment. "It seems fame isn't everything," he said finally. "But knowledge without wisdom is merely trivia. Let's see if you can actually brew a potion, or if you simply memorize what you read." The class that followed was brutal. Snape prowled among the cauldrons, criticizing everything, the way Neville stirred, the way Hermione measured, the way Harry held his knife. He seemed determined to find fault, and when he couldn't find it, he invented it. "Your potion is too blue, Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor." Harry looked at his cauldron, then at Malfoy's, which was the same color. He said nothing. After class, Hermione caught up with him in the corridor. "That was completely unfair. Your potion was perfect, I saw it. And Malfoy's was actually worse, and Snape didn't say anything to him." "Snape and the Malfoys are connected," Harry said. "I've been reading about it. Lucius Malfoy contributed to a research fund that Snape ran before he started teaching. And Snape was a witness at Malfoy's trial after the First War, character witness, helped get him acquitted. So he's, what? Biased? Biased, compromised, who knows?" Harry shrugged. "The point is, there's a history there. Snape isn't just randomly cruel, he's cruel to specific people for specific reasons. Understanding those reasons gives you an advantage." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You really do think about everything like a puzzle, don't you?" "It's how I survived the Dursleys." Harry hadn't meant to say that. The words slipped out before he could stop them. "Sorry. Forget no, it's..." Hermione stopped walking. "Harry, what do you mean, survived?" He looked at her, really looked, seeing past the bushy hair and the eager expression to the sharp intelligence beneath. "I'll tell you someday. When I know you better. When you trust me." "Yes." She nodded slowly. "Fair enough. I suppose I haven't earned it yet." "No. But you could." He started walking again. "Help me with something, and we'll see." "What kind of something?" "Research. Into a man named Sirius Black. I want to know everything, trial records, witness statements, arrest reports. Anything that was ever published about him." "Is this for the newspaper?" "It's for me." Harry paused. "He was my godfather. And I'm starting to think he might be innocent. The letter from the ministry arrived the following Monday. Harry was eating breakfast when a sleek black owl descended from the ceiling and dropped an official-looking envelope directly into his porridge. He fished it out, ignored the splattered oatmeal, and broke the seal. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Magic that you have recently claimed ownership of certain business assets previously held in trust by ministry-appointed guardians. While we congratulate you on this inheritance, we feel it necessary to express certain concerns. The Daily Prophet serves a vital role in magical Britain, informing the public and maintaining civic discourse. Its management requires experience, wisdom, and a delicate understanding of political realities that, through no fault of your own, you cannot yet possess. We therefore propose that a temporary guardian be appointed to oversee your business decisions until you reach the age of majority. This guardian would act in your best interests, ensuring that the Prophet continues to serve its essential function while protecting you from the burdens of premature responsibility. A hearing has been scheduled for October 15 before the Gringotts Subcommittee on Minor Business Holdings. You are welcome to attend, though your presence is not required. Yours sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time. His porridge had gone cold, but he didn't notice. Bad news? Neville asked from beside him. The ministry wants to take away my newspaper. Harry's voice was calm, but something cold was coiling in his chest. They've scheduled a hearing to appoint a guardian over my business decisions. Can they do that? They're trying. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his robes. I need to send some owls. Excuse me. He left the great hall at a pace that wasn't quite running. His mind was racing, processing possibilities, calculating responses. The hearing was in 3 weeks. 3 weeks to build a defense, to find allies, to figure out how to stop the ministry from stealing what was rightfully his. The Ollery was cold and smelled of bird droppings, but Harry barely noticed. He grabbed parchment and a quill from the supply cupboard and started writing. Mr. Cuff, the ministry has made their move. Hearing scheduled for October 15th. I need everything you have on the Gringotts Subcommittee, members, voting records, family connections, scandals. I also need the Prophet's legal counsel contacted immediately. Start preparing coverage of ministry overreach in other areas. I want readers primed to see this as a pattern, not an isolated incident. Also, quiet inquiries about Lucius Malfoy's involvement. Don't publish anything yet, just gather information. HP. He wrote a second letter, this one shorter. Mrs. Longbottom, my name is Harry Potter. Your grandson Neville has become a friend of mine at Hogwarts. I find myself in need of advice regarding Gringotts proceedings and wondered if you might be willing to share your expertise. I can offer, in return, Prophet coverage of causes you support, fairly written and factually accurate. Respectfully, Harry Potter. A third letter, Ms. Amelia Bones, we haven't met, but I believe we may have common interests. I recently inherited the Daily Prophet and have been reviewing archived materials that raise questions about certain past cases that may not have received proper investigation. I would very much appreciate the opportunity to discuss these matters, at your convenience. Sincerely, Harry Potter. He sent the owls and watched them disappear into the morning sky. Then he stood in the cold Ollery, surrounded by rustling feathers and scattered droppings, and let himself feel the fear he'd been suppressing. The ministry was coming for him. Powerful people wanted him silenced, controlled, rendered harmless. He was 11 years old, alone, facing forces he barely understood. But he wasn't helpless. He had a newspaper. He had information. He was starting to have allies. And he absolutely refused to lose. The reply from Augusta Longbottom arrived the next day. Mr. Potter, your letter was unexpected. My grandson rarely mentions making friends, let alone friends who contact me directly regarding political matters. I am intrigued, if somewhat suspicious. Nevertheless, I find myself unable to refuse a meeting with the boy who lived, particularly one who demonstrates more initiative than most adults I know. I shall be visiting Hogwarts this Saturday for the first Hogsmeade weekend. My status as a Wisengamot member grants me access to the village. Meet me at the Three Broomsticks at 2 o'clock. Come alone. Bring documentation of your claims. Longbottom. Harry read the letter in the common room, where Neville was pretending very hard not to watch him. Your grandmother agreed to meet me, Harry said. Neville's eyes went wide. What? I didn't. I mean, I mentioned you in my letter home, but I didn't think. It's fine. Harry tucked the letter away. I asked. She said yes. Is there anything I should know before I meet her? She's formidable. Neville looked genuinely nervous. She was friends with my grandfather, they were on the Wisengamot together for decades. She knows everyone, and everyone's afraid of her. Good. That's exactly what I need. Harry. Neville hesitated. Why are you doing all this? The newspaper, the letters, everything. You could just be a normal student. You've got enough money to live on. Why pick fights with the ministry? Harry considered the question. It deserved an honest answer. Because they won't let me be normal, he said finally. They were managing my life before I knew magic existed. They placed me with the Dursleys, they controlled what people knew about me, they made decisions about my future without asking. Now they want to take away the one thing that gives me any power. He met Neville's eyes. I'm not picking fights. I'm fighting back against people who've been controlling me my whole life. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Then, my Gran's been trying to control me too. Telling me who to be, what to want, how to measure up to my parents. He swallowed. I don't think I'm brave enough to fight back. You're here, aren't you? Harry said. In Gryffindor, despite what everyone expected. That took courage. The hat's courage. Not mine. The hat doesn't sort you where you'll succeed. It sorts you where you can grow. Harry stood, gathering his books. You've got more fight in you than you think, Neville. You just need to find something worth fighting for. He left Neville staring after him, expression troubled but thoughtful. One ally at a time. One brick at a time. Eventually, even walls could be built. Saturday arrived with crisp autumn air and a sky the color of old pewter. Harry had gotten special permission from Professor McGonagall to visit Hogsmeade, not as part of the regular weekend trip, those didn't start until third year, but as a business matter requiring his attention. I've been informed of the ministry's actions, McGonagall had said when he'd requested the permission. Her expression was unreadable. I cannot say I approve of the way you've been thrust into adult responsibilities, Mr. Potter. But I also cannot say I approve of the ministry's attempt to strip them away. You have my permission. Be back before dinner. The Three Broomsticks was warm and crowded, full of Hogwarts students and Hogsmeade residents enjoying the autumn afternoon. Harry found a corner table and waited, a folder of documents in front of him. Augusta Longbottom arrived at precisely 2 o'clock. She was tall and thin, with a face like carved granite and eyes that missed nothing. Her robes were impeccably tailored, her hat featured a stuffed vulture that Harry was fairly certain was watching him, and she carried herself with the absolute certainty of someone who had never once doubted her own worth. Mr. Potter. She sat across from him without asking permission. You're smaller than I expected. I'm 11, ma'am. Yes, well. My Neville was small at 11 too. He's growing into himself. Her eyes swept over him with the same evaluating quality Dumbledore's had shown. You, I suspect, have already grown quite a bit. I've had reasons to. Indeed. She produced a folded newspaper from her robes, that morning's Prophet, and set it on the table. I've been reading your newspaper since you took control. The quality has improved markedly. Cuff seems to have rediscovered his spine. I gave him permission to use it. Humph. The sound might have been approval. Show me what you've brought. Harry opened the folder and spread the documents across the table. Financial records from Gringotts. The Ministry's letter threatening to appoint a guardian. Copies of the relevant laws regarding minor business holders. And, carefully selected, a few pages from the kill file, stories that had been spiked under Ministry pressure. Augusta reviewed each document in silence, her expression revealing nothing. Harry waited, resisting the urge to explain or justify. She would ask questions when she was ready. "You've done your research," she said finally. "The legal position is sound, Goblin law clearly supports your ownership, and Ministry interference would require proving incompetence or malfeasance. They have neither. They don't need proof. They have votes." "Yes. The Wisengamot subcommittee is stacked with Fudge's allies." Augusta's eyes were sharp. "Do you know who's behind this? Really behind it?" "Lucius Malfoy. He owns 28% of the profit through shell companies. If I'm removed, his shares become the controlling interest. And you know this how?" "Gringotts records. The goblins don't like Malfoy, something about defaulted loans generations ago. They were very helpful in tracing ownership." Augusta's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "You've made useful friends." "I try. What do you want from me, Mr. Potter?" "Specifically." Harry had prepared for this question. "Information about the subcommittee members. Who can be swayed, who can be pressured, who's honestly corrupt versus conveniently corrupt. I also want an introduction to Amelia Bones. I wrote to her, but she hasn't replied yet, and time is short. Amelia is cautious. She won't commit without understanding your intentions." Augusta leaned back in her chair. "Why do you want to meet her?" "Because she's honest. Everyone says so, even people who hate her say it. I need honest allies more than I need powerful ones." An interesting distinction. Augusta's expression had softened slightly. "My Neville says you've been kind to him. That you don't mock him for his struggles. Neville doesn't need mockery. He needs someone to see what he's actually capable of." "And what is that, in your estimation?" "I don't know yet. But I think it's more than anyone expects. Including him." The silence that followed was different from the earlier silence. Warmer, somehow. Augusta was looking at Harry with something that might have been respect. "I'll speak to Amelia," she said. "And I'll provide you with the information you've requested. In return, I want something." "Name it." "My son and his wife, Neville's parents, were heroes. They fought against the Dark Lord, they resisted torture rather than betray their friends, and they paid a terrible price. The Prophet barely mentioned them after the initial coverage. Their sacrifice has been minimized. You want coverage. I want acknowledgement. A proper series about the survivors of the First War, not just the famous deaths, but the people who suffered and kept suffering after the battles ended. My Frank and Alice deserve to be remembered as more than footnotes." Harry nodded slowly. "I can do that. But I'll need access, interviews, records, personal accounts. The coverage will be honest, which means it might include things you'd rather keep private. I accept that risk." Augusta's voice was firm. "Honest coverage of genuine heroism is worth more than flattering lies." "Then we have a deal." They shook hands across the table. Augusta's grip was surprisingly strong. "One more thing," she said, gathering her documents. "The hearing. Don't try to win on points of law, Fudge controls too many votes for that. Instead, make it politically expensive to rule against you. Give them reasons to fear the consequences of taking away your newspaper. Any suggestions? Invite the press. All of them, not just your own paper, but the Quibbler, the Wireless, anyone who'll come. Make it a spectacle. Make it so that every vote against you is a vote that will be remembered." Her smile was sharp. "And make sure the Prophet's coverage of the hearing is absolutely devastating to anyone who votes the wrong way." Harry smiled back. I think I'm going to enjoy working with you, Mrs. Longbottom. Augusta. If we're going to be allies, you might as well use my name. She stood, adjusting her vulture-topped hat. Tell Neville I expect his grades to improve. And tell him, she hesitated, the granite facade cracking just slightly. Tell him I'm proud of him. He made a good choice in friends. She swept out of the 3 broomsticks, leaving Harry alone with his documents and the strange, unfamiliar warmth of having earned someone's respect. The next 2 weeks were a blur of preparation. Letters flew back and forth between Hogwarts and London, to Cuff, to the Prophet's lawyers, to Augusta Longbottom's contacts in the Wizengamot. Harry barely slept, spending his nights in the common room surrounded by parchment, planning strategy while his classmates worried about homework. Ron thought he was mental. It's just a newspaper, Harry. Why does it matter so much? Because if they can take this, they can take anything. Harry didn't look up from the draft editorial he was reviewing. The Ministry doesn't get to decide what I'm allowed to own. If I let them win now, I'll spend my whole life letting them win. Hermione understood better. She'd thrown herself into researching precedents, spending hours in the library tracking down obscure cases of minor inheritance disputes. There was a case in 1847, she reported excitedly. A 12-year-old witch inherited a potions company, and the Ministry tried the same thing. She won on appeal, argued that the disruption to the business during the guardianship period had caused measurable harm. Did she have documentation of the harm? Extensive documentation. Financial records, employee testimony, customer complaints. Hermione's eyes were bright. I could help you put together something similar. Show what the Prophet was like under Ministry management versus what it's becoming under your leadership. Do it. Get the numbers from Cuff, he's got everything archived. Neville's contribution was different but equally valuable. He served as a bridge to the pure-blood world, explaining the unwritten rules that governed Wizengamot politics. It's not about law, he said one evening, repeating what his grandmother had obviously drilled into him. It's about favors and obligations and old debts. Everyone owes everyone something, and the game is knowing what those debts are. How do you figure that out? Gran keeps records. She's got files on every family going back centuries, who married whom, who owes money to whom, whose grandfather saved whose life in which war. Neville's expression was almost amused. She says information is the only currency that never devalues. Your grandmother is terrifying. She really is. The day before the hearing, Harry received 2 important communications. The first was from Amelia Bones. Mr. Potter, Augusta Longbottom speaks highly of you, which I find remarkable given her usual standards. I cannot officially involve the DMLE in your business disputes, but I would be willing to meet with you privately to discuss the matters you raised in your initial letter. I have questions about certain archived materials you apparently possess. I suspect you have questions about certain archived cases I have access to. Perhaps we can help each other. Amelia Bones II was from a source Harry hadn't expected. Potter, you're going to lose tomorrow. My father has the votes locked up, he's been planning this for months, ever since your inheritance was confirmed. I'm telling you this because I want you to know. I want you to understand that you can't beat us. The Prophet will be under proper management by this time tomorrow, and you'll go back to being what you should have been all along, a symbol, not a player. Enjoy your last day of pretending to matter. DM Harry read Draco's letter several times, then burned it carefully in the common room fireplace. Problem? Neville asked. No. Harry watched the ashes curl and drift upward. Just someone telling me I've already lost. Have you? Harry thought about Augusta's advice. About the journalists who would be present tomorrow, quills ready to record every moment. About the Prophet's morning edition, already printed and waiting in warehouses across Britain, an edition that contained detailed profiles of every subcommittee member, their voting records, their family connections, their questionable decisions. About the story that would run the following morning, regardless of how the vote went. A story about Sirius Black and the trial that never happened, co-authored by a young journalist named, well, the byline would be a pseudonym, for now. But the sourcing was impeccable. No, he said. I don't think I have. The Gringotts Subcommittee on Minor Business Holdings met in a small chamber on level 2 of the Ministry of Magic. It was designed to be intimidating, high ceilings, dark wood paneling, and a raised dais where the committee members sat looking down at whoever was unlucky enough to be before them. Harry arrived early, dressed in the best robes his vault could buy. Cuff was with him, along with a goblin lawyer from Gringotts named Sharpclaw who had a reputation for finding loopholes in seemingly solid contracts. The public gallery was packed. Rita Skeeter was there, her acid green quill scratching furiously despite the fact that nothing had happened yet. Reporters from 3 other publications jockeyed for position. Augusta Longbottom sat in the front row, her vulture hat unmistakable. And in the back, barely visible in the shadows, Amelia Bones watched with an expression that gave nothing away. The committee members filed in one by one. Harry recognized their faces from the profiles he'd memorized: Cornelius Fudge at the center, wearing an unconvincing smile, Lucius Malfoy to his left, radiating satisfaction, various ministry functionaries filling out the rest, their voting record suggesting they would go whichever way the wind blew strongest. This hearing will come to order, Fudge announced. We are gathered to discuss the matter of Potter Holdings, specifically the question of whether a guardian should be appointed to oversee the business decisions of one Harry James Potter, minor. The first hour was legal wrangling, arguments about jurisdiction, precedent, the proper interpretation of Goblin Treaty law. Harry let Sharpclaw handle most of it, intervening only when direct questions required his attention. Mr. Potter, Fudge asked at one point, do you understand that the Daily Prophet is a vital public institution? That its management requires experience you simply cannot possess at your age? I understand that the Prophet has been losing money and readers for 10 years, Minister. Harry kept his voice calm, projecting to be heard clearly by the journalists in the gallery. I understand that under ministry-approved management, it became known as a mouthpiece for official positions rather than an independent news source. I understand that since I took control, circulation has increased by 12% and advertising revenue by 8%. Fudge's smile became slightly strained. Numbers can be manipulated. The question is whether a child can be trusted with such responsibility. With respect, Minister, the question is whether the ministry has the legal authority to take away property that was legally inherited. Gringotts law is clear. The Treaty of 1612 is clear. My ownership is not in dispute. But your fitness to exercise that ownership has not been questioned through any legitimate legal mechanism. This hearing exists because the ministry wants to take control of my newspaper, not because there's any evidence I'm unfit to own it. The silence that followed was tense. Fudge glanced at Malfoy, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Perhaps, Fudge said smoothly, we should hear from witnesses who can speak to Mr. Potter's character and judgment. The witnesses were clearly pre-selected. A ministry official who'd worked with the trustees. A business consultant who expressed concerns about rapid changes in management. And, inevitably, Rita Skeeter. She took her seat with a smile that was half triumph, half venom. I worked for the Daily Prophet for 15 years. I was their senior correspondent, their most read writer. And I was fired, without cause, without warning, by an 11-year-old boy who didn't like what I wrote about him. Could you describe the circumstances of your termination? Mr. Potter appeared in our offices and demanded I be removed immediately. He claimed I had written inaccurate stories about him, but he offered no specific examples. It was clearly personal retaliation, not a legitimate business decision. Harry stood. May I respond, Minister? Fudge hesitated, but the journalists were watching. Briefly. Ms. Skeeter, in your commemorative article on the 10th anniversary of my parents' deaths, you wrote that I might have been raised by dragons, mere people, or various magical creatures. You wrote that my mysterious disappearance from the magical world suggested dark forces were involved. You wrote that unnamed sources speculated I might possess extraordinary magical powers. Harry's voice was steady. None of that was true. I was raised by my aunt and uncle in Surrey. Their address is a matter of public record. Did you ever attempt to verify any of your claims before publication? Rita's smile faltered. Journalistic sources are, did you attempt to verify? Yes or no? The standards of journalism, yes or no, Miss Skeeter? The silence stretched. Finally, grudgingly, no. You published false information about a child whose parents had been murdered, and you did so because it made for better reading. That's why you were fired. Harry turned to face the committee. And that's the kind of journalism the Prophet was producing under ministry management. I'd like to think we can do better. The gallery buzzed with whispered commentary. Fudge's expression had gone sour. I think we've heard enough, he said. The committee will now vote on the matter of appointing a guardian for Potter Holdings. Harry watched as, one by one, the committee members raised their hands. The first vote was against him, a ministry loyalist who'd been in Fudge's pocket for years. The second was the same. The third hesitated. Glanced at the gallery, at the journalists, at the headline he knew would follow his vote. And then, slowly, kept his hand down. The fourth voted against Harry. The fifth voted for him. It came down to Fudge himself, which was, Harry realized, exactly what Malfoy had intended. The minister would cast the deciding vote, demonstrating his power while insulating himself from criticism. A win either way. But Fudge didn't look like a man who was winning. He looked like a man who was sweating, whose eyes kept darting to the gallery, who was imagining tomorrow's headlines with growing horror. The vote is tied, he announced, and Harry could hear the calculation in his voice. In the event of a tie, the chair may cast an additional vote to break the deadlock. Augusta Longbottom stood up in the gallery. Point of order, Minister. Before you vote, I believe the committee should be made aware of certain editorial decisions the Prophet is preparing to publish, regardless of today's outcome. This is highly irregular. Tomorrow's edition will feature a detailed investigation into the case of Sirius Black, specifically, the fact that he was imprisoned without trial. Augusta's voice carried clearly through the chamber. The story includes testimony from ministry officials, Gringotts records, and DMLE case files that were never properly reviewed. It raises serious questions about due process in the immediate post-war period. Questions that certain members of this committee may find uncomfortable. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Lucius Malfoy's expression had gone carefully blank, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders. Fudge looked like he might actually be sick. This is blackmail, Malfoy said. It's journalism, Harry replied. The story will run whether you vote for me or against me. But I imagine the coverage of today's proceedings will be influenced by the outcome. The silence stretched. Fudge's hand trembled slightly as he raised it. In the interests of careful consideration, I move that we table this matter for further review. A guardian will not be appointed at this time, pending additional investigation into the legal questions raised. It wasn't a win. Not exactly. But it wasn't a loss either. Seconded, said the committee member who'd hesitated earlier. Motion carries. Fudge's voice was strained. This hearing is adjourned. The chamber erupted in noise, journalists shouting questions, committee members retreating, spectators buzzing with commentary. Harry remained seated, watching as Lucius Malfoy descended from the dais and approached him. Well played, Mr. Potter. Malfoy's voice was soft, almost admiring. You've bought yourself time. But time is all it is. This isn't over. I know. Harry met his eyes. I look forward to the next round. You shouldn't. Malfoy's smile was thin and cold. I've been playing this game since before your parents were born. You're a clever child, but cleverness isn't enough. Eventually, you'll make a mistake. And when you do, I'll be there. He turned and walked away, his robes swirling behind him like shadows. Harry sat alone in the emptying chamber, surrounded by scattered parchment and the lingering echoes of conflict. He'd survived. He'd kept his newspaper. He'd made powerful enemies and uncertain allies. And tomorrow, the real war would begin. The train back to Hogwarts was quiet. Harry sat in a compartment alone, watching the countryside roll past, processing everything that had happened. He'd done something today. Not one, exactly, the hearing would reconvene, the ministry wouldn't give up, but he'd changed the game. Shown them that he wasn't the easy target they'd expected. Made them recalculate. The compartment door slid open. Neville stood in the doorway, looking uncertain. I heard what happened. Gran sent me an owl. He stepped inside and sat down across from Harry. She said you were, impressive. I survived. That's all. That's not nothing. Neville's voice was quiet. My parents survived too. The war, I mean. They survived when a lot of people didn't. And then they didn't survive what came after. Harry looked at him, really looked, seeing past the nervousness to the steel beneath. I'm going to publish that story, he said. About your parents. About all the survivors. It's going to make some people uncomfortable. I know. Your grandmother said you should know. Before it runs. I know that too. Neville's jaw was set. I want people to know. What happened to them? What they sacrificed. I'm tired of being the son of footnotes. Then help me write it. The prophet needs sources, interviews, personal accounts. No one knows your parents' story better than your family. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. Okay. I'll help. Harry extended his hand. After a moment, Neville took it. Partners, Harry said. Partners, Neville agreed. Outside the window, the Scottish Highlands were giving way to the familiar spires of Hogwarts. Home, or something like it. Safety, or the illusion of it. Harry watched the castle approach and thought about everything that was waiting for him, classes, research, the ongoing war with the ministry, the questions about his past that still needed answering. It was going to be a very long year. But for the first time in his life, he had people standing with him. That had to count for something. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Art of War. The letter arrived during breakfast on a Tuesday, carried by an eagle owl so magnificent that half the great hall stopped eating to watch it descend. It landed in front of Harry with the precise grace of a creature that knew exactly how impressive it was, extended one leg bearing a cream-colored envelope sealed with emerald wax, and waited with obvious impatience for Harry to take it. The Malfoy crest gleamed in the morning light. That's not good, Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. Harry broke the seal. Mr. Potter, I find myself impressed by your performance at the Wisengamot hearing. You demonstrated a sophistication I had not anticipated, and I confess I may have underestimated you. It occurs to me that we have been approaching this situation as adversaries when we might instead approach it as potential partners. We both have interests in the Daily Prophet's success. We both understand the importance of narrative in shaping public opinion. We both recognize that the magical world is changing, and that those who fail to adapt will be left behind. I would like to propose a meeting. Not a confrontation, a conversation. I believe we may find more common ground than either of us expected. I shall be visiting Hogwarts this Saturday to meet with the Board of Governors, of which I am a member. If you are amenable, I could spare an hour afterward to discuss matters of mutual interest. Consider it carefully, Mr. Potter. In this world, the right allies are worth more than principles. Lucius Malfoy. Harry read the letter twice, then passed it to Neville without comment. He wants to meet with you. Neville's voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could see his knuckles whitening around his fork. After everything he's done. He wants to turn me. Or figure out how to destroy me. Probably both. Harry retrieved the letter and tucked it into his robes. The question is whether I can learn more from him than he learns from me. You're not actually considering it. I'm considering everything. Harry's voice was calm. Malfoy's been playing this game for decades. He knows things, about the Ministry, about pure-blood politics, about how power actually works. If I refuse to meet him, I learn nothing. If I meet him, I might learn something useful. Hermione had been listening from a few seats down. She moved closer, her expression troubled. Harry, this is the man who's trying to take your newspaper. Who probably had connections to you-know-who during the war. You can't just, I'm not going to trust him. I'm not going to agree to anything. I'm going to listen. Harry met her eyes. The Prophet has files on Malfoy going back years. Business dealings, political maneuvering, rumors that were never quite substantiated. I know what he's done. But I don't know how he thinks. This is a chance to find out. And if it's a trap, then I'll learn something from that too. Saturday arrived with a cold wind that stripped the last leaves from the trees and sent them swirling across the grounds like brown confetti. Harry watched from the window of the second-floor corridor as a sleek black carriage descended from the sky, drawn by creatures that seemed to be made of shadow and starlight. Lucius Malfoy emerged with the practiced grace of a man who expected to be watched. He was dressed in robes of deepest black, his silver blonde hair immaculate, his walking stick, topped with a snake's head that Harry suspected concealed a wand, clicking against the stone path as he approached the castle. Professor McGonagall met him at the entrance. Harry couldn't hear their conversation, but he could read the tension in McGonagall's posture, the careful distance she maintained. She didn't like Malfoy. She didn't trust him. But she was bound by courtesy and politics to treat him as an honored guest. The governor's meeting lasted 2 hours. Harry used the time to review his notes, everything the Prophet had on Malfoy organized by date and category. Business dealings. Political contributions. Social connections. And, carefully separated from the rest, the rumors that had never been proven. Death Eater involvement during the First War. The Imperius defense that had kept him out of Azkaban. Whispers about dark artifacts, about blackmail, about enemies who had disappeared or suffered mysterious reversals of fortune. Nothing concrete. Nothing publishable. But patterns, if you knew how to look for them. At noon, a house elf appeared in the common room, a small creature with enormous eyes and a pillowcase stamped with the Hogwarts crest. Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Mr. Lucius Malfoy is waiting in the small conference room on the 3rd floor. He is asking if you is still wanting to meet. Harry stood, straightening his robes. Tell him I'll be there in 5 minutes. The house elf vanished with a crack. Harry. Neville had been pretending to read by the fire, but his book was upside down. Are you sure about this? No. Harry checked his wand, holly and phoenix feather, tucked into his sleeve where it could be drawn quickly. But I'm going anyway. The small conference room was exactly that, small, intimate, designed for private conversations rather than formal meetings. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the walls. 2 chairs faced each other across a low table, and in one of them sat Lucius Malfoy. He looked different up close. The hearing had been conducted at a distance, across a crowded chamber. Here, in this quiet room, Harry could see the details, the fine lines around his eyes, the slight thinning of his hair at the temples, the way his fingers never quite stopped moving, drumming against the arm of his chair in patterns that might have been nervous habit or might have been some kind of code. Mr. Potter. Malfoy rose as Harry entered, extending his hand with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Harry shook the offered hand, noting the cool strength of the grip, the way Malfoy held on just a fraction of a second too long. A dominance display, subtle but deliberate. You invited me, Harry said, taking the other chair. I was curious what you wanted to say. Direct. I appreciate that. Malfoy settled back into his seat, crossing his legs with casual elegance. Most people in your position would have refused to meet, or sent representatives, or demanded neutral territory. You came alone. Should I have brought someone? That depends on whether you trust yourself. Malfoy's smile widened slightly. I suspect you do. You've demonstrated a certain self-possession that's unusual in someone your age. In someone any age, really. You're flattering me. I'm observing. Malfoy steepled his fingers. You walked into the Wizengamot and outmaneuvered the Minister for Magic. You've turned a failing newspaper into something approaching relevance. You've made allies among people who should have been your enemies, and enemies among people who might have been useful to you. These are not the actions of a naive child. They're the actions of someone who doesn't like being controlled. Ah! Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, recognition, perhaps, or appreciation. And you believe I'm trying to control you? You're trying to acquire the profit. Either through legal mechanisms or through me. If you can't own the paper, you want to own its owner. Crude, but not inaccurate. Malfoy leaned forward slightly. Let me be direct with you, Mr. Potter. The Daily Prophet is the most powerful instrument in magical Britain. More powerful than the ministry. In some ways, ministers come and go, but the prophet shapes how people think, what they believe, what they fear. Whoever controls that instrument controls the narrative. And whoever controls the narrative controls reality. I know. Do you? Malfoy's voice sharpened. Do you understand what you've stumbled into? The prophet isn't just a business, it's a weapon. A weapon that's been pointed at various targets for decades, depending on who held the trigger. The ministry used it to maintain order during the war. Certain families used it to protect their interests afterward. And now you, an 11-year-old orphan with no political experience and no understanding of the forces arrayed against you, you've picked up this weapon and started waving it around like a toy. I've been careful about what I've published. You've been lucky. Malfoy's voice was cold now, all pretense of warmth gone. The Sirius Black article, do you have any idea what you've done? You've called into question the entire post-war legal framework. You've implied that innocent people might be rotting in Azkaban while guilty ones walk free. You've given ammunition to every conspiracy theorist and malcontent in Britain. I've told the truth. The truth. Malfoy laughed, a harsh sound without humor. The truth is whatever people believe. The truth is whatever the strongest voice says it is. Your truth about Sirius Black, even if it's accurate, which I'm not conceding, is going to cause chaos. Political chaos, social chaos, possibly violence. People are going to demand investigations, retrials, accountability. They're going to look at every Death Eater trial and wonder if the wrong person was convicted. Harry met his eyes steadily. Good. The single word hung in the air between them. Good. Malfoy repeated. If innocent people were imprisoned without trial, that should be investigated. If guilty people escaped justice, that should be corrected. You're right, it will cause chaos. But the alternative is pretending the system works when it doesn't. And I won't do that. Malfoy was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, softer, more thoughtful, as though he was genuinely reconsidering something. You believe that? You actually believe it? Yes. How remarkable. Malfoy uncrossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, studying Harry with new interest. I came here expecting to negotiate with a clever child. Instead, I find myself facing a true believer. An idealist. Is that supposed to be an insult? It's supposed to be a warning. Malfoy's voice was almost gentle. Idealists don't survive in this world, Mr. Potter. They burn brightly and then they burn out. Your parents were idealists, look where it got them. Harry felt something cold twist in his chest, but he kept his expression neutral. My parents were murdered by Voldemort. That's not the same as being destroyed by idealism. Isn't it? Malfoy didn't flinch at the name, which was interesting. They joined the Order of the Phoenix because they believed in something. They fought against forces they couldn't defeat because principles mattered more to them than survival. They trusted the wrong people with the wrong information, and they died for it. He paused. Idealism killed your parents, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord was merely the instrument. You're trying to manipulate me. I'm trying to educate you. Malfoy's voice sharpened again. The world doesn't reward good intentions. It rewards power, leverage, strategic thinking. You have all of those things, potentially. But you're wasting them on crusades that will ultimately accomplish nothing except making powerful enemies. Like you. I'm already your enemy. That was decided the moment you refused my first approach. Malfoy spread his hands. But enemies can become allies, under the right circumstances. And allies can become very profitable indeed. What are you proposing? Malfoy smiled, a real smile this time, predatory but genuine. I'm proposing a partnership. Not friendship, we're well past that possibility. But a working arrangement based on mutual interest. What kind of arrangement? I have influence. Political connections, financial resources, access to information you can't get anywhere else. I can protect you from the Ministry's legal attacks. I can introduce you to people who could become powerful allies. I can teach you how this world really works. And in return, editorial consideration. Not control, I'm not naive enough to ask for that. But consultation. A seat at the table when major stories are being developed. The opportunity to present my perspective before the prophet takes positions that affect my interests. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing. The offer was more sophisticated than he'd expected, not a demand for control, but a request for influence. A partnership of sorts, where Malfoy would gain access to the prophet's power while Harry would gain access to Malfoy's. It was, he had to admit, tempting. Not because he trusted Malfoy, he absolutely didn't, but because it would solve problems. The Ministry's legal attacks would fade. The financial pressure would ease. He could focus on building the paper rather than defending it. And all it would cost was his independence. Let me counter-propose, Harry said finally. Malfoy's eyebrows rose. By all means. You want access to the prophet. I want access to you. So let's make a trade, but not the one you're suggesting. I'm listening. Give me an interview. A real interview, on the record, for publication. Tell the prophet's readers who Lucius Malfoy really is. Your background, your beliefs, your vision for magical Britain. Let me ask whatever questions I want, and answer them honestly. Malfoy's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. That's an unusual request. Is it? You said you want editorial consideration. Influence over how you're portrayed. What better way to influence your portrayal than to speak directly to the readers? Harry kept his voice casual. The prophet will run a feature profile. We'll include your perspective, your arguments, your justifications. Complete access. And in return? Nothing. No editorial control, no consultation rights, no partnership. Just the interview. That's not a counter-proposal. That's a refusal dressed up as an opportunity. It's a test. Harry met Malfoy's eyes. You want me to trust you. You want me to believe we can work together. Prove it. Show me that Lucius Malfoy can withstand honest scrutiny. Let me write about you without restrictions, and we'll see what kind of coverage you actually deserve. The silence stretched. Harry could see Malfoy calculating, weighing risks and benefits, trying to find the trap. You want to destroy me, Malfoy said slowly. You want to use my own words against me. I want to tell the truth about you. If the truth destroys you, that's not my fault. And if the truth is more complicated than you expect? Then I'll write a complicated story. Malfoy laughed, a genuine laugh this time, surprised and almost admiring. You're either very brave or very stupid, Mr. Potter. I haven't decided which. Neither have I. Very well. Malfoy stood, extending his hand again. You have your interview. 2 hours, on the record, any questions you want to ask. I'll answer honestly, or at least as honestly as I answer anything. Harry shook his hand. When? I'll send an owl with dates. Somewhere neutral, not Hogwarts, not my home. We'll make it a proper journalistic exercise. Malfoy's smile was thin but real. I look forward to seeing what you do with it. I suspect it will be educational for both of us. He swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone with the crackling fire and the growing suspicion that he'd just made either a brilliant move or a terrible mistake. The interview took place 2 weeks later, in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron. Tom the barkeep had been well compensated for his discretion, and the usual pub noise faded to a murmur behind silencing charms. Harry had prepared obsessively. He'd reviewed every document in the Prophet's archives, every rumor and speculation, every public statement Malfoy had ever made. He'd consulted with Augusta Longbottom about pureblood politics, with Cuff about interview technique, with Hermione about research methodology. He'd also taken a precaution that Malfoy didn't know about. Tucked into his pocket was a small crystal vial, purchased through careful channels, containing 3 drops of Veritaserum. Not enough to use on Malfoy, that would be illegal and probably detectable, but enough to establish a baseline of truth against which to measure his subjects' answers. The interview began with softballs. Family history, education, early career. Malfoy was smooth, polished, presenting a narrative of privilege tempered by responsibility. My family has served magical Britain for centuries, he said. We've held positions of power because we've earned them, through wisdom, through contribution, through an understanding of what our society needs to thrive. And what does it need? Stability. Tradition. A respect for the values that have sustained us through dark times and light. Malfoy's voice was measured, clearly rehearsed. The magical world is fragile, Mr. Potter. We're a small community surrounded by a much larger one that would destroy us if it could. Our survival depends on maintaining the structures that protect us. Structures like blood purity. A slight pause. Blood is one factor among many. But yes, magical bloodlines carry knowledge, culture, traditions that would be lost if we simply diluted them into the larger population. Some would call that prejudice. Some would call it preservation. Malfoy's voice sharpened slightly. The Muggle world has spent centuries persecuting our kind. They burned us at the stake, drowned us in rivers, imprisoned us in dungeons. And now we're supposed to welcome their children into our schools, our institutions, our bloodlines. Forgive me if I'm skeptical. Harry made a note. Let's talk about the First War. Must we? You were acquitted of Death Eater involvement on the grounds that you were acting under the Imperius curse. Is that accurate? That was the court's finding, yes. But was it true? The question hung in the air. Malfoy's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. You're asking me to incriminate myself. I'm asking you to tell your story. You agreed to answer honestly. Another pause. When Malfoy spoke again, his voice was different, quieter, more contemplative. The war was complicated. People made choices under circumstances that are difficult to explain to those who weren't there. Fear, pressure, the need to protect one's family. The Imperius curse is a convenient explanation because it captures something true, that none of us were entirely free, during those years. That we were all being controlled by forces we couldn't resist. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I can give. Malfoy's eyes met Harry's. I survived. My family survived. Whatever I did or didn't do, I made choices that kept the people I loved alive. Can you honestly say you would have done differently? Harry considered the question. He thought about the Dursleys, about the choices he'd made to survive their household. About the compromises, the silences, the moments when he'd swallowed his pride and played the role they expected. Maybe not, he admitted. But I wouldn't pretend I was innocent. I've never claimed innocence. I've claimed that the legal process found no evidence of willing participation. Malfoy's voice was dry. Those are different things. They moved on. Business dealings, some legitimate, some that existed in gray areas. Political contributions, carefully legal, strategically deployed. The Board of Governors, influence over Hogwarts exercised through proper channels. And then Harry asked the question he'd been building toward. Let's talk about my parents. Malfoy's expression froze, just for a moment. I didn't know them personally. But you knew of them. They were members of the Order of the Phoenix. They opposed everything you claimed to believe in. They were on the other side of a war. That's different from opposing my beliefs. Is it? Your parents were idealists, as I said. They believed in a cause and they died for it. I can respect that, even if I disagreed with their conclusions. Malfoy's voice was careful. But I didn't kill them, Mr. Potter. I wasn't involved in their deaths. Whatever grievances you have with me, that isn't one of them. And Peter Pettigrew? The name landed like a stone in still water. Malfoy's expression flickered, something that might have been surprise, or might have been something else entirely. What about him? He was awarded an Order of Merlin after his supposed death. He was praised as a hero who died confronting Sirius Black. But the Prophet's investigation suggests there was never any body found. Never any real confirmation that he died at all. I'm aware of your investigation. Do you know what happened to him? The real story, not the official version. Malfoy was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. If I knew something about Peter Pettigrew, it would be dangerous knowledge. The kind of knowledge that could get people killed. People like who? People like you, Mr. Potter. People like me. People who ask questions that powerful forces would prefer remained unasked. Harry's heart was beating faster, but he kept his voice steady. Are you saying you know something? I'm saying that some truths are buried for a reason. And that digging them up can have consequences that extend far beyond a newspaper article. Malfoy stood abruptly. I think we're done here. We're not. You agreed to 2 hours, and I'm exercising my right to end the interview early. Malfoy's composure had cracked slightly. Harry could see something beneath it, something that looked almost like fear. Print what you have, Mr. Potter. Draw whatever conclusions you like. But I would advise you to be very careful about pursuing the Pettigrew angle. Very careful indeed. Why? Malfoy was already at the door. He paused, his hand on the handle, and looked back at Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. Because Peter Pettigrew isn't dead. And the people who've been hiding him for 10 years are not the sort who appreciate exposure. He left. Harry sat alone in the private room, his notes scattered across the table, his mind racing. Peter Pettigrew isn't dead. If that was true, if Pettigrew was alive, had been alive all along, then everything changed. The story of that night, the betrayal, the deaths. Sirius Black, rotting in Azkaban for a crime he might not have committed. His parents, betrayed by a man who was still out there somewhere. Hiding. Protected. Harry gathered his notes with trembling hands. He had a story to write. The article ran 3 days later. Not on the front page, Harry had learned something about timing and positioning, but in the Sunday features section, where it would be read by the people who paid attention to serious journalism. Lucius Malfoy, The Power Behind the Throne, an exclusive interview by Harry Potter. The piece was carefully constructed. It included Malfoy's own words, his justifications and explanations, his carefully crafted narrative of principled pragmatism. It also included context, the business dealings, the political connections, the pattern of influence that stretched across decades of magical British history. It wasn't a hit piece. It was something more dangerous, an honest portrait. The article showed Lucius Malfoy as he truly was, intelligent, sophisticated, ruthless, and utterly convinced of his own righteousness. It let him make his arguments and then quietly undermine them with facts. It presented his version of events and then noted where that version diverged from documented reality. And it ended with a question. When asked about Peter Pettigrew, the man whose supposed death led to Sirius Black's imprisonment, Malfoy declined to elaborate. But his response suggested that the official story of that night may be even more incomplete than previously suspected. What does Lucius Malfoy know about Peter Pettigrew? And why, after all these years, is he still afraid to tell the truth? The reaction was immediate. The Malfoy family released a statement calling the article sensationalist garbage and threatening legal action. The ministry issued a terse press release noting that the Pettigrew case was closed and not subject to public speculation. Rita Skeeter, writing for a minor competitor, published a scathing attack on child journalists playing at grown-up games. But the readers noticed something else. Letters poured into the Prophet, hundreds of them, then thousands. People who had lost family members during the war and wondered if the right people had been punished. People who had known Sirius Black and never believed he was guilty. People who had questions that had never been answered, suspicions that had never been addressed. The story had struck a nerve. "You've done it now," Cuff said, reading through the correspondence. "The ministry's going to come down on us like a ton of bricks. Let them." Harry was sorting letters into categories: support, opposition, leads worth following. This is exactly what the Prophet is supposed to do. Ask questions. Challenge official narratives. Make people think. And if they shut us down? They can't shut us down. The legal framework doesn't allow it. Harry looked up. But even if they could, even if publishing this story meant losing everything, it would still be the right thing to do. Because the truth matters. And someone has to tell it. Cuff was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from him. "Your father would have said the same thing. Word for word. You knew him. We were at school together. Different years, different houses, but everyone knew James Potter." Cuff's expression was thoughtful. He was brilliant, reckless, absolutely convinced that he could change the world if he just pushed hard enough. Drove the teachers mad. Made enemies everywhere he went. He paused. Made the world better, too. In his own way. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd spent so long thinking of his parents as abstractions, the sacrifice that saved him, the ghosts that haunted his story, that hearing them described as real people felt almost shocking. "Tell me about him," he said. "Someday. When there's time." "Someday," Cuff agreed. "But for now, we've got a newspaper to run. And I believe you have a Transfiguration essay due tomorrow." Harry groaned. In all the excitement, he'd forgotten about homework entirely. Being a media mogul, it turned out, didn't excuse you from academic obligations. The fallout from the article continued for weeks. Draco Malfoy stopped speaking to Harry entirely, which was actually a relief. The sneers and provocations had been replaced by a cold silence that felt almost worse, the recognition that this was no longer a schoolyard rivalry but something real and dangerous. More concerning was the response from Lucius himself. No more letters, no more offers of partnership. Just silence, and the occasional glimpse of a name in the Prophet's business section: Malfoy investments moving, Malfoy allies repositioning, Malfoy influence being quietly applied in ways that were difficult to trace. "He's planning something," Augusta Longbottom said during one of their regular meetings. "Lucius doesn't retreat, he repositions. Whatever he's doing, it's not surrender. I know. Harry was reviewing financial reports, looking for patterns. He's been buying up profit suppliers. Paper, ink, owl services. Not enough to control them, but enough to cause problems if he decides to apply pressure. An economic siege. Exactly. He can't take the profit by force, so he's going to try to strangle it. Harry set down the reports. I need alternatives. Independent suppliers, different distribution channels. Ways to publish even if Malfoy cuts off the traditional routes. That will be expensive. I know. But it's better than being vulnerable. Augusta studied him for a long moment. You're learning fast. Faster than I expected. I have good teachers. And good instincts. She pulled a folder from her bag. I've brought something that might help. Information about Malfoy's financial structure, the shell companies, the hidden investments, the leverage points he'd prefer to keep private. Harry took the folder. How did you get this? I have my sources. Let's leave it at that. Augusta's expression was sharp. Use it wisely. This kind of information is a weapon, it can destroy your enemies, but it can also destroy you if you're not careful. I understand. Do you? She leaned forward. Lucius Malfoy has been playing these games for decades. He's survived wars, purges, political upheavals. He's ruthless, patient, and absolutely without conscience when his interests are threatened. If you go to war with him, really go to war, you need to be prepared for what that means. I'm already at war with him. Have been since the hearing. No. You've been skirmishing. Trading blows, testing each other's defenses. Augusta's voice was grave. War means total commitment. It means using every weapon at your disposal, accepting every cost, burning bridges you can never rebuild. It means becoming someone who can do things the old Harry Potter would never have contemplated. Harry thought about that. About the boy who had arrived at Gringotts 3 months ago, overwhelmed and uncertain. About the person he was becoming, harder, more calculating, more willing to use people and information as tools. Maybe I already have, he said quietly. Perhaps. Augusta stood. Just remember why you're fighting. It's easy to lose yourself in the game. To start valuing winning more than what you were trying to win. I won't forget. See that you don't. She paused at the door. And Harry, whatever happens with Malfoy, don't forget that you're still a child. Still learning. Still growing. The person you become in this fight will be the person you are for the rest of your life. Make sure it's someone you can live with. She left him alone with the folder and the weight of her warning. The next attack came from an unexpected direction. Harry was in potions, enduring another session of Snape's barely concealed hostility, when a first-year Slytherin slipped a note under his cauldron. He palmed it without looking, waiting until Snape's back was turned to read it. 3rd floor corridor. Tonight. Midnight. Come alone if you want to know the truth about Quirrell. No signature. No identifying marks. Just the message, written in handwriting he didn't recognize. Harry's first instinct was to ignore it. Obvious trap, probably set by someone who wanted him caught out of bed after curfew. Detention at best, expulsion at worst. But the name gave him pause. Professor Quirrell. Harry had been watching Quirrell since the start of term, though he'd never been entirely sure why. There was something wrong with the defense professor, something beyond the nervous stutter and the ridiculous turban. The way he avoided Harry's eyes. The way he seemed to be hiding something beneath his carefully constructed facade of incompetence. And the Malfoy article had changed things. If Lucius knew something about Pettigrew, if there were secrets being kept, conspiracies being maintained, then Quirrell might be part of it. Might be a thread worth pulling. He showed the note to Neville after class. It's obviously a trap, Neville said. Obviously. So you're not going. I didn't say that. Neville stared at him. Harry, you can't be serious. The third-floor corridor is forbidden, Dumbledore said so at the feast. There's something dangerous up there. I know. A three-headed dog, according to the Weasley twins. They've been there. Harry tucked the note away. Something's being hidden in this castle. Something important enough to guard with lethal force. And someone wants me to find out what. Why would they want that? I don't know. That's what I need to figure out. Harry paused. I'm not going to walk into an obvious trap. But I'm not going to ignore it either. What does that mean? It means I'm going to find out what's on the third floor. Just not the way whoever wrote this note expects. The Weasley twins were surprisingly cooperative once Harry explained what he wanted. The third-floor corridor. Fred, or possibly George, rubbed his hands together with obvious delight. Finally, someone with proper priorities. We've been dying to know what's up there, added the other twin. Dumbledore's warning just made it more tempting, you know. I need information, not an adventure, Harry said. The layout, the guards, the best route in and out. And I need it without anyone knowing I asked. We can do that. The first twin produced a folded piece of parchment from his robes. This, Harry Potter, is the secret to our success. A blank piece of parchment. Watch and learn. The twin tapped the parchment with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Ink spread across the surface like spilled water, forming lines and words and labels. Harry watched, fascinated, as a detailed map of Hogwarts took shape, every corridor, every classroom, every secret passage. And moving through it, tiny labeled dots representing every person in the castle. The Marauder's map, the second twin said proudly. We nicked it from Filch's office years ago. Shows everything, including the third-floor corridor. Harry studied the map, locating the forbidden area. A single corridor, heavily warded according to the magical indicators. And at the end of it, a room labeled simply, Fluffy. That's the dog, the first twin explained. 3 heads, teeth like swords, breath that could knock out a troll. We've seen it through the door. What's it guarding? No idea. There's a trapdoor under its feet, but we've never gotten past the beast. The twin shrugged. Whatever's down there, someone really doesn't want it found. Harry memorized the layout, the patrol routes, the timing of the guard changes. Then he handed the map back. Can I borrow this tonight? The twins exchanged glances. We don't usually lend it out. I'll owe you a favor. A big one. Now that's interesting. The first twin smiled. The boy who lived, owing us a favor. That could come in very handy. You have my word. Done. The map was pressed into his hands. Just remember, mischief managed clears it. And if you get caught, we've never met. He didn't go to the third floor. Instead, Harry went to Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was hidden behind a gargoyle that required a password to enter. Harry didn't have the password, but he didn't need it, he simply waited outside until Dumbledore emerged, apparently heading somewhere. Mr. Potter. The old wizard's eyebrows rose. An unexpected visitor at this hour. I need to speak with you, sir. It's important. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, those blue eyes piercing and thoughtful. Then he nodded. Very well. Come in. The office was exactly what Harry had expected, cluttered, eccentric, filled with strange instruments and stranger artifacts. A phoenix perched on a stand by the window, watching Harry with intelligent eyes. Tea? Dumbledore asked, settling behind his desk. No, thank you. Harry remained standing. Sir, someone left me a note tonight. Asking me to go to the third-floor corridor at midnight. They said they had information about Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. "May I see the note?" Harry handed it over. Dumbledore examined it carefully, holding it up to the light, passing his wand over it with murmured incantations. "Interesting," he said finally. "The handwriting is disguised, but the enchantment used to conceal it is distinctive. I believe I recognize the style." "Who?" "That, I cannot say." "Not yet." Dumbledore set the note aside. "You were wise to come to me rather than investigate alone. The third-floor corridor is dangerous, more dangerous than you know." "What's up there, sir?" "What's being guarded?" "Something very valuable. Something that certain parties would very much like to acquire." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "I cannot tell you more than that. The fewer who know the details, the safer everyone will be." "Including me?" "Especially you, Harry." Dumbledore leaned forward. "There are forces at work in this castle that you don't yet understand. Forces that have been watching you since you arrived, waiting for you to make a mistake. Coming to me tonight, that was the right choice. But someone wanted me to go there. Wanted me to discover whatever's being hidden." "Yes. The question is why?" Dumbledore's expression was grave. "Whoever left this note knew you would be tempted. They know something about you, about your curiosity, your willingness to take risks. They tried to use it against you." Harry thought about Malfoy, about Quirrell, about all the threads he'd been pulling. "Is it connected to Voldemort?" The name landed like a thunderclap. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, concern, something that might have been pride. "You use his name. Should I not?" "Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself." "It is refreshing to hear someone speak it plainly." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Yes, Harry. What is hidden on the third floor is connected to Voldemort. Or rather, it is something he would very much like to possess. And there are those who would deliver it to him, if they could. Quirrell. Professor Quirrell is not what he seems. But I cannot act against him without evidence. And I cannot explain more without putting others at risk." Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. "I have been watching, Harry. Watching and waiting. The pieces are moving into position for something significant, and I need to understand the full picture before I intervene." "That's not very reassuring." "No. I suppose it isn't." Dumbledore turned back to face him. "But I promise you this, when the time comes to act, I will act. And until then, I will do everything in my power to keep you and the other students safe." Harry wanted to argue, to demand more information, to insist on being included in whatever was happening. But something in Dumbledore's expression stopped him. The old wizard looked tired. More than tired, worn, burdened by something Harry couldn't see. Whatever was happening in this castle, it weighed on him heavily. "Is there anything I can do?" Harry asked. "Yes." Dumbledore's smile was gentle but sad. "Be careful. Trust your instincts. And remember that you are not alone, even when it feels like you are." Harry nodded. It wasn't enough, it wasn't nearly enough, but it was all he was going to get. He left the office with more questions than answers, and the unsettling feeling that the game he was playing was larger than he'd ever imagined. The article about Malfoy continued to generate response. Letters poured in, some supportive, some hostile, all passionate. The ministry issued statements, then counter-statements, then statements about the counter-statements. Malfoy's lawyers sent threatening letters that the prophet's lawyers responded to with carefully worded defiance. Through it all, Harry kept working. He wrote follow-up pieces about the First War, using Augusta's information and his own research. He interviewed survivors, collected testimonies, built a picture of those years that was more complicated than the simple narrative of heroes and villains. He wrote about Azkaban, about the prisoners who had been sent there and the families they'd left behind. He wrote about the Longbottoms, with Neville's blessing and Augusta's cooperation, a profile that was devastating in its restraint, letting the facts speak for themselves. And quietly, carefully, he continued investigating Peter Pettigrew. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Remus Lupin had been a friend of his father's. Harry found references to him in Old Order of the Phoenix records, mentioned alongside James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. The four of them had been inseparable at school, apparently, a group that called themselves the Marauders. Lupin was still alive. Living in poverty, struggling with what appeared to be a chronic illness, but alive and willing to talk. The interview was conducted by Owl. Lupin was too ill to travel, and Harry couldn't leave Hogwarts without raising suspicions. But the correspondence was illuminating. Peter was always the weakest of us, Lupin wrote. Not in a bad way, just the one who needed protecting rather than the one who did the protecting. We never imagined he could betray anyone. We never imagined he had it in him. But looking back, I wonder. He was always afraid. Always looking for the strongest person to hide behind. When the war got bad, when the Dark Lord was winning, Peter started to change. Became secretive, nervous, prone to disappearing for days at a time. We thought it was fear. We thought he was just struggling to cope. We never considered that he might have found a new protector. A stronger one. Harry read the letter 3 times, feeling pieces click into place. Peter Pettigrew, the weakest link. The one who had access to the Potter's location. The one whose body had never been found. He's not dead, Malfoy had said. And the people who've been hiding him for 10 years are not the sort who appreciate exposure. Who would hide Peter Pettigrew? Who would have the resources, the motivation, the reach? The answer, when it came, was obvious. Death Eaters. The remaining faithful, the ones who had escaped justice or bought their way out. The ones who were waiting, planning, preparing for their master's return. Voldemort wasn't dead, everyone who knew anything about magic seemed to agree on that. He was weakened, diminished, hiding somewhere in the shadows. But his followers were still out there. And they would need a way to bring him back. Something valuable. Something Voldemort would very much like to possess. The 3rd floor corridor. Fluffy. The trapdoor. It was all connected. Harry could feel it, the threads weaving together into a pattern he could almost see. But he couldn't prove it. Not yet. Not without more information, more evidence, more pieces of the puzzle. He kept digging. The strange man appeared 3 days before Christmas break. Harry was walking from the library to Gryffindor Tower, arms full of books, mind full of theories, when he turned a corner and found his path blocked. The man was tall and thin, dressed in robes of unremarkable gray that seemed designed to avoid attention. His face was forgettable, average features, average coloring, the kind of face you'd see once and never remember. But his eyes were sharp, focused, evaluating Harry with an intensity that raised immediate alarm. Mr. Potter. His voice was soft, almost apologetic. I wonder if I might have a word. Harry's hand moved toward his wand. Who are you? No one important. Just a interested party. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. You've been asking questions, Mr. Potter. Digging into matters that some people would prefer remained buried. I've been sent to offer you some advice. And what advice would that be? Stop. The single word hung in the air between them. Stop investigating Peter Pettigrew. Stop publishing articles about the First War. Stop asking questions about what happened the night your parents died. The man's voice was still soft, still apologetic. The people I represent have been very patient with you. They understand that you're young, curious, driven by understandable motivations. But patience has limits. Are you threatening me? I'm advising you. There's a difference. The man tilted his head slightly. The questions you're asking lead to dangerous places. Places where people disappear. Places where accidents happen. You have a promising future, Mr. Potter. It would be a shame to see it cut short. Harry's heart was pounding, but he kept his voice steady. Who sent you? As I said, no one important. The man was already stepping back, fading into the shadows of the corridor. Consider this a warning, offered in good faith. There won't be another. He was gone before Harry could respond, vanishing around a corner that Harry knew led to a dead end. When he followed, the corridor was empty. He stood there for a long moment, breathing hard, the books forgotten in his arms. There won't be another. The same words, the same phrasing, as the letter that had dissolved into ash on his first night at the Dursleys. The same message, delivered by a different messenger. Someone was watching him. Someone powerful, organized, patient. And they were starting to run out of patience. Harry gathered his books and walked the rest of the way to Gryffindor Tower in silence. He wasn't going to stop. Whatever these people were hiding, whatever they'd done to his parents, he was going to find it. He was going to expose it. But he was going to be more careful. More strategic. More aware of the eyes watching from the shadows. The game was changing. And Harry intended to change with it. Christmas arrived with snow that buried Hogwarts in white silence. Harry stayed at the castle, returning to the Dursleys held no appeal, and there was work to be done. Ron had gone home to his family, but Neville stayed too, claiming his grandmother wanted him to focus on studies during the break. She actually wants me to spy on you, Neville admitted on Christmas morning, sitting by the fire in the nearly empty common room. Find out what you're planning. Report back on anything suspicious. And are you going to? I'm going to tell her you spent Christmas doing homework and complaining about the food. Neville's smile was small but real. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Thank you. You're welcome. Neville was quiet for a moment. Harry, be careful. With all of this. My Gran says you're playing with forces that could destroy you. She says even she's worried, and she's not afraid of anyone. I know the risks. Do you? Neville met his eyes. My parents knew the risks too. They fought anyway, because they believed in what they were doing. And look where it got them. Harry didn't have an answer for that. Neville was right, courage and conviction weren't armor against consequences. His parents had died for their beliefs. The Longbottoms had been broken for theirs. But what was the alternative? Surrender? Silence? Letting the people who had murdered his parents, who had hidden their accomplices for a decade, who were even now planning God knew what, letting them win because fighting was dangerous. He couldn't accept that. Wouldn't accept it. I'll be careful, he said finally. I promise. Neville nodded. It wasn't enough. They both knew it wasn't enough, but it was all either of them could offer. They spent Christmas Day playing chess, eating too much, and not talking about the war that was slowly brewing around them. It was, Harry thought, the best Christmas he'd ever had. The Prophet's New Year's Day edition contained a special feature. The truth about the First War, a year-long investigation begins. It was Harry's most ambitious project yet. A commitment to publishing monthly reports on the First War, examining what had really happened and why the official narratives couldn't be trusted. The first installment focused on the trials of accused Death Eaters, documenting the inconsistencies and irregularities that even a cursory investigation revealed. The response was exactly what Harry expected. Ministry outrage. Malfoy denunciation. Legal threats from a dozen different directions. But also support. Letters from readers who had been waiting for someone to ask these questions. Journalists from other publications requesting interviews. Academics offering assistance with research. The truth, it turned out, had an audience. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, watching the owls stream in through the window, carrying correspondence from across Britain and beyond. He thought about the man in grey, and the warning that had been delivered. He thought about Dumbledore, watching and waiting, playing games Harry couldn't see. He thought about Malfoy, repositioning, planning, preparing his next move. And he thought about Peter Pettigrew, alive somewhere, hiding, protected by forces that had killed once and would kill again. The game was far from over. The real battles were still to come. But for now, in this moment, surrounded by letters from people who believed in what he was doing, Harry allowed himself to hope that he might actually win. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Collateral Damage. The owl arrived during breakfast on a grey February morning, carrying a letter that would change everything. Harry recognized the ministry seal before he even touched the envelope, that pretentious wax stamp they used for official correspondence. But this wasn't from Fudge's office or the Wisengamot. The return address listed the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Auror Division. He opened it carefully, aware of Neville watching from across the table. Mr. Potter, I am writing to inform you that the Daily Prophet's recent coverage of ministry affairs has had consequences you may not have anticipated. Yesterday evening, Marcus Pemberton, Deputy Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, was found dead in his home. The official cause of death is being listed as suicide, though the circumstances are under investigation. Mr. Pemberton was featured prominently in your January 15 article regarding irregularities in post-war diplomatic appointments. The article implied, though did not directly state, that he had received his position through bribery and family connections rather than merit. I am not writing to accuse you of wrongdoing. The article was factually accurate, and Mr. Pemberton's connections were indeed questionable. However, I believe you should know that his family, including his wife and 3 children, are now facing both grief and public scandal. Journalism has consequences, Mr. Potter. I hope you will consider this as you continue your investigations. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read the letter 3 times. His breakfast sat untouched, growing cold. Marcus Pemberton. He remembered the name, remembered writing about him. A minor figure in a larger story about how the post-war ministry had distributed positions to allies and supporters rather than qualified candidates. Pemberton had been one example among many, a man whose family had donated generously to Fudge's campaign and who had subsequently received a senior position for which he had no relevant experience. The article hadn't been personal. Harry hadn't set out to destroy Marcus Pemberton specifically. He'd been documenting a pattern, showing how the system worked. But Pemberton was dead. And his family was grieving. And Harry's article had been part of what pushed him over the edge. Harry? Neville's voice seemed to come from very far away. What's wrong? Harry handed him the letter without speaking. He watched Neville's face change as he read, confusion becoming understanding, becoming something that looked like the expression Harry felt on his own face. That sick, hollow feeling when you realized your actions had consequences you never intended. Harry, this isn't your fault. Isn't it? You reported the truth. You didn't tell him to. Neville stopped, unable to say the word. I exposed him. Publicly. In front of everyone he knew. Harry's voice was flat. I didn't think about what that would do to him. I just thought about the story. The story was important. The corruption, his children don't care about corruption. Harry stood abruptly, nearly knocking over his goblet. They care that their father is dead. That's what I gave them. That's what my journalism accomplished. He left the great hall before Neville could respond, walking without direction, letting his feet carry him through corridors he barely saw. Marcus Pemberton had been corrupt. Harry was certain of that, the documentation was clear, the pattern undeniable. He'd taken a position he didn't deserve, probably did a poor job at it, benefited from a system that rewarded connections over competence. But he'd also been a person. A husband. A father. Someone who'd made mistakes and was now dead because those mistakes had been exposed. Journalism has consequences. Harry found himself at the entrance to the Ollery, climbing the stairs without conscious decision. The space was cold and smelled of birds, but it was empty of people, which was what he needed. He sat on a frozen windowsill and stared out at the grey sky and tried to understand what he was feeling. Cuff's response arrived that afternoon. Harry, I heard about Pemberton. I should have warned you this might happen. It's happened before, with other stories, other subjects. Sometimes people can't handle exposure. You're probably feeling responsible. That's natural. It's also, to some extent, correct. Our work has power, and power always has costs. But consider this, Pemberton's corruption was real. The system that enabled it is real. The other people who were hurt by his incompetence, the deals that went wrong, the opportunities that were missed, the qualified candidates who were passed over, their suffering is real too. We can't control how people respond to the truth. We can only control whether we tell it. And if we stop telling it because some people might not survive the telling, then we've surrendered the only weapon that makes any difference. That said, I think you should visit his family. Not to apologize, but to understand. See what your work has done. Let it change you, if it needs to. Then decide whether to keep going. This is the job, Harry. It was never going to be clean. Cuff Harry read the letter twice, then burned it in the common room fire. He understood what Cuff was saying. The logic was sound, individual tragedies couldn't be allowed to prevent systemic accountability. The alternative was letting corruption flourish because confronting it might hurt someone's feelings. But logic didn't make the hollow feeling go away. Didn't make him stop seeing Pemberton's children in his mind, faceless figures he'd never met, grieving a father who'd been publicly humiliated before he died. You're not eating. Hermione had appeared beside him, her expression concerned. She'd been studying in the corner, apparently, and had noticed his distraction. Not hungry. You should eat anyway. You look terrible. She sat down across from him. Neville told me about the letter. About the man who, I don't want to talk about it. That's probably exactly why you should talk about it. Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. Harry, what happened to that man isn't your fault. He made choices, everyone keeps saying that. Harry's voice came out harsher than he intended. He made choices, I just reported them, the truth matters more than individual consequences. I know the arguments. I've been making them myself for months. But I keep thinking about his kids. Harry stared into the fire. 3 of them, according to Bones. I don't know how old they are, what their names are, anything about them. And I ruined their lives. Their father is dead and everyone knows he was corrupt and they have to live with that forever. You didn't kill him. I might as well have. Harry finally looked at her. If I hadn't written that article, he'd still be alive. That's just true. Whatever else is also true, that part is true. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. My parents are dentists. They fix people's teeth, fillings, extractions, that sort of thing. And sometimes, people die. Not because my parents did anything wrong, but because medicine is complicated and bodies are fragile and sometimes things just go wrong. That's not the same. No, it's not. But the feeling is similar, I think. My mum told me once about a patient who had an allergic reaction to anesthesia. A routine procedure, nothing special, and the woman just stopped breathing. They saved her, eventually, but it was close. What does that have to do with, my mum didn't stop being a dentist? Hermione's eyes were serious. She couldn't. Because if she stopped, all the other patients, the ones she could help, the ones she would save, they would suffer. The woman who almost died wasn't her fault, but the people she didn't help because she was too scared to try. Those would be her fault. Harry considered this. The logic was similar to Cuff's, but coming from Hermione, from someone his own age, someone who wasn't already compromised by the business, it hit differently. I don't know if I can keep doing this, he said quietly. Then don't. Stop publishing, stop investigating, go back to being a normal student. Hermione's voice was matter-of-fact. But ask yourself first, if you stop, what happens to all the truths that don't get told? All the corruption that doesn't get exposed? All the people who suffer because no one was brave enough to shine a light? That's not fair. No. It's not. Hermione stood. But nothing about this is fair, Harry. You didn't choose to inherit a newspaper. You didn't choose to have enemies in the ministry. You didn't choose any of this. But it's yours now, and you have to decide what to do with it. She left him alone with the fire and his thoughts. Harry went to St. Mungo's the following Saturday. Getting permission to leave Hogwarts had required creative interpretation of the rules. He'd claimed a medical appointment, which wasn't entirely false. He did need to see someone at the hospital. Just not for himself. The Pemberton family wasn't hard to find. Margaret Pemberton had been admitted for nervous exhaustion following her husband's death, and her children were staying with relatives nearby. A few careful inquiries at the reception desk, a mention of his name that opened doors it shouldn't have, and Harry found himself walking down a quiet corridor toward a private room. He paused outside the door, suddenly uncertain. What was he doing here? What did he think he could accomplish? See what your work has done, Cuff had written. Let it change you, if it needs to. Harry knocked. Come in. The woman in the bed was younger than he'd expected, mid-30s, maybe, with dark hair that had probably been carefully styled before grief and medication had tangled it. She looked up as Harry entered, and her eyes widened. You're Harry Potter. Yes. He stayed near the door, not wanting to intrude more than necessary. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Pemberton. I needed, you wanted to see the damage. Her voice was flat, neither accusatory nor welcoming. See what your article accomplished. Yes. Well. She gestured at herself, at the hospital room, at the empty space where her life used to be. Here it is. My husband is dead. My children are traumatized. Our family name is ruined. Everyone who reads the prophet knows Marcus was corrupt, and now they also know he was too weak to face the consequences. Harry didn't have a response. Anything he said would sound like an excuse or a justification, and she didn't deserve either. Do you know what the worst part is? Margaret's voice cracked slightly. The worst part is that you were right. About everything. Marcus did take bribes. He did get his position through his family's donations. He was corrupt, just like your article said. Mrs. Pemberton, I knew. She was crying now, silently, tears running down her cheeks without any accompanying sobs. I knew what he was doing. I helped him spend the money. I enjoyed the lifestyle, the status, the fancy events. I told myself it didn't matter, that everyone did it, that we weren't really hurting anyone. Harry moved closer, pulled by something he didn't fully understand. He sat in a chair beside her bed, within reach but not touching. I'm sorry, he said. For what my article did to your family. Don't. Her voice was sharp. Don't apologize for telling the truth. That's what I hate most about all of this. You were right. You were completely right. And Marcus couldn't face being exposed, so she broke off, unable to continue. Harry sat in silence, letting her cry, feeling the weight of what he'd done settle more deeply into his bones. Your children, he said finally. How old are they? 9, 7, and 4. Margaret wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Old enough to understand that their father is gone. Too young to understand why. Will they be all right? I don't know. Will any of us be all right? She laughed bitterly. Marcus's family has money, they'll make sure we don't starve. But the scandal, the shame, it follows you. Forever. My children will grow up being the kids whose father killed himself over corruption charges. I'm sorry. You said that already. I know. I don't have anything else to say. Margaret was quiet for a long moment, studying Harry with red-rimmed eyes. Whatever she saw seemed to surprise her. "You're just a child," she said softly. "I keep forgetting that. The boy who lived, the newspaper owner, the crusading journalist, I expected someone older. Someone harder. I'm 11. 11. She shook her head. What kind of world puts an 11-year-old in charge of something that can destroy lives? Harry didn't have an answer for that either. "I should go," he said, standing. "I shouldn't have come. I don't know what I thought I could, wait." Margaret reached out, catching his sleeve. "Why did you come? Really? I wanted to understand." Harry's voice was barely above a whisper. "What I did. What it means. I've been telling myself that the truth matters more than individual consequences. That journalism is worth the cost. But I've never seen the cost up close before. And now that you have. I don't know." He met her eyes. "I really don't know." Margaret released his sleeve. For a moment, something softened in her expression, not forgiveness, exactly, but something adjacent to it. "My husband made his own choices," she said. "He knew the risks, and he took them anyway, and when he got caught, he couldn't face the consequences. That's not your fault. You didn't make him take those bribes. You didn't make him choose death over disgrace. But, let me finish." Her voice was stronger now. "I'm going to hate you for a while. I'm going to blame you, because it's easier than blaming Marcus or myself. But I know, that you didn't do anything wrong. You told the truth. That's supposed to be a good thing. It doesn't feel like a good thing. No. It doesn't." Margaret lay back against her pillows, exhaustion evident in every line of her body. "But maybe it is anyway. Maybe things can be good even when they feel terrible. Maybe that's what growing up means, learning to live with the difference." Harry nodded slowly. He understood what she was saying, even if he couldn't quite accept it yet. "I'll go," he said. "But if there's anything, if your family needs anything, I don't want your charity. Not charity. Just, if there's anything." He paused at the door. "I'm sorry. For everything. I know." Margaret's eyes were already closing. "I know you are." Harry left the hospital with a weight in his chest that felt like it might never lift. The journey back to Hogwarts was a blur of motion and thought. He sat in the night bus, barely noticing the violent lurches and impossible maneuvers, thinking about Margaret Pemberton and her children and the choices that had led everyone to this moment. Cuff was right, journalism had consequences. Real, human, devastating consequences. The truth was a weapon, and weapons hurt people, even when they were pointed at legitimate targets. But Hermione was right too. If he stopped, the corruption continued. The lies spread. The people who benefited from injustice kept benefiting. Sometimes the cost of action was high, but the cost of inaction was higher. And Margaret was right about something else. Her husband had made his own choices. Harry hadn't forced him to take bribes, hadn't forced him to seek positions he didn't deserve, hadn't forced him to choose suicide over facing the consequences. The article had been a catalyst, but the fundamental corruption had been real. Did that absolve Harry? Not entirely. But maybe it meant the guilt was shared, distributed among everyone who had created the system that Marcus Pemberton had exploited and been destroyed by. By the time he reached the Hogwarts gates, Harry had reached a decision. He wouldn't stop. The work was too important, the stakes too high. But he would be different, more careful about how he told stories, more aware of the human beings behind the headlines, more thoughtful about consequences. And he would make sure that the Prophet's coverage included something it had been missing: compassion. For the guilty as well as the innocent. For the destroyed as well as the survivors. Maybe that was what growing up meant. Learning to hold multiple truths at once, even when they seemed to contradict each other. Back at Hogwarts, Harry threw himself into work with renewed intensity. He wrote a follow-up piece about Marcus Pemberton, not a retraction, but a fuller portrait. It acknowledged the corruption while also exploring the man behind it, his early career, his family, the pressures that had led him to make the choices he'd made. It was, in its own way, a memorial. The prophet regrets the death of Marcus Pemberton, the article concluded. We do not regret exposing the corruption that contributed to his downfall. But we recognize that behind every scandal is a human being, flawed, complicated, deserving of both accountability and compassion. Mr. Pemberton's family has asked for privacy during this difficult time, and we urge our readers to respect that request. The response was unexpected. Instead of criticism, letters poured in praising the prophet's balance. Readers appreciated that the paper could acknowledge the human cost of its reporting without abandoning its commitment to truth. Even some of the paper's critics noted the shift in tone. This is the kind of journalism we need, wrote one reader. Not the sensationalism of Rita Skeeter, not the propaganda of the ministry, but real, honest, compassionate truth-telling. Cuff's response was more measured but equally positive. You've learned something important, he wrote. Most journalists never do. The best ones understand that our job isn't to destroy people, it's to illuminate reality. Sometimes that destruction is necessary, but it should never be celebrated. It should be mourned. Harry kept the letter. It felt like a milestone, somehow, evidence that he was becoming the kind of journalist, the kind of person, he wanted to be. But the work continued. The larger investigation into the First War was still ongoing, and new threads kept emerging. The Halloween feast was 2 days away when the troll attacked. Harry wasn't in the Great Hall when it happened, he'd been in the library, researching. The news reached him through a painting of a medieval knight who came galloping into his alcove, shouting about monsters in the dungeon. By the time he reached the scene, it was already over. A 7th-year Ravenclaw named Elena Marchetti had found the troll in a girl's bathroom on the first floor, apparently pursuing a first-year student who'd been crying over something a classmate had said. Elena had distracted the beast while younger students fled, then held it off with a series of sophisticated shield charms until Professor Flitwick arrived with reinforcements. The troll was subdued. No one was seriously hurt. Elena became an instant hero. Harry watched from the edges as the story unfolded, the interviews, the celebrations, the inevitable questions about how a mountain troll had gotten into Hogwarts in the first place. Security failure, McGonagall said grimly, when the professors thought the students were out of earshot. Someone let it in. Someone who wanted chaos, distraction, and opportunity. The 3rd floor. Snape's voice was sharp with concern. The protections held. Whatever they were after, they didn't get it. Harry filed the information away. Someone had used the troll as a distraction. Someone who wanted access to whatever was hidden in the castle. Quirrell. It had to be Quirrell. The defense professor had been conspicuously absent during the chaos, and his subsequent explanation about fainting at the sight of the troll had been transparently false. But Harry couldn't prove it. And without proof, accusations were just speculation. The prophet's coverage of the troll incident focused on systemic issues rather than individual heroism. Harry wrote about Hogwarts security protocols, about the lack of emergency procedures, about the vulnerability of students to threats that should have been prevented. It was a good article. Balanced, informative, properly concerned with institutional failures rather than personal blame. But it was also something else. It was a message to whoever had let the troll in. I'm watching. I'm paying attention. And eventually, I'll figure out what you're hiding. The weeks leading to Christmas were tense. Malfoy's economic siege was beginning to bite. Paper costs had risen sharply as suppliers found reasons to delay deliveries or demand premium prices. The OWL service that handled profit distribution had experienced unexpected staffing issues that slowed delivery times. Advertisers who had been reliable for years suddenly developed concerns about the paper's direction. Harry and Cuff worked together to find alternatives. Independent paper mills that operated outside Malfoy's sphere of influence. A network of freelance owl handlers who could supplement the main service. New advertisers who cared more about the Prophet's growing readership than about political pressure. It was expensive. The Prophet's profits, which had been recovering since Harry took control, began to shrink again. "We can sustain this for a while," Cuff wrote in one of his daily reports. "But not indefinitely. Malfoy isn't trying to bankrupt us overnight, he's trying to make the cost of independence too high to bear." "Then we need to make the cost of pressuring us too high for him to bear," Harry replied. The article that ran the following week wasn't about Lucius Malfoy directly. It was about his business network, the shell companies, the hidden investments, the web of financial relationships that gave him influence over seemingly unrelated industries. It was, in a sense, the information Augusta Longbottom had provided months ago. But Harry had been sitting on it, waiting for the right moment. The moment had come. The article didn't accuse Malfoy of anything illegal. It didn't need to. The sheer scope of his economic empire, the complexity of his ownership structures, the way his tentacles reached into every corner of magical commerce, it was enough to make readers wonder what he might do with all that power. And buried in the details was a specific revelation: Malfoy's connections to the Prophet's suppliers. Named companies, documented relationships, evidence of coordinated pressure. "Mr. Malfoy has every right to conduct business as he sees fit," the article concluded. "But the Prophet's readers have a right to know when the information they receive might be influenced by the economic interests of powerful individuals. We will continue to report the truth, regardless of the cost." The response was immediate. Malfoy's lawyers sent cease and desist letters that the Prophet's lawyers responded to with polite defiance. Ministry officials expressed concern about inflammatory coverage that Cuff ignored entirely. And behind the scenes, the economic pressure actually eased, Malfoy apparently deciding that drawing more attention to his tactics was worse than letting them continue to be exposed. It was a victory of sorts. A tactical success in an ongoing war. But Harry knew it wouldn't last. Malfoy was patient, strategic, playing a longer game than any single article could disrupt. The real battle was still coming. Christmas arrived again, and again Harry stayed at Hogwarts. This year, the castle felt different. More students had remained for the holidays, partly because of security concerns following the troll attack, partly because of something in the air that everyone felt but no one could quite name. A sense of gathering tension, of forces moving behind the scenes. Harry spent the break working on the largest investigation he'd yet attempted. The trial records of Sirius Black. Getting them had required every connection he'd built over the past months. Augusta Longbottom had provided an introduction to a sympathetic Wisengamot clerk. Amelia Bones had quietly looked the other way when certain files went temporarily missing. Even Remus Lupin had contributed, letters describing the man he'd known, the friend he'd trusted, the impossible reality of the betrayal he'd been told to believe. What Harry found in those records was damning. There hadn't been a trial. Not in any meaningful sense. Sirius Black had been arrested, questioned briefly, and sent to Azkaban, all within 72 hours of the Potters' deaths. No witnesses had been called. No evidence had been formally presented. No defense had been mounted. The official justification was overwhelming evidence and national security. The reality, as far as Harry could tell, was panic and political convenience. Someone had wanted Sirius Black locked away as quickly as possible. Someone who didn't want a trial, didn't want questions asked, didn't want the truth to emerge. Who benefited from that? Who had the power to make it happen? Harry kept digging. And the more he dug, the more disturbing the picture became. The article was ready by the end of January. Harry held it for a week, reviewing it obsessively, looking for flaws or weaknesses that might undermine its impact. When he finally sent it to Cuff, his hands were trembling. The Black trial that never was an investigation into the imprisonment of Sirius Black. The piece was long, detailed, and devastating. It walked readers through the timeline of Black's arrest and imprisonment, noting every procedural irregularity, every missing piece of evidence, every unanswered question. It didn't claim Black was innocent, Harry was careful about that. It merely established that he had never been proven guilty. That the assumptions everyone had accepted for a decade were based on nothing more than ministerial assurances. And it asked a simple question: why? Why was Sirius Black denied a trial? Why were witnesses never interviewed? Why was the investigation into Peter Pettigrew's death concluded so quickly, with no body ever recovered? The Prophet does not know the answers to these questions. But we believe the public has a right to ask them, and a right to demand answers from those in positions of authority. Justice delayed is justice denied. For Sirius Black, justice wasn't even delayed. It was simply never attempted. The article ran on a Sunday, which meant maximum readership. By Monday morning, the Owl office at Hogwarts was overwhelmed with correspondence for Harry Potter. Letters of support. Letters of outrage. Letters from people who had known Sirius Black, who had questions of their own, who had been waiting for someone to finally speak up. And one letter that was different from all the others. It arrived without an owl, appearing on Harry's pillow in the dead of night, written in handwriting he didn't recognize. Mr. Potter, you have done something very brave and very dangerous. The people who imprisoned Sirius Black without trial are the same people who have been watching you since September. They do not like having their decisions questioned. If you want to know the truth about what happened that night, the full truth, not the fragments you've been able to piece together, come to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade on the next full moon. Come alone. A friend Harry read the letter 3 times, then watched it dissolve into ash, just like the warning he'd received months ago. The full moon was in 2 weeks. He didn't know if it was a trap. Didn't know if the friend was real or another manipulation. Didn't know what was waiting for him in the Shrieking Shack. But he was going to find out. The 2 weeks that followed were an exercise in controlled tension. Harry continued his normal routine, classes, homework, occasional correspondence with Cuff about Prophet business. He talked with Neville about nothing important, studied with Hermione in the library, ate meals in the Great Hall under the watchful eyes of professors who seemed increasingly concerned about him. But underneath it all, he was preparing. He studied maps of Hogsmeade, memorizing escape routes and hiding spots. He practiced defensive spells late at night in empty classrooms, getting faster with his wand, more confident in his movements. He wrote letters that he didn't send, to Augusta Longbottom, to Amelia Bones, to Cuff, explaining what he was about to do and why, in case something went wrong. He didn't tell anyone his plans. If this was a trap, he didn't want to put anyone else in danger. If it wasn't, if the friend was real and the truth was waiting, he wanted to be the one to find it. The full moon fell on a Thursday. Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower at midnight, using the Marauder's map he'd borrowed from the Weasley twins to avoid patrols and Filch's cat. The passage from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade was dark and cramped, winding beneath the castle and the village above. Harry's wand provided barely enough light to see the walls pressing in around him, and his heart pounded with every step. The Shrieking Shack loomed at the end of the tunnel, a decaying structure that locals claimed was haunted, its windows boarded and its grounds overgrown. Harry emerged into a dusty room filled with broken furniture and the smell of age. "You came alone." The voice came from the shadows. Harry spun, wand raised, every nerve screaming danger. A figure stepped into the dim light filtering through the boards. Tall, gaunt, with matted hair and hollow eyes, a man who looked like he'd been broken and reassembled from whatever pieces were left. "I know you," Harry said slowly. "From the photographs. You're Remus Lupin." The man's smile was tired but genuine. "I'm sorry for the dramatic delivery. But I couldn't risk being seen, and I needed to know you were serious about finding the truth." "You wrote the letter." "I did." Lupin moved further into the room, his movements careful, almost fragile. "I've been watching the Prophet since you took over. Watching you ask the questions no one else was asking. When you published the article about Sirius," he broke off, swallowing hard. "I knew I had to contact you. Had to tell you what I know. Which is. Everything. Lupin's eyes met Harry's. I know what happened the night your parents died. I know who really betrayed them. And I know where Peter Pettigrew is hiding. Harry's wand lowered slightly. Where? Closer than you think. Lupin's voice was barely above a whisper. He's been hiding in plain sight for years. Right under everyone's noses. That's impossible. Someone would have recognized him. Not if he was hiding in a form no one would suspect. Lupin took a deep breath. Harry, Peter Pettigrew is an animagus. An unregistered one. His form is a rat. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. A rat. An animagus. Hiding in plain sight. And suddenly, horribly, he remembered something Ron Weasley had mentioned months ago, casually, without significance, just a detail about his family. His brother Percy's pet rat. Scabbers. A rat that had been in the Weasley family for years. A rat that was old, far older than normal rats lived. A rat with a missing toe. Peter Pettigrew's body was never found, the official report had said. Only a finger. Oh God, Harry whispered. You understand, Lupin said. Scabbers. Ron's rat. It's Peter Pettigrew. Yes. Lupin's voice was heavy with old grief. I've known for months. I've been watching, waiting, trying to figure out how to expose him without putting anyone in danger. When I saw your article about Sirius, when I saw that someone was finally asking the right questions, I knew it was time. Harry's mind was racing, processing implications faster than his emotions could follow. Peter Pettigrew, alive, hidden as a rat in a wizarding family for 10 years. Sirius Black, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. His parents, betrayed by a man who was still out there, still breathing, still, we have to tell someone, Harry said. Dumbledore. The Ministry. Someone who can what? Arrest a rat? Lupin's laugh was bitter. The Ministry won't believe us. They've spent a decade building their case against Sirius, they won't admit they were wrong without overwhelming evidence. Then we get the evidence. We catch Pettigrew. We force him to transform, to confess, that's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. Lupin's tired smile returned. I have a plan. But I'm going to need your help. The plan was risky. Harry knew that from the start. They would need to catch Pettigrew in a controlled situation, force him to reveal his true form, and document everything thoroughly enough that no one could deny it. They would need witnesses, credible ones, people whose word would carry weight. And they would need to do it all without alerting Pettigrew that they were onto him. He's paranoid, Lupin explained. Always has been. If he suspects anything, he'll bolt. And if he escapes, we might never find him again. They set the trap for the following week. Harry would invite Ron to study in the library, bringing Scabbers, as Ron often did, because the rat got anxious when left alone. Lupin would be waiting, concealed by a disillusionment charm, ready to force the transformation. The witnesses would be crucial. Harry reached out to Augusta Longbottom, explaining the situation in careful terms. She agreed to attend, bringing Amelia Bones and 2 Wisengamot members whose integrity was beyond question. If this is true, Augusta said in her reply, it changes everything. But if you're wrong, if this is some kind of elaborate deception, the consequences will be severe. I understand, Harry wrote back. But I'm not wrong. The day arrived with grey skies and a tension in the air that seemed to press against Harry's skull. He approached Ron at breakfast, keeping his voice casual, his expression relaxed. Want to study for Transfiguration this afternoon? I've been struggling with the theory. Sure. Ron seemed unsurprised by the invitation, they'd studied together before. The library after lunch? Actually, I was thinking the empty classroom on the 4th floor. Quieter. And you can bring Scabbers, I know he gets lonely. Ron shrugged. Fine by me. That rat's been weird lately anyway. Keeps trying to escape. Of course he does, Harry thought. He knows something's wrong. The afternoon seemed to take forever to arrive. Harry sat through classes without hearing a word, ate lunch without tasting it, walked through corridors without seeing them. Finally, at 2 o'clock, he pushed open the door to the fourth-floor classroom. Ron was already there, Scabbers perched on his shoulder, looking around at the empty room with obvious confusion. Bit bare for studying, isn't it? We'll manage. Harry closed the door behind him. Ron, there's something I need to tell you. Something important. What's? The door opened again. Augusta Longbottom entered, followed by Amelia Bones and two wizards Harry didn't recognize. Behind them, shimmering into visibility, was Remus Lupin. Ron's eyes went wide. What the hell is? Scabbers bolted. The rat launched itself from Ron's shoulder, streaking toward a crack in the wall with desperate speed. But Lupin was faster, a flash of his wand and the rat froze in mid-air, suspended by magic, legs still scrabbling uselessly. Now, Lupin said softly. Homorphous. The transformation was horrible to watch. The rat elongated, twisted, reformed into something larger and more human. Limbs emerged from what had been a small body. A face took shape from what had been a pointed snout. And when it was over, Peter Pettigrew, unmistakable, unchanged from the photographs Harry had seen, hung suspended in the center of the room, his eyes wild with terror. No, he gasped. No, please, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. Harry's voice was cold. You betrayed my parents. You got them killed. And you've been hiding as a rat for 10 years while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. Sirius wasn't innocent, he would have what? Killed you for betraying his best friends? Harry stepped closer, and something in his expression made Pettigrew flinch. I would have too. Harry. Lupin's voice was gentle. Let the law handle this. Mr. Potter. Amelia Bones stepped forward, her face pale but her voice steady. I need to hear your explanation for what we've just witnessed. This is Peter Pettigrew. He was my parents' secret keeper, not Sirius Black. He betrayed them to Voldemort, then faked his own death and framed Black for his crimes. He's been hiding as a rat in the Weasley family for the past 10 years. That's, one of the Wizengamot members shook his head. That's impossible. The evidence, what evidence? Augusta's voice cracked like a whip. There was no trial. No investigation. Just assumptions and convenience. She pointed at Pettigrew. This man is alive. That alone proves the official story was wrong. Amelia was studying Pettigrew with the cold focus of a professional investigator. Mr. Pettigrew. I am placing you under arrest for suspicion of multiple crimes, including accessory to murder and conspiracy to pervert justice. You have the right to remain silent, though I recommend you don't. Please. Pettigrew was crying now, fat tears rolling down his cheeks. You don't understand. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, I had no choice, everyone has a choice, Harry said. You chose wrong. The aftermath was chaos. Pettigrew was taken into custody, his confession extracted under Veritaserum and documented by multiple witnesses. The story he told was damning, not just for himself, but for everyone who had allowed Sirius Black to be imprisoned without trial. Harry wrote the article himself. It was the longest he'd ever written, detailing everything, the betrayal, the cover-up, the decade of injustice. The truth about that night Peter Pettigrew confesses, Sirius Black innocent. The response was unlike anything the Prophet had ever experienced. The Ministry descended into crisis. Fudge scrambled to contain the damage, issuing statements about new evidence and ongoing reviews, while carefully avoiding any admission of wrongdoing. Wizengamot members demanded investigations. The public demanded answers. And through it all, Harry worked. He wrote follow-up pieces about the implications. He interviewed legal experts about the failures of the justice system. He coordinated with Amelia Bones as she launched a formal investigation into how Sirius Black had been imprisoned without trial. 3 weeks after Pettigrew's capture, Sirius Black was released from Azkaban. Harry wasn't there for the release. Logistics and security made it impossible. But he saw the photographs, saw the gaunt figure blinking in sunlight for the first time in a decade, saw the hollow eyes that slowly, painfully, began to fill with something that might have been hope. The Prophet's coverage of the release was restrained. Harry had learned something from Marcus Pemberton, that even joyful stories had human beings at their center, people who deserved dignity more than spectacle. Sirius Black walks free today, the article concluded. But no declaration of innocence can give him back the decade he lost. No apology can heal the wounds inflicted by a system that failed him completely. The Prophet will continue to investigate how this injustice occurred and who bears responsibility. Because the truth, however painful, however complicated, deserves to be told. The letter from Sirius arrived 2 weeks later. Harry, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done. I've spent years in a place designed to make you forget hope, forget joy, forget everything that makes life worth living. I survived by clinging to the knowledge that I was innocent, that someday, somehow, the truth would emerge. I never imagined it would be a child who found it. James and Lily's son, no less. Your father would be so proud. Your mother would probably scold you for taking such risks, then hug you until you couldn't breathe. I'm not well. Azkaban takes things from you that don't come back easily. But I'm getting better, slowly. And I want you to know that whatever you need, whatever I can do to help with your work, your investigations, your life, you only have to ask. You're the closest thing to family I have left. I intend to be worthy of that. Sirius Harry read the letter in the common room, surrounded by the normal chaos of Gryffindor students, and felt something shift in his chest. He had family. Real family. Someone connected to his parents by more than blood, someone who had known them and loved them and suffered for them. He wrote back immediately. Sirius, I don't need thanks. I need answers. When you're ready, I want to hear everything, about my parents, about the war, about whatever you know that might help me understand what we're up against. Because this isn't over. Pettigrew talked about Voldemort like he was still out there somewhere, still waiting. And whoever was hiding Pettigrew, whoever wanted the truth buried for all these years, they're still out there too. I've made powerful enemies. I could use a powerful ally. Take your time. Heal. But when you're ready, we have work to do. Harry he sent the owl and watched it disappear into the darkening sky. The truth about that night had finally emerged. Justice, delayed for a decade, had finally been served. Sirius Black was free. Peter Pettigrew was in custody. But Harry knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones, that this was just the beginning. The forces that had hidden Pettigrew, that had imprisoned Sirius, that had been watching Harry since September, they were still out there. Still planning. Still waiting. The game continued. The war was still coming. And Harry Potter intended to be ready. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Truth About Heroes Spring arrived at Hogwarts with a violence that surprised everyone. One day the grounds were locked in winter's grip, the lake frozen solid and the trees skeletal against grey skies. The next, warmth swept in like an invading army, melting snow into rivers that carved muddy channels through the lawns and coaxing the first stubborn crocuses from the earth. Harry watched the transformation from the window of the Gryffindor common room, his mind elsewhere. The Pettigrew revelations had changed everything, and nothing. Sirius was free, yes, and the Prophet's circulation had nearly doubled on the strength of the coverage. But the questions that mattered most remained unanswered. Who had hidden Pettigrew for 10 years? Who had ensured Sirius never received a trial? Who had been watching Harry since September, sending warnings and messengers, trying to keep the truth buried? The official investigation had stalled almost immediately. Fudge's ministry was more interested in containing the scandal than pursuing its roots, issuing statements about regrettable oversights and procedural improvements, while carefully avoiding any suggestion that the failures had been deliberate. Harry knew better. The pattern was too clear, the cover-up too thorough. Someone with power and influence had orchestrated everything, and that someone was still out there. "You're brooding again." Hermione settled into the chair beside him, a stack of books balanced precariously in her arms. She'd become a more constant presence in his life over the past months, her initial pushiness evolving into something more measured. She still asked too many questions, still wanted to understand everything immediately, but she'd learned to wait for answers instead of demanding them. "I'm thinking. Same thing, with you." She set her books down and followed his gaze out the window. The Pettigrew article was brilliant. Everyone's talking about it. Professor McGonagall mentioned it in class yesterday, said it was an example of journalism done right. McGonagall mentioned my article. She mentioned the article. Didn't name you specifically. Hermione's smile was wry. I think she's trying to avoid encouraging you. Probably wise. Harry turned from the window. What are you working on? Research. Into the First War. She pulled the top book from her stack, a thick volume with a cracked spine and faded lettering. You asked me to look into the Death Eater trials, remember? I've been going through the Wisengamot records, comparing official accounts to the actual court documents. Find anything interesting? Inconsistencies. Lots of them. Hermione opened the book to a marked page. Look at this, Antonin Dolohov. Convicted of murdering the Pruitt brothers, sentenced to life in Azkaban. Standard Death Eater trial, open and shut. But the trial transcript shows the conviction was based almost entirely on one witness, Bartemius Crouch Sr., who was also the judge presiding over the case. Hermione's voice dropped. He testified, judged, and sentenced all in the same proceeding. That's not how trials are supposed to work. Harry took the book, scanning the relevant passages. She was right, the irregularities were glaring once you knew to look for them. This happened with other trials. At least a dozen that I've found so far. Crouch was running the justice system like a personal crusade. Trials that lasted hours instead of days. Evidence that was never properly examined. Confessions that might have been coerced. Hermione's expression was troubled. I thought, after Sirius, I thought it was just one mistake. But it's not. The whole system was broken. Or working exactly as intended. Harry handed the book back. Keep digging. Document everything. When you've got enough, we'll run a series. Harry. Hermione hesitated. Some of the people convicted in those trials, they were guilty. The Death Eaters, the murderers. They did terrible things. I know. So what's the point? Exposing problems with the trials doesn't make them innocent. It doesn't bring back the people they killed. No. But it might prevent the same thing from happening again. Harry met her eyes. The system that imprisoned Sirius also convicted actual criminals. That's the problem. When you break the rules for good reasons, you make it easier to break them for bad ones. Justice has to work the same way for everyone, or it doesn't work at all. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. I'll keep researching. Thank you. She gathered her books and retreated to her usual corner of the common room. Harry watched her go, appreciating again how much she'd changed since September, and how much he'd come to rely on her sharp mind and tireless work ethic. His circle was growing. Neville, Hermione, the Weasley twins, Augusta Longbottom, Amelia Bones, Cuff and the Prophet's staff. Even Sirius, slowly recovering in a secret location, writing letters filled with memories and warnings. But the circle of his enemies was growing too. Malfoy and his economic pressure. The Ministry and its political maneuvering. Whoever had hidden Pettigrew. Whoever was watching from the shadows. And, underlying it all, the question that had haunted Harry since the start: what was hidden on the third floor, and who wanted it badly enough to let a troll into the castle? The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry was leaving potions, another miserable session of Snape's barely concealed hostility, when a hand caught his sleeve and pulled him into an alcove. "What? Quiet." The voice was a whisper, harsh and urgent. "Listen carefully, because I'm only going to say this once." Harry's eyes adjusted to the dim light. The figure before him was familiar, Blaise Zabini, a Slytherin first year who had maintained a careful neutrality throughout the house conflicts. They'd never exchanged more than a few words. "The thing on the third floor," Zabini said. "It's the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's creation. Dumbledore's hiding it here because someone's trying to steal it." "How do you? My mother has connections. She hears things." Zabini's dark eyes were intense. "The point is, whatever you think is going on in this castle, it's bigger than the Prophet. Bigger than Malfoy. Someone is planning to use that stone to bring back the Dark Lord." Harry's blood went cold. "Voldemort. Don't say that name." Zabini's voice cracked slightly. "The people involved, they're not playing games. They've killed before and they'll kill again. If you keep investigating, keep asking questions, you're going to get in their way." "Is that a warning or a threat?" "It's information. What you do with it is your business." Zabini stepped back, already preparing to melt into the corridor traffic. "I'm telling you because you freed Black, and my mother says that means you're either very brave or very stupid. Either way, you deserve to know what you're dealing with." "Wait, who's trying to steal it? Who's planning?" But Zabini was gone, vanishing into the stream of students as though he'd never been there at all. Harry stood in the alcove, processing what he'd just heard. The Philosopher's Stone. He knew the name, knew it from his reading, from the alchemy texts he'd skimmed in the library. Nicholas Flamel's legendary creation, capable of producing the elixir of life. Immortality in a rock. If Voldemort wanted to return, truly return, not as a spirit or a memory but as a physical being, the stone would be invaluable. A way to create a new body, to sustain it indefinitely, to achieve the immortality that had always been his obsession. And someone at Hogwarts was trying to steal it for him. Quirrell. It had to be Quirrell. The nervous professor with his ridiculous turban, his convenient absences, his obvious deception. But if Dumbledore knew, if the stone was hidden precisely because someone was after it, then why hadn't he acted? Why let Quirrell continue teaching, continue accessing the castle, continue whatever plan he was executing? "I have been watching," Dumbledore had said during their conversation months ago. Watching and waiting. Watching for what? Waiting for whom? Harry needed more information. Needed to understand the full picture before he could act. And he knew exactly where to start. Sirius's reply arrived 3 days later. "Harry, the Philosopher's Stone. Of course. It explains everything. During the First War, Voldemort was obsessed with immortality. He'd already achieved something, none of us knew exactly what, but there were rumors. Rituals, dark magic, things that shouldn't be possible. The stone would have been the final piece, the ultimate insurance against death. Dumbledore and Flamel were friends, or allies at least. They worked together during the Grindelwald War. If Flamel's stone needed protecting, Dumbledore's castle would be the obvious choice. But here's what concerns me, Dumbledore doesn't do anything without a reason. If he's hiding the stone at Hogwarts, it's not just for protection. He's using it as bait. Luring whoever's after it into a trap. The question is, who's the trap for? And who might get caught in it by accident? Be careful, Harry. Dumbledore plays games that ordinary people can't see, let alone understand. I trusted him once, trusted him completely, and he left me to rot in Azkaban for 10 years without lifting a finger. Whatever he's planning, don't assume you're not part of it. Sirius Harry read the letter twice, then burned it as he'd been taught. The pieces were coming together now, forming a picture he didn't entirely like. Dumbledore had hidden the stone at Hogwarts, surrounded by protections that a first year could potentially overcome. He'd warned students away from the third-floor corridor but hadn't sealed it completely. He'd watched and waited while someone in his own castle planned to steal a priceless artifact. A trap, Sirius had said. But traps needed bait. And they needed targets. What if Harry was both? The boy who lived. The child who'd somehow destroyed Voldemort once before. If Voldemort's servants were planning to resurrect their master, wouldn't they need to deal with Harry eventually? Wouldn't it make sense to draw him into the same web, to eliminate the threat while achieving the goal? Was Dumbledore using Harry as bait without telling him? The thought was chilling. But the more Harry considered it, the more plausible it seemed. He needed to talk to Dumbledore. Directly, honestly, without the old wizard's careful deflections and incomplete answers. He needed the truth. Getting a meeting with Dumbledore proved surprisingly easy. Harry simply walked to the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office and said, "I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore about the Philosopher's Stone." The gargoyle sprang aside immediately. Harry climbed the spiral staircase, knocked on the door at the top, and entered when he heard Dumbledore's voice call him in. The headmaster was seated at his desk, looking unsurprised by Harry's arrival. Fawkes the Phoenix trilled a soft greeting from his perch. The strange silver instruments on their spindly tables whirred and clicked in patterns Harry couldn't interpret. "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from him. "I've been expecting you." "Have you?" "You are not a patient person, Harry. Once you learned what was hidden in this castle, a confrontation was inevitable." Dumbledore's blue eyes were steady, penetrating. "I confess I'm impressed it took this long. You know I know about the stone." "I suspected. The timing of your request, the particular phrasing, it was not difficult to deduce." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "So. What questions do you have for me?" Harry had rehearsed this conversation a dozen times. He forced himself to slow down, to approach it strategically rather than emotionally. "The stone is bait. You're using it to lure someone into a trap. That is one interpretation. Is it accurate?" "Partially." Dumbledore's voice was measured. "The stone is many things, Harry. A treasure worth protecting. A target for those who would misuse it. And yes, a way of drawing certain forces into the open." "Who? Who's trying to steal it?" "I believe you already know the answer to that question. Quirrell. Professor Quirrell is, not what he appears." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "When I hired him, he was a capable if nervous scholar. Something happened during his travels, something that changed him fundamentally. He returned to Hogwarts as a vessel for something darker. Voldemort." The name hung in the air between them. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "Yes. Lord Voldemort, or what remains of him, has attached himself to Professor Quirrell. He cannot maintain physical form, but he can influence, possess, direct. He has been using Quirrell to search for ways to return to power. And you've known this all year. You've let him stay here, let him teach students, let him. I have been managing a complex situation." Dumbledore's voice sharpened slightly. "If I had expelled Quirrell immediately, Voldemort would have found another host, another way. By keeping him here, under observation, I could monitor his movements and protect the students from the worst of his influence." "Protect them?" "He let a troll into the castle. The troll was a calculated risk. Regrettable, but contained." Dumbledore's expression flickered, guilt, perhaps, or regret. No students were seriously harmed. The stone remained secure. And I learned valuable information about Voldemort's capabilities and intentions. You're using the school as a laboratory. Students as test subjects. Harry's voice was cold. What happens when your calculated risks kill someone? Then I will have failed. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I have failed before, Harry. More times than I care to count. But the alternative, allowing Voldemort to pursue the stone without interference, to return to power without opposition, would be far worse. Why didn't you tell me? The question erupted before Harry could stop it. You knew what was happening. You knew I was investigating. Why let me stumble around in the dark? Because you needed to learn. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle but unyielding. Your investigations, your questions, your willingness to challenge authority, these are valuable qualities. But they are also dangerous without wisdom to guide them. So you were testing me too. Teaching you. There is a difference. Is there? Harry stood, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Everyone keeps making decisions about my life without asking me. The Dursleys. The Ministry. Now you. I'm supposed to trust you, to follow your lead, while you play games I can't even see. Harry, no. Harry's voice cracked. You left Sirius in Azkaban. You knew, you must have known, that something was wrong with the trial. But you did nothing. You let him suffer for 10 years while you watched and waited and played your games. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter than Harry had ever heard it. You're right. The admission stopped Harry cold. You're right, Dumbledore repeated. I suspected Sirius's innocence. Not immediately, I was as fooled as everyone else at first, but over the years, inconsistencies accumulated. Things that didn't quite fit. I should have investigated. Should have demanded answers. Should have acted. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid. Dumbledore's eyes were old, tired, filled with something Harry hadn't seen before. Afraid of what I might find. Afraid of opening wounds that had barely begun to heal. Afraid of the chaos that would follow if the truth emerged. So you chose order over justice. I chose the lesser evil. Or what I believed was the lesser evil. Dumbledore shook his head. I was wrong, Harry. I failed Sirius, and I failed your parents, and I failed you. All of my reasons, all of my justifications, they don't excuse what I did. What I allowed to happen. Harry didn't know how to respond. He'd come expecting deflection, manipulation, the careful misdirection he'd learned to associate with powerful people. This raw honesty was something else entirely. You're still doing it, he said finally. Making decisions about my life without asking. Hiding things. Playing games. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was steady. Because I believe, still believe, that some knowledge is too dangerous to share. That some burdens should not be placed on young shoulders. That's not your choice to make. No. But I make it anyway. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. Someday, Harry, you will have all the information you seek. The full truth about your parents, about that night, about the forces arrayed against you. But that day is not today. You are not ready. How do you know what I'm ready for? I don't. Dumbledore turned to face him. I am guessing, as I always have. Making the best decisions I can with imperfect information and imperfect judgment. Sometimes I am right. Often I am wrong. And when you're wrong, other people pay the price. Yes. That is the burden of power, Harry. The weight of responsibility. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You're beginning to understand that, I think. The prophet has given you a taste of what it means to make decisions that affect others. To be right and still cause harm. To be wrong and live with the consequences. Harry thought of Marcus Pemberton. Of his widow and children. Of the letter that had shattered his certainty about what he was doing and why. I'm trying to be better, he said quietly. More careful. More aware of consequences. I know. I've been watching. Dumbledore's smile was sad but genuine. You're growing into something remarkable, Harry. Something I didn't expect. But growth requires time, and time requires patience, and patience requires trust. Trust has to be earned. Yes. It does. Dumbledore extended his hand. I cannot give you all the answers you want. But I can give you this: when the moment comes, when Voldemort makes his move for the stone, I will not leave you in the dark. I will tell you what I know, and I will ask for your help. Harry looked at the offered hand. Part of him wanted to refuse, to maintain the righteous anger that had carried him this far. But another part, the part that had learned to read people, to understand motivations, to separate useful allies from genuine enemies, recognized something in Dumbledore's eyes. The old wizard wasn't lying. He was holding back, yes, keeping secrets, playing games too complex for Harry to follow. But beneath it all, there was something real. Something that might be called honesty, or at least the sincere intention to be honest when the time was right. Harry shook his hand. I'm going to keep investigating, he said. I'm going to keep asking questions. And I'm going to publish what I find, whether you approve or not. I would expect nothing less. And when this is over, when Voldemort makes his move, we're going to have a longer conversation. About my parents. About that night. About everything you've been hiding. Agreed. Dumbledore's grip tightened slightly. But for now, Harry, I must ask you to be patient. The pieces are moving toward their final positions. Soon, everything will be revealed. How soon? Before the end of the school year. Dumbledore released his hand. You have my word. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't enough, nothing would be enough until he had the full truth, but it was something. A starting point. A foundation on which something more might be built. I'll be ready, he said. I know you will. Dumbledore's smile was warmer now. Your parents would be proud of you, Harry. The man you're becoming, the battles you're fighting. They would be so very proud. Harry left the office with more questions than he'd arrived with, but also with something he hadn't expected, the beginning of understanding. Rita Skeeter's article appeared in the first week of May. Not in the Prophet, Harry would never have allowed it. But in a competitor publication, a minor rag called the Daily Disclosure that had been struggling to gain market share. The Boy Who Lied. Exclusive investigation into Harry Potter's troubled childhood. Harry read it at breakfast, surrounded by the horrified silence of the Gryffindor table. The article was devastating. Rita had done her research, or rather, she'd done her digging, which wasn't quite the same thing. She'd interviewed the Dursleys, who described Harry as difficult, disruptive, and prone to telling stories. She'd tracked down former teachers and neighbors, mining them for anecdotes that painted Harry as an attention-seeking troublemaker. Childhood friends described young Harry as a liar and always making things up, the article claimed. Multiple sources confirmed that he regularly fabricated tales of abuse and neglect, possibly to gain sympathy or attention. Is the boy who lived actually a deeply troubled young man with a tenuous grip on reality? And if so, can we trust the journalism that has emerged under his control? The article went on to question the Prophet's coverage of Sirius Black, of the First War, of everything Harry had published since taking control. It didn't accuse him of anything specific, Rita was too smart for that, but it planted seeds of doubt, created a narrative in which every investigation Harry had led might be the product of a damaged mind rather than genuine journalism. This is rubbish, Ron said, reading over Harry's shoulder. The Dursleys are the liars, everyone knows that, everyone doesn't know that. Harry's voice was flat. Everyone who reads this sees a story about a troubled child who grew up to control a newspaper. They'll wonder. Question. Doubt. But you can prove what? That my relatives were cruel. That my childhood was miserable. Harry set the paper down. Rita's not trying to win a court case. She's trying to destroy my credibility. And the best lies are the ones that sound like they might be true. Neville appeared at his elbow, his face pale. Harry, I'm so sorry. I didn't know she was, it's not your fault. Harry forced himself to breathe. To think. This was coming. Ever since I fired her, she's been waiting for the right moment. Now that the Pettigrew story has run its course, she's making her move. What are you going to do? Harry looked at the article again. At the careful sourcing, the plausible denials, the structure designed to seem objective while being anything but. I'm going to do what I always do, he said. Tell the truth. The response piece ran 3 days later. Harry had considered his options carefully. He could have ignored Rita's article, letting it fade into the background noise of tabloid journalism. He could have attacked her credibility, pointing out her history of fabrication and her grudge against him. He could have hired lawyers, threatened lawsuits, used his resources to crush her. Instead, he did something she never expected. He told his story. My childhood, a response to recent coverage by Harry Potter. The article was simple, direct, and devastating in its honesty. Harry wrote about the cupboard under the stairs, the years of neglect, the constant reminders that he was unwanted and unloved. He wrote about hunger and isolation and the small cruelties that compound into larger wounds. He wrote about what it felt like to learn, at age 11, that the life he'd known was a lie, that he was someone special, someone wanted, someone who mattered. He didn't exaggerate. Didn't dramatize. Just stated the facts, clearly and without embellishment, and let readers draw their own conclusions. Rita Skeeter describes me as troubled, the article concluded. She's right. I am troubled, by a childhood that taught me to distrust kindness, to expect betrayal, to survive rather than live. But that same childhood also taught me to recognize lies when I see them. To question authority. To fight for truth even when powerful people would prefer silence. The Daily Prophet under my leadership has exposed corruption, freed an innocent man, and asked questions that others were afraid to ask. We will continue to do so, regardless of personal attacks or attempts to undermine our credibility. Rita Skeeter knows what I am. That's why she's afraid of me. The response was overwhelming. Letters poured in, not just the usual correspondence, but personal stories. People who had experienced similar childhoods. People who had been dismissed or disbelieved. People who saw something of themselves in Harry's honesty and wanted him to know he wasn't alone. The daily disclosure circulation, which had briefly spiked after Rita's article, crashed back to previous levels. Rita herself was conspicuously silent, apparently unprepared for a target who fought back by becoming more vulnerable rather than more defensive. That took guts, Cuff wrote in his daily report. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone respond to an attack quite like that. You turned her weapon against her. I just told the truth, Harry replied. That's what I mean. In this business, that's the most dangerous weapon of all. The fallout from Harry's response spread in ways he hadn't anticipated. Professor McGonagall called him to her office 2 days after the article ran. He found her sitting behind her desk with an expression he couldn't read, stern but not angry, evaluating but not cold. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Harry sat. I read your article. McGonagall's voice was measured. Both articles, in fact. The attack and your response. Yes, Professor. I've also made some inquiries of my own. About your relatives. About the conditions you were raised in. Her jaw tightened slightly. What you described in the Prophet, was it accurate? Yes, Professor. The cupboard. The neglect. All of it. Yes. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was different, softer, with an edge of something that might have been anger or might have been grief. I was there, you know. The night Professor Dumbledore left you with the Dursleys. I watched their house all day, saw how they treated their own son, saw the kind of people they were. She shook her head. I told Dumbledore they were the worst sort of muggles. He assured me you would be safe, that protections were in place, that there was no better option. And you believed him. I wanted to believe him. There's a difference. McGonagall met his eyes. I should have done more. Should have checked on you, insisted on oversight, demanded accountability. Instead, I trusted that someone else was handling it. A lot of people trusted that, Harry said quietly. That doesn't excuse it. McGonagall straightened in her chair. I cannot change the past, Mr. Potter. But I can affect the future. If there is anything you need, anything at all, you may come to me. This is not merely a professional offer. It is a personal one. Harry considered this. McGonagall had never been warm to him, she was too professional for that, but she had always been fair. Strict but not cruel. Demanding but not dismissive. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. I should have done this years ago. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. You're handling this remarkably well. The attacks, the pressure, the responsibilities you never should have had to shoulder. I want you to know that I see it. And she paused, as though the words were difficult. I'm proud of you. It was, Harry realized, the first time a teacher had ever said that to him. The words landed somewhere deep in his chest and stayed there, warm and unexpected. Thank you, he said again, and this time he meant it. The unspeakables made their move on a Thursday evening. Harry was in the library, researching alchemy texts for an article he was planning, when a shadow fell across his table. He looked up to find a man standing over him. The same man from the corridor months ago, forgettable face, grey robes, eyes that missed nothing. Mr. Potter. The man's voice was soft, apologetic. We need to talk. I thought you said there wouldn't be another warning. This isn't a warning. This is an invitation. The man slid into the seat across from Harry, his movements precise and economical. The Department of Mysteries has been watching you since September. Your investigations, your articles, your questions. We've been impressed. Impressed enough to threaten me twice. Those warnings were genuine. The matters you were investigating were dangerous, and we wanted to protect you from the consequences of pursuing them. The man's expression didn't change. But circumstances have evolved. Your work on the Black case demonstrated capabilities we hadn't anticipated. We believe you might be useful. Useful for what? For what's coming. The man leaned forward slightly. You've discovered pieces of a larger puzzle, Mr. Potter. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's return. The forces working to bring it about. But you don't understand the full picture. Then explain it. I can't. Not here, not now. The man glanced around the library, his eyes tracking potential listeners. But I can tell you this, the Department of Mysteries has been preparing for Voldemort's return since the night he disappeared. We've been gathering intelligence, building defenses, developing contingencies. And we've been watching the people who might play crucial roles in the conflict to come. People like me. People exactly like you. The man's eyes were intense. The boy who lived. The child who destroyed the Dark Lord without understanding how or why. You're not just a symbol, Mr. Potter. You're a variable. An unknown quantity with unknown capabilities. The department wants to understand you better. And if I refuse? Then we continue watching from a distance. We're not your enemies, Mr. Potter, whatever you might believe. We want the same things you want, truth, justice, protection from the forces that threaten our world. You have a strange way of showing it. We have a necessary way of showing it. The man stood. The department would like to meet with you properly. A formal conversation, with appropriate protections and guarantees. Think about it. How do I contact you? You don't. The man was already walking away. When you're ready, we'll know. He disappeared between the stacks, leaving Harry alone with his books and his racing thoughts. The Department of Mysteries. Unspeakables. The hidden heart of the Ministry, the keepers of secrets and forbidden knowledge. They wanted to recruit him. Or study him. Or something in between. Harry didn't trust them, couldn't trust anyone who operated in shadows and spoke in riddles. But he couldn't ignore them either. They had information he needed, resources he might require, perspectives that could illuminate the darkness he was trying to understand. Another piece on the board. Another player in the game. The question was, whose side were they really on? The answer came sooner than Harry expected. 2 weeks before the end of term, Dumbledore summoned him to his office with a note that read simply, "It's time." Harry found the headmaster standing at his window, watching the sunset paint the grounds in shades of gold and crimson. Fawkes was singing softly, a melancholy tune that seemed to fill the room with warmth and sadness. "Quirrell will make his move tonight," Dumbledore said without turning. "I've received intelligence that suggests he believes I've left the castle. He'll go for the stone. What do you need me to do?" "I need you to trust me." Dumbledore turned to face him. "The protections on the stone are designed to require a specific person to retrieve it. Someone pure of heart, who wants to find the stone but not use it. Someone who can face the final challenge and pass through where Quirrell cannot. You designed the protections for me. I designed them for whoever might need them. It happened to be you." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "I should have told you sooner. Should have explained the role I was asking you to play. I'm telling you now because the time for secrets has passed." "What do I have to do?" Dumbledore explained. "The obstacles, the challenges, the final chamber where the stone waited." Harry listened, committing every detail to memory, preparing himself for what was coming. "If I fail? Then Quirrell gets the stone, and Voldemort returns to power." Dumbledore's voice was steady. "I won't pretend the stakes are small. They're not. But I believe you can succeed. I've believed it since the night I left you on the Dursleys' doorstep." "Why? What makes you so sure?" "Because of who you are." Dumbledore smiled, and for the first time, it reached his eyes. "Not because of what happened that night, or the prophecy that hangs over your head, or any of the mythology that's grown up around you. But because of the boy you've become. The choices you've made. The person you've proven yourself to be. I'm 11 years old. Yes. And you've already accomplished more than most wizards manage in a lifetime." Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You are not alone in this fight, Harry. You never have been. Whatever happens tonight, remember that." Harry nodded. It wasn't enough, nothing would be enough, but it was something. A starting point. A foundation. "I'm ready," he said. "I know you are." The trapdoor beneath Fluffy opened onto darkness. Harry dropped through, landing on something soft and springy that immediately began to wrap around his limbs. Devil's Snare, he recognized it from herbology. Relax, and it releases you. Struggle, and it kills you. He forced his body to go limp, letting the plant sense his stillness, and after a long moment it withdrew its tendrils. He fell through to the chamber below. The challenges came one after another. A room full of flying keys that required him to catch the right one. A giant chess set that demanded he play his way across. A troll, already unconscious, someone else had been here before him. A potions riddle. A wall of flame. And finally, a chamber. Quirrell was standing before a mirror, an enormous thing that seemed to glow with its own inner light. His turban was unwound, revealing the back of his head, and from that impossible place came a voice that wasn't Quirrell's. "Let me speak to him, face to face." Quirrell turned. But it wasn't Quirrell that Harry saw, not really. It was the face emerging from the back of his skull, pale and terrible, with red eyes that burned like coals. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. We meet at last. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. Voldemort. You use my name. How refreshing. The face smiled, and it was the most horrible thing Harry had ever seen. I've been wanting to speak with you for some time. The child who destroyed me. The boy who became a man before his time. I'm here to stop you from getting the stone. Are you? How noble. How Gryffindor. Voldemort's laugh was a rasp of dead leaves. But you don't understand, do you? The stone is already within my reach. Quirrell saw it in the mirror, saw it but couldn't take it. The magic requires someone who wants to find the stone but not use it. Then you can't get it either. No. But you can. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Take the stone, Harry Potter. Take it, and I will spare your life. We could work together, you and I. Two survivors, two powers that the ordinary world cannot comprehend. I'd rather die. Would you? Perhaps. But would you let others die? Voldemort's voice turned silky. Your friends. The people who've helped you. Everyone you've come to care about. I can reach them, Harry. I can destroy everything and everyone you love. You're just a face on the back of someone's head. You can't do anything. Not yet. But I will return. I always return. Voldemort's smile widened. The question is whether you want to be on the winning side when I do. Harry looked at the mirror, at the face that haunted his nightmares, at the man who had murdered his parents. My parents died fighting you, he said. Sirius spent 10 years in Azkaban because of your followers. Thousands of people suffered because of your war. And you think I want to be on your side? I think you want to survive. I think you want power. I think you want the truth about what happened that night. Voldemort's voice was hypnotic, seductive. I can give you all of that, Harry. Everything you've ever wanted. You can't give me anything. Harry raised his wand. And I'm not afraid of you. Then you're a fool. Maybe. But I'm a fool who's about to ruin your plans. Harry turned to the mirror, focusing on what Dumbledore had told him. Want to find the stone, but not use it. He thought about protection, about keeping it safe, about preventing Voldemort from ever touching it. His reflection smiled at him, and reached into its pocket, producing a blood-red stone that it dropped into the real Harry's hand. No. Voldemort's scream was inhuman. Kill him. Take the stone. Quirrell lunged, hands outstretched, but the moment his fingers touched Harry's skin, something happened. Quirrell screamed. His hands blistered, burned, crumbled to ash. He recoiled, staring at his destroyed fingers in horror. What, kill him? Voldemort shrieked. Use your wand. But Harry was faster. All those nights of practice, all those hours of preparation, they paid off now. His stunning spell caught Quirrell in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. The face on the back of his head turned toward Harry, red eyes blazing with fury. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. I will return. And when I do, nothing will save you. Something tore itself from Quirrell's body, a shadow, a presence, a scream of rage and despair. It passed through Harry like ice, leaving him gasping on the floor, and then it was gone. The chamber was silent. Harry looked at the stone in his hand, at Quirrell's motionless body, at the mirror that had saved him. It was over. For now. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. Dumbledore was sitting beside his bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The lines on his face seemed deeper, the brightness in his eyes dimmer. The stone? Harry asked. Destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed it was the safest course. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. He and Perenelle have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. They will die, eventually. But they've lived for over 600 years. That's more than enough for any life. And Voldemort? Gone. For now. Whatever he is, wherever he fled, he's too weak to act. It will be years before he can try again. But he will try again. Yes. Dumbledore met his eyes. He will always try again. That's the nature of what he's become. But for now, we have time. Time to prepare. Time to build. Time to find whatever advantages we can. Harry nodded. He should have felt relieved, victorious, even. Instead, he felt tired. Worn down by the weight of everything he'd learned, everything he'd done, everything that was still to come. You promised me answers, he said. The full truth. I did. Dumbledore settled back in his chair. What do you want to know? Everything. About my parents. About that night. About why I survived when they didn't. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he began to speak. He told Harry about the prophecy, the prediction that had marked him before his birth, that had drawn Voldemort's attention, that had set everything in motion. He told him about his parents' courage, their sacrifice, the protection that Lily's death had created. He told him about Horcruxes, about Voldemort's desperate quest for immortality, about the dark magic that had allowed him to survive his own destruction. He told him about the scar. You carry a piece of him, Dumbledore said quietly. A fragment of his soul, lodged in your body when the killing curse rebounded. It's why you can speak to snakes. Why you sometimes sense his emotions. Why he cannot touch you without pain. Harry absorbed this. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. Part of him. Will it always be there? I don't know. Dumbledore's voice was honest. The magic involved is beyond any I've encountered. It's possible the connection will fade as you grow stronger. It's possible it will need to be addressed. We simply don't know yet. But you've known. All year. You've been watching me, wondering whether his soul was affecting me. Yes. Dumbledore didn't flinch from the accusation. I was afraid of what you might become. Of what he might make you. But watching you this year, seeing how you've handled the prophet, the investigations, the challenges, I've realized I was wrong to fear. Why? Because you're not him. Dumbledore's smile was warm. You carry a piece of his soul, but you are not defined by it. Every choice you've made has been your own. Every battle you've fought has been for the right reasons. Whatever darkness lives inside you, it has not conquered you. Harry didn't know how to respond. The revelations were too large, too overwhelming, to process all at once. I need time, he said finally. To think about all of this. Take all the time you need. Dumbledore stood. But know this, Harry, whatever comes next, you will not face it alone. You have allies now. Friends. People who believe in you and will fight beside you. And enemies. Yes. Those too. Dumbledore paused at the door. The Department of Mysteries contacted me, by the way. They want to study you. I told them that any contact with you would have to go through me first. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The unspeakables are persistent. They'll try to reach you eventually, with or without my approval. Dumbledore's expression was grave. When they do, be careful. They're not enemies, but they're not exactly friends either. They serve purposes that even I don't fully understand. I'll be careful. Good. Dumbledore smiled one last time. Rest now. You've earned it. He left, and Harry lay back against his pillows, staring at the ceiling. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Prophecies and Horcruxes. The Department of Mysteries and their hidden agenda. Sirius, still recovering. Malfoy, still scheming. Rita, still writing. The war that was coming, whether he wanted it or not. His first year at Hogwarts was ending. But the story, his story, was just beginning. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Neville and Hermione, watching the Scottish countryside give way to English fields. Ron had gone to sit with his brothers, still shaken by the revelation that his pet rat had been Peter Pettigrew, a man who had murdered and betrayed and hidden in his family for years. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked. "I don't know." Harry's voice was honest. "A lot has happened. Will you be safe? At the Dursleys, I mean." "I'll be fine." Harry pulled an envelope from his pocket, a letter from the Prophet's legal team, outlining the consequences of any mistreatment. "They know they're being watched now. They won't risk it. And next year?" "Next year, we continue." Harry looked at his friends, really looked, seeing them clearly for perhaps the first time. "We keep investigating. Keep asking questions. Keep publishing the truth. Even though it's dangerous. Especially because it's dangerous." Harry smiled, and it felt strange on his face, unfamiliar, but not unpleasant. "That's the point, isn't it? If it wasn't dangerous, it wouldn't matter." Neville nodded slowly. Hermione's expression was thoughtful. "We're with you," Neville said. "Whatever comes next." "So am I," Hermione added. "Someone has to keep you from getting yourself killed." Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. It felt good. Like something he'd been missing without knowing it. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his belongings, said goodbye to his friends, and stepped onto the platform. The Dursleys were waiting. Vernon's face was purple with suppressed rage, but he said nothing. He'd received his own letter from the lawyers. He knew what was at stake. "Let's go," Harry said, and walked past them without looking back. He didn't need to look back. He knew what was behind him, the pain, the loneliness, the years of being told he was worthless. What mattered now was what lay ahead. The Prophet was thriving. Sirius was free. The truth about that night was finally emerging. And Harry Potter, age 11, owner of Britain's most powerful newspaper and survivor of direct confrontation with the darkest wizard in history, was ready for whatever came next. The game continued. The war was still coming. But for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he might actually be able to win it. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Power of the Press. The summer began with a letter from the Ministry of Magic. Harry read it at the kitchen table of No. 4 Privet Drive, ignoring the way Uncle Vernon's face purpled with every rustle of parchment. The Dursleys had maintained their uneasy truce since Harry's return: no cupboard, no chores beyond the reasonable, no accidents or misunderstandings. The lawyers' letters had done their work. "Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the attention of the Ministry that you intend to publish further articles regarding the trials conducted during the immediate post-war period. We write to express our profound concern about this proposed course of action. The trials in question were conducted during a time of national crisis, when extraordinary measures were necessary to restore order and ensure public safety. While we acknowledge that certain procedural irregularities may have occurred, we believe that revisiting these matters serves no constructive purpose and may, in fact, cause significant harm to the families of those involved, both victims and convicted parties alike. We therefore respectfully request that you reconsider your editorial direction. The Ministry remains committed to justice and transparency, but we believe that some wounds are best left to heal rather than being reopened. Yours sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Harry set the letter aside and reached for the next one in his stack. This one bore the Malfoy crest. Potter, I trust you received the Minister's communication. Allow me to be more direct than he was willing to be. The articles you are planning will not be published. Not because I will prevent them, though I could, but because you will choose not to publish them. You will make this choice because you are intelligent enough to understand the consequences of proceeding. The families you intend to expose include some of the most powerful in magical Britain. They have resources, connections, and motivations that you cannot begin to comprehend. They have already begun to discuss how best to respond to your continued interference in matters that do not concern you. Some favor legal approaches. Others prefer more direct methods. I have counseled patients, arguing that you are young and may yet learn wisdom. But my influence is not unlimited, and my patience is not infinite. Consider carefully, Mr. Potter. The next move is yours. Lucius Malfoy. Harry read this letter twice, then burned both in the kitchen sink. Vernon watched with a mixture of fascination and horror as magical parchment dissolved into ash. Problems with your people. Vernon's voice was carefully neutral. The lawyers had explained, in detail, what would happen if Harry reported further mistreatment. Nothing I can't handle. Right. Good. Vernon retreated behind his newspaper, clearly relieved to end the conversation. Harry climbed the stairs to his room, Dudley's second bedroom, now properly his, and sat at the desk where his summer correspondence was organized into careful stacks. The ministry was worried. Malfoy was worried. That meant the planned articles were hitting exactly where they should. He pulled out fresh parchment and began to write. Mr. Cuff, the ministry and Malfoy have both attempted to pressure me into abandoning our investigation. This confirms we're on the right track. Accelerate the timeline. I want the first article in the series ready to run by August 1st. And increase security at the profit offices. If they're threatening me directly, they may try indirect approaches. Also, begin quiet inquiries into the more direct methods Malfoy mentioned. I want to know who's discussing what, and how serious they are. HP. He sealed the letter and sent it with the owl Sirius had given him as an end-of-term gift, a sleek grey bird named Ash who was faster and more discreet than any Hogwarts owl. Then he turned to the next letter in his stack. This one was from Sirius himself. Harry, I found something. Something important. You asked me to look into your parents' final days, who they saw, what they did, anything that might explain how Voldemort found them. I've been going through my memories, cross-referencing with old Order records, trying to reconstruct the timeline. 3 days before they died, James met with Dumbledore. Alone, at Hogwarts. He didn't tell me what they discussed, but when he came back, he was different. Worried in a way I'd never seen before. The next day, they changed secret keepers. From me to Peter. I always assumed that was my idea, that I suggested Peter as a decoy, to throw off anyone who came looking. But now I'm not sure. The timing is too convenient. What did Dumbledore tell James that made him suddenly decide to change the plan? I've written to Dumbledore asking for clarification. He hasn't responded. Be careful, Harry. The more I dig into this, the more I realize how much was hidden from all of us. Even the people we trusted most. Sirius. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. Dumbledore had met with his father 3 days before the attack. The secret keeper had been changed immediately afterward. And now Dumbledore wasn't responding to questions about it. It could be coincidence. Could be innocent. Could be any number of things that didn't add up to betrayal or conspiracy. But it could also be something else. Harry had learned, over the past year, that powerful people rarely did things without reason. And Dumbledore was perhaps the most powerful wizard alive. What had he told James Potter? And why wouldn't he answer questions about it now? Another mystery. Another thread to pull. Harry added it to his list. The summer passed in a blur of work. Letters flew back and forth between Privet Drive and the profit offices. Harry reviewed articles, approved layouts, coordinated with Cuff on strategy. The investigation into the post-war trials was proceeding well. Hermione's research had uncovered even more irregularities than expected, and Augusta Longbottom's contacts were providing documentation that would have been impossible to obtain otherwise. The first article ran on August 1st, as planned. Justice denied, how the post-war trials failed Magical Britain. An investigation by the Daily Prophet. The piece was comprehensive, devastating, and carefully balanced. It didn't accuse anyone of deliberate wrongdoing, not yet. It simply documented the patterns, trials that lasted hours instead of days, evidence that was never properly examined, confessions that showed signs of coercion, appeals that were denied without explanation. It named names. Not of the convicted, many of whom were genuinely guilty, but of the officials who had presided over the flawed proceedings. Bartemius Crouch Sr. featured prominently, his multiple roles and individual trials highlighted in damning detail. The response was immediate. Crouch issued a statement defending his actions, claiming that extraordinary times demanded extraordinary measures. Several Waisengamot members called for investigations into the prophet's sources. The ministry press office released a series of rebuttals that seemed designed more to muddy the waters than to address the actual allegations. And Lucius Malfoy went silent. That worried Harry more than any threat. Malfoy was a man who used words as weapons. His sudden quiet suggested he was preparing something else entirely. The second article ran 2 weeks later, focusing on specific cases where the evidence suggested wrongful conviction. Not Death Eaters, Harry was careful about that, but peripheral figures, people caught up in the post-war hysteria whose guilt had never been properly established. The third article ran the week before Harry was due to return to Hogwarts. This one was different. The Longbottom Case, a family's quest for answers by Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter. Harry had offered Neville the byline alone, but Neville had insisted on sharing it. "We did this together," he'd said. "The credit should be shared too." The article told the story of Frank and Alice Longbottom, not as footnotes to history, but as real people. Their careers, their marriage, their son. The night they were attacked, the trial of their attackers, the years since. Augusta Longbottom had provided photographs, letters, personal recollections that brought her son and daughter-in-law to life on the page. It was, in its own way, a memorial. A recognition that some wounds never fully heal, but that the people who bear them deserve to be seen. The response surprised everyone. Letters poured in, not just the usual correspondence, but personal stories. Families who had lost members to the war and never felt properly acknowledged. Survivors who had been forgotten in the rush to celebrate victory. People who saw their own pain reflected in the Longbottom story and wanted to share it. "We've touched something," Cuff wrote. "Something deeper than politics or scandal. People want to remember. They want their losses to mean something." Harry read the letters carefully, selecting a few to publish in a special edition. The faces of the forgotten, finally being seen. It wasn't justice, exactly. But it was something. The attack came 3 days before Harry was due to return to Hogwarts. He was walking back from the local shop, a mundane errand, buying milk because Aunt Petunia had demanded it, when he noticed the figures following him. 2 of them. Robed, hooded, moving with the careful precision of people who knew what they were doing. They weren't trying to be subtle, they wanted him to see them. Harry's hand moved to his wand, concealed in his sleeve. He'd practiced drawing it all summer, getting faster, more confident. But 2 against 1, in an unfamiliar situation, with unknown capabilities, the odds weren't good. He turned down a side street, heading toward a more populated area. The figures followed. "Mr. Potter." The voice came from ahead of him. A third figure, stepping out from a doorway, blocking his path. "We'd like a word." Harry stopped. 3 against 1 now. The odds had gotten worse. "Who are you?" "Friends of friends." The lead figure lowered his hood, revealing a face Harry didn't recognize, middle-aged, unremarkable, the kind of face that disappeared in crowds. "We represent certain parties who are concerned about your recent publications." "The ministry sent you?" "The ministry doesn't know we exist." The man's smile was cold. "We operate outside official channels. Handle problems that require discretion." "And I'm a problem?" "You're becoming one." The man took a step closer. "The articles need to stop, Mr. Potter. The investigations need to end. You've caused enough disruption already." "And if I refuse?" Then we moved to more persuasive methods. The man's wand appeared in his hand, a casual gesture, almost lazy. Nothing permanent. Just enough to make you reconsider your priorities. Harry's mind was racing. He couldn't outfight 3 adult wizards, not in a straight confrontation. But he'd learned other ways to fight. "You know who I am," he said, keeping his voice steady. "You know what I own. If anything happens to me, anything at all, it becomes the biggest story in magical Britain. Every profit resource, every contact, every piece of information we've gathered will be devoted to finding out who was responsible. We're not afraid of newspapers. You should be." Harry met the man's eyes. "I've destroyed careers with less evidence than I'd have if you touched me. I've sent innocent men to freedom and guilty ones to prison. You think you can threaten me without consequences? Big words for a child. I'm not just a child. I'm the child who owns the means of communication for an entire society." Harry's voice hardened. "Attack me, and you don't just make an enemy of me. You make an enemy of everyone who reads the Prophet, everyone who believes in what we're doing, everyone who's ever wanted the truth told about the powerful people who think they're above consequences." The silence stretched. Harry could feel his heart pounding, but he kept his expression calm, his posture confident. The lead figure studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he lowered his wand. "You're smarter than we expected," he said. "More dangerous, too. Our employers underestimated you. People often do. They won't make that mistake again." The man stepped aside, clearing Harry's path. "This isn't over, Mr. Potter. But it's postponed. For now." The 3 figures melted into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as they'd appeared. Harry stood alone in the empty street, shaking with adrenaline he hadn't allowed himself to show. They'd been testing him. Probing his defenses, measuring his resolve. And he'd passed, barely. But next time, they wouldn't underestimate him. Next time, they'd come prepared. Harry walked home slowly, mind already working on countermeasures. He needed better security. Better intelligence. Better ways to protect himself and the people who depended on him. The game was escalating. He needed to escalate with it. King's Cross Station was crowded with the usual September rush. Harry navigated through the chaos with the ease of experience, his trunk floating behind him under a discreet levitation charm. He'd learned the trick from Cuff, technically illegal for underage wizards, but the Ministry's detection systems were focused on major magic, not minor conveniences. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 swallowed him without resistance, depositing him into the familiar chaos of platform 9 3/4. Harry. Neville was pushing through the crowd, his grandmother following at a more dignified pace. He looked different than he had in June, taller, more confident, carrying himself with an assurance that hadn't been there before. "The articles were brilliant," Neville said, slightly breathless. "Gran's been getting letters from everyone. People she hasn't heard from in years, reaching out because of what we published. It was your story. I just helped tell it. You did more than that." Neville's expression was serious. "You gave my parents back to me. Not literally, I know, but people remember them now. They're not just names in a history book anymore. That's what the Prophet is supposed to do." Harry smiled. "Tell the stories that matter." Augusta Longbottom arrived, her vulture-topped hat slightly askew from the crowded platform. "Mr. Potter. I trust you had an eventful summer." "You could say that. I heard about the incident in Surrey. My sources suggest our mutual friends were testing your resolve." Augusta's eyes were sharp. "You handled it well. Better than most would have. I had good training." "Indeed." Augusta glanced around the platform, her expression calculating. "We should discuss the coming year. There are developments you need to be aware of. Later. Somewhere private. The train, perhaps." I've arranged a compartment. They boarded together, Neville helping Harry with his trunk while Augusta cleared a path through the crowded corridors. The compartment she'd arranged was at the end of the train, isolated from the general chaos, with privacy wards already in place. "Sit," Augusta commanded, and they sat. "The Ministry is planning something," she began without preamble. "Fudge has been meeting with Malfoy more frequently than usual. There's talk of new legislation, media oversight, restrictions on what can be published about government officials. They want to muzzle the prophet. They want to muzzle you, specifically. The legislation is being drafted to apply to any publication controlled by a minor. They're calling it the Responsible Journalism Act." Harry felt cold anger settle in his chest. "They're writing laws specifically to target me. They're writing laws to protect themselves. You're simply the most visible threat." Augusta's voice was matter-of-fact. "The good news is that such legislation requires Wizengamot approval, and I have allies who will oppose it. The bad news is that Malfoy has been persuasive in his conversations with undecided members." "How persuasive?" "Persuasive enough that the vote, if it comes, will be close." Augusta leaned forward. "We need to change the narrative before that happens. Show the public what's really at stake, not a child playing at journalism, but an independent voice speaking truth to power." "Any suggestions?" "Several. But first, tell me about the unspeakables." Harry blinked. "How do you know about that?" "I know most things that happen in the Wizengamot, and the Department of Mysteries falls under their purview." Augusta's eyes were sharp. "They approached you. What did they want? To study me? Or recruit me?" "They weren't entirely clear. They're never entirely clear. It's part of their methodology." Augusta was quiet for a moment. "The unspeakables are neither friends nor enemies. They serve purposes that transcend ordinary politics, preserving knowledge, preparing for threats, maintaining the hidden mechanisms that keep magical society functioning. They've been interested in the Potter line for generations." "Why?" "That, I don't know. But your family has appeared in department records going back centuries. Whatever they're tracking, it's not recent." Augusta stood. "I'll make inquiries. In the meantime, be careful. The unspeakables play games even I don't fully understand." She left the compartment, her robes swirling behind her. Neville watched her go with a complicated expression. "She's terrifying," he said. "She's effective." Harry leaned back in his seat. "And she's right. We need to change the narrative before Fudge can lock in his legislation." "How?" "I have some ideas." Harry pulled a notebook from his bag, battered, dog-eared, filled with notes and plans. "Remember what Dumbledore told me about the Philosopher's Stone? About Voldemort trying to steal it? You said Quirrell was possessed. That Voldemort's spirit was attached to him. Right. And when I confronted him, Voldemort said something interesting. He said he would return. That he always returns." Harry flipped to a marked page. "I've been researching. Voldemort didn't just survive that night by accident, he did something to himself. Something that makes him effectively immortal. Horcruxes." Neville's voice was barely a whisper. "Gran mentioned them once. Soul magic. Dark beyond anything." "Exactly. And if we can prove that, if we can show the public what Voldemort really is, what his followers are really working toward, then the Ministry's attempts to silence us become something else entirely. They become collaboration." Neville's eyes widened. "They're protecting the people who want to bring back the darkest wizard in history. Now you see it." Harry's smile was grim. "This isn't just about journalism anymore. It's about survival. If Voldemort returns, when he returns, the Prophet might be the only institution willing to tell the truth about it. The Ministry will deny everything. That's what they do. But denial doesn't work when people have been prepared for the truth. When they've been given the information they need to recognize what's happening. Harry closed his notebook. That's our job. Not just exposing corruption, building understanding. So that when the crisis comes, people know who to trust and who to question. Neville was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was steady. What do you need me to do? Keep being yourself. Keep researching, keep asking questions, keep providing the pure-blood perspective that Hermione and I don't have. Harry met his eyes. And when the time comes, when things get dangerous, be ready to stand up publicly. Your name carries weight. People respect the Longbottom legacy. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. No one's ever ready. We just do it anyway. Harry smiled. That's what Gryffindors do, right? Neville laughed, a surprised, genuine sound. I suppose it is. The train lurched into motion, pulling away from the platform. Harry watched London disappear behind them, replaced by the green blur of countryside rushing past. Second year was beginning. And with it, the next phase of a war that most people didn't even know was being fought. Hogwarts appeared through the twilight like a promise. Harry watched the castle's lights grow brighter as the train approached, feeling the familiar mix of anticipation and wariness that came with returning. The school was home in ways the Dursleys' house never could be, but it was also a battlefield. Every corridor held potential allies and enemies. Every conversation carried weight. The sorting ceremony brought new faces, first years staring at the enchanted ceiling with the same wonder Harry remembered feeling. A girl with red hair caught his eye, settling into Gryffindor with a shy smile. Something about her reminded him of his mother, though he couldn't have said exactly what. The feast was loud and welcoming, but Harry's attention kept drifting to the staff table. The defense against the dark arts position had a new occupant, a handsome wizard with perfectly styled blonde hair and a smile that seemed designed for photographs. Gilderoy Lockhart, Hermione breathed, appearing at Harry's elbow. He's written dozens of books about his adventures. Defeated a werewolf in Wales, banished a banshee in Bandon, he's a fraud. Hermione's enthusiasm faltered. What? I've been researching him. The stories don't add up, timing inconsistencies, witnesses who tell different versions, magical feats that don't match his documented abilities. Harry kept his voice low. He's either lying about his adventures or taking credit for someone else's work. But he's famous. He couldn't possibly, being famous doesn't make someone honest. It just means more people believe the lies. Harry turned back to his meal. I'm going to prove it. Eventually. Harry. Hermione's voice was troubled. You can't investigate everyone. Some battles aren't worth fighting. Maybe. But I want to understand why Dumbledore hired him. Harry's eyes found the headmaster at the center of the staff table. Dumbledore doesn't do anything without a reason. If he brought Lockhart here, there's a purpose. I want to know what it is. The feast continued, but Harry's mind was elsewhere. Planning, calculating, preparing for the year ahead. The first attack happened 3 weeks into the term. Harry was walking back from the library when he heard the screaming. High, terrified, echoing through the stone corridors like something out of a nightmare. He ran toward the sound, wand already in his hand, and found a crowd gathered around a message written on the wall in what looked like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Beneath the message, hanging from a torch bracket, was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, rigid and staring, seemingly frozen in place. What's going on? Ron Weasley pushed through the crowd, his face pale. What happened to, she's been petrified. Dumbledore had arrived, moving through the students with quiet authority. A powerful dark magic. She is not dead, but she cannot move or respond. Who did this? Filch's voice was a broken rasp. Who attacked my cat? That is what we must determine. Dumbledore's eyes swept the crowd, lingered briefly on Harry, then moved on. All students will return to their dormitories immediately. The staff will investigate. Harry didn't return to his dormitory. Instead, he slipped away from the dispersing crowd and made his way to the Prophet's Orrery, a small room near the Gryffindor Tower where he kept correspondence supplies and a dedicated owl for urgent messages. Cuff, something's happened. A message about the Chamber of Secrets has appeared at Hogwarts, along with a petrified cat. I don't know what it means yet, but I'm going to find out. Start researching the Chamber of Secrets, any historical references, legends, anything in the archives. This feels important. He sent the owl and stood at the window, watching it disappear into the darkness. The Chamber of Secrets. He'd seen the name before, in one of the old Prophet archives. A legend about Hogwarts, something to do with the founders. Salazar Slytherin had supposedly built a hidden chamber before his departure, containing a monster that would one day purge the school of those he deemed unworthy. If the chamber was real, if someone had opened it, then the stakes had just gotten much higher. The research consumed him. Harry spent every spare moment in the library, digging through histories of Hogwarts, biographies of the founders, any reference to the chamber he could find. Hermione joined him, her initial skepticism about his Lockhart theory forgotten in the face of a genuine mystery. The chamber was supposedly opened once before, she reported after a particularly intensive session. 50 years ago. A student died, and the attack stopped. The official story is that the culprit was caught and expelled. What was the student's name? That's the thing, I can't find it. The records are sealed or missing. All I know is that a girl died in a bathroom, and someone named Rubius was expelled for opening the chamber. Rubius. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Hagrid. Rubius Hagrid. You think Hagrid opened the chamber? I think someone blamed him for it. Harry's mind was racing. 50 years ago, Hagrid would have been a student. He was expelled in his 3rd year, I remember him mentioning it. But Hagrid couldn't have opened a chamber containing a monster designed to kill Muggleborns. He's not a descendant of Slytherin. He doesn't even have proper wizarding ancestry. Then who did open it? That's what we need to find out. Harry stood, gathering his notes. Someone framed Hagrid 50 years ago. Someone who wanted the attacks to stop without being caught themselves. You think the same person is doing it again? Or someone connected to them? Harry paused at the library door. I need to talk to Hagrid. See if he remembers anything that wasn't in the official records. Harry, be careful. If someone was willing to frame an innocent person once, they'd do it again. I know. Harry's smile was grim. That's exactly why I need to understand what happened. Hagrid's hut was warm and cluttered, filled with the smell of rock cakes and dog hair. Fong, his enormous boarhound, was drooling contentedly by the fire. The Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid's face went pale. I mean, what makes ya ask about that? Because someone's opened it again. And I think you were blamed unfairly the last time. Harry kept his voice gentle. I'm not accusing you of anything, Hagrid. I just want to understand what really happened. Hagrid was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough with old pain. I was 13. 3rd year. There were attacks, students getting petrified, just like now. Everyone was scared, didn't know who was doing it or how to stop it. And you were expelled. They said I'd been keeping a dangerous creature. An acromantula, giant spider. Said it was responsible for the attacks, said I'd let it loose on purpose. Hagrid shook his head. Aragog never hurt anyone. He was just a baby when I found him. But no one believed me. Who accused you? A student. Prefect, actually. He caught me with Aragog and reported it to the teachers. By the time they were done investigating, a girl was dead and they needed someone to blame. What was the prefect's name? Hagrid hesitated. Something flickered in his eyes, fear, old and deep. "Tom," he said finally. "Tom Riddle." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's name before he became Voldemort. Hagrid. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. I know. Hagrid's voice was barely a whisper. Found that out years later. But back then, he was just a student. Smart, charming, everyone's favorite. No one would have believed he was capable of. He trailed off. Of opening the chamber. Of releasing a monster. Of killing a girl and framing an innocent person. Harry's mind was racing. Voldemort opened the Chamber of Secrets when he was a student. And now someone's opened it again. But he's gone. You destroyed him. I didn't destroy him. I just delayed him. Harry thought of what Dumbledore had told him, about Horcruxes and soul magic and the dark paths Voldemort had walked. He's out there somewhere. Weak, disembodied, but still existing. And his followers are still active. You think one of them opened the chamber? I think someone with a connection to Voldemort is continuing his work. Harry stood. Thank you, Hagrid. This helps more than you know. Harry. Hagrid's voice stopped him at the door. Be careful. Whatever's in that chamber, it's dangerous. More dangerous than you know. I know. Harry's smile was thin. But someone has to stop it. The Prophet's research team found the missing piece. Cuff's letter arrived 2 days after Harry's conversation with Hagrid, carried by an exhausted owl that had clearly been flying without rest. Harry, we found it. The girl who died 50 years ago was named Myrtle Warren. She was a Muggle-born Ravenclaw, found dead in a second-floor bathroom. The cause of death was never officially determined, but witnesses described her expression as one of extreme terror. But here's the important part, the bathroom where she died is still there. It's been closed for decades, students avoid it because it's supposedly haunted by her ghost. If the chamber was open from that bathroom 50 years ago, maybe that's where the entrance is. Be careful. Cuff Harry read the letter 3 times, then burned it as usual. The second-floor bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, as students called it. He'd walked past it dozens of times without ever going inside. Now he needed to. The bathroom was exactly as uninviting as its reputation suggested. Water pooled on the floor from perpetually dripping taps. The mirrors were cracked and fogged. And from one of the stalls came a sound that was half sob, half wail, the ghost of Myrtle Warren, forever trapped in the place where she'd died. Go away, Myrtle moaned as Harry entered. No one ever comes here except to make fun of me. I'm not here to make fun of you. Harry approached the stall carefully. I'm here to ask about how you died. Myrtle's wailing stopped. She drifted through the stall door, her translucent face suspicious but curious. No one's ever asked me that before. They're all too interested in throwing things at me or running away screaming. I'm interested in the truth. Harry met her eyes steadily. You were killed by something from the Chamber of Secrets. I need to know what you saw. I was hiding in here. Crying. Someone had been teasing me about my glasses. Myrtle's voice turned dreamy, almost pleasant. And then I heard a voice. A boy's voice, speaking a language I didn't understand. It came from over there. She pointed toward a row of sinks. I opened the door to tell him to go away, and then I died. Myrtle giggled, an unsettling sound. All I remember is a pair of enormous yellow eyes. And then, everything was gone. Yellow eyes. Harry filed the information away. The voice, can you remember anything about it? Any words, any sounds? Hissing. Like a snake. Myrtle drifted closer. Why do you want to know? Are you going to avenge me? I'm going to stop it from happening to anyone else. Harry examined the sinks, looking for anything unusual. One of the taps had a small snake etched into its surface, barely visible, easily overlooked. "Thank you, Myrtle. You've been very helpful. Will you come visit me again? If I survive." Harry smiled grimly. "I'll tell your story. In the Prophet. Make sure people remember you properly." Myrtle's ghostly face transformed with something like hope. "You do that? Everyone deserves to be remembered." He left the bathroom with a clearer picture of what he was facing, and a growing certainty about what lived in the Chamber of Secrets. Yellow eyes. Hissing speech. Instant death to anyone who looked at it directly. A basilisk. King of serpents. The perfect weapon for the heir of Slytherin. Harry didn't tell Dumbledore what he'd discovered. Not yet. He wanted more information first. More evidence. More understanding of who had opened the chamber and how they were controlling a 1,000-year-old monster. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a Muggle-born first-year who'd been annoyingly enthusiastic about photographing Harry, was found petrified in a corridor. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley, another Muggle-born, along with nearly headless Nick. The school was in a state of barely controlled panic. Students traveled in groups, avoided empty corridors, looked at each other with suspicion. Muggle-borns were particularly terrified. They knew they were the targets, even if the adults wouldn't say it directly. And through it all, Harry watched. Listened. Gathered information. He noticed that Draco Malfoy seemed particularly pleased with the situation, smirking at the terrified Muggle-borns, making comments about proper wizards and those who deserve to be here. But Malfoy wasn't smart enough or skilled enough to open the chamber himself. He was just enjoying the chaos. He noticed that Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, the red-haired girl who'd caught his eye at the sorting, was behaving strangely. Pale, withdrawn, jumping at shadows. Ron had mentioned that she'd been acting odd all year, but attributed it to first-year nerves. Harry wasn't so sure. "Hermione," he said one evening in the library. "What do you know about magical possession? Ways that one person could control another?" "There are several methods." Hermione pulled out a heavy tome. "The Imperius Curse, obviously, one of the unforgivables. But also enchanted objects, dark artifacts that carry a piece of their creator's will." "Like what?" "Journals, amulets, that sort of thing. They're rare, because creating them requires advanced dark magic." Hermione flipped to a marked page. "There are legends about objects that could actually contain a piece of someone's soul, allowing them to influence or even possess anyone who interacted with the object." Harry felt the pieces clicking into place. A diary. What if it was a diary? That would be particularly dangerous. The act of writing in a diary is intimate. You share your thoughts, your feelings, your secrets. If the diary could write back. Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry, what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking that Voldemort was very good at planning ahead. And that someone at this school might be carrying something they don't understand." He found Ginny Weasley the next morning, sitting alone in the common room with a black diary clutched in her hands. She was writing in it frantically, her face pale and strained. "Ginny!" She jumped, slamming the diary shut. "What, Harry, I didn't see you, that diary. Where did you get it?" It was in my cauldron. When we were buying school supplies. I thought," her voice faltered. "I thought it was just a diary. But it writes back. I need you to give it to me." "I can't." Ginny's eyes were wild. "Tom says, he says I can't show it to anyone, he says, Tom Riddle." Harry kept his voice steady. "The diary belongs to Tom Riddle." Ginny's face crumpled. You know what I've done, the attacks, I didn't mean to, he made me, it's not your fault." Harry reached for the diary, and Ginny's hand tightened on it convulsively. "Ginny, listen to me. Whatever Tom told you, whatever he made you do, it wasn't you. He's been controlling you through that diary. I can't let it go. He's too strong. Then we'll make him let go. Harry drew his wand. Trust me. Ginny's hand trembled. Tears were streaming down her face. But slowly, painfully, she released her grip on the diary. The moment Harry touched it, he felt something, a presence, a will, pressing against his mind. Probing. Testing. You're him, the presence whispered. The one who destroyed me. The one who carries a piece of me. Harry pushed back, using every ounce of mental discipline he'd developed over the past year. I'm not yours. I never will be. We'll see. The presence retreated, coiling back into the diary like a snake into its lair. Harry looked at the object in his hands, ordinary black leather, slightly worn, bearing the name T.M. Riddle in faded gold letters. A Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved in a diary for 50 years, waiting for someone vulnerable enough to be controlled. He knew what he had to do. The Chamber of Secrets opened at his command. Harry had returned to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom alone, the diary tucked inside his robes, his wand ready. The snake-marked tap responded to Parseltongue, the snake language he'd never asked to speak but could use nonetheless. Open. The sink slid aside, revealing a dark passage that plunged into the depths of the castle. Harry descended. The chamber itself was vast and ancient, lit by an eerie green glow from torches that had burned for centuries. Stone serpents lined the walls, their carved eyes seeming to follow his movements. At the far end, an enormous statue of Salazar Slytherin dominated the space, his face carved with arrogance and cruelty. And at the statue's feet, something was waiting. You came. The voice was young, cultured, with a familiar edge of cold intelligence. I wondered if you would. A figure stepped out of the shadows. 17 or 18 years old, handsome in a severe way, wearing Hogwarts robes that looked somehow wrong, too old, too formal. Tom Riddle. The diary's inhabitant, manifested through Ginny's stolen life force. You're draining her, Harry said. Using her strength to make yourself real. She served her purpose. Opened the chamber, released the basilisk, provided the terror that I needed. Tom's smile was cold. But she's nearly depleted now. I needed someone stronger. Someone with power worth taking. That's why you let me find you. You wanted me here. I wanted to understand you. Tom circled slowly, studying Harry like a specimen. The boy who destroyed me. The infant who survived the unsurvivable. I've been watching you all year, through Ginny's eyes. You're remarkable, more remarkable than I expected. I'm nothing like you. Aren't you? We're both orphans, raised by people who didn't understand us. We're both exceptional, driven by forces we barely comprehend. We both speak Parseltongue. Tom's smile widened. We're connected, Harry Potter. More deeply than you know. Because of the Horcrux. The piece of your soul inside me. Tom's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. You know about that. Interesting. Dumbledore's been more forthcoming than I expected. Dumbledore thinks I can handle the truth. He's probably wrong, but at least he gives me the choice. The truth. Tom laughed. There is no truth, only power, and those strong enough to take it. Everything else is illusion. Is that what you tell yourself? When you murder people, when you destroy lives, it's all just power. I tell myself that I'm building something that will last. A world where magic is respected, where those with power rule as they should, where the weak don't drag down the strong. Tom's voice hardened. You could be part of that world, Harry. Join me. Help me return to power. Together, we could reshape magical Britain. You're offering me a partnership. I'm offering you a choice. Stand with me, or stand against me. There's no middle ground. Harry looked at the boy who would become the darkest wizard in history. Saw the intelligence, the ambition, the absolute conviction that he was right about everything. And he made his choice. "I stand against you," he said. "Now and always." Tom's smile didn't waver. "Then you die." The mouth of Salazar's Slytherin statue opened, and from within came the basilisk, 50 feet of deadly serpent, its yellow eyes covered by a thin membrane that allowed it to petrify rather than kill. Harry ran. He'd prepared for this. Studied everything he could find about basilisks, their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities. He knew that a rooster's crow was fatal to them, but he didn't have a rooster. He knew that spiders fled from them, but that didn't help him. He knew that their gaze was deadly, but he couldn't fight with his eyes closed. What he did have was a plan. "Fawkes!" Harry shouted, hoping desperately that Dumbledore had understood his cryptic message. "Fawkes!" A burst of flame erupted in the center of the chamber. The phoenix appeared, golden and glorious, carrying something in its talons, the Sorting Hat, battered and ancient. Fawkes dove at the basilisk, talons extended, and struck at its eyes with precision born of ancient magic. The serpent screamed, a horrible, high-pitched sound that echoed through the chamber, and thrashed blindly, its deadly gaze destroyed. But it was still deadly. Still massive. Still coming for Harry with fangs that dripped venom capable of killing in seconds. Harry grabbed the Sorting Hat, hoping for anything, a weapon, a shield, something, and felt something hard materialize in his hand. A sword. Silver, gleaming with rubies, the name Gryffindor engraved on the blade. The basilisk struck. Harry dodged, barely, and swung the sword in a desperate arc. The blade bit deep into the serpent's mouth, driving upward through the roof of its skull. The basilisk convulsed, its massive body thrashing in death throes, and one of its fangs, long as a saber and dripping with venom, buried itself in Harry's arm. Pain exploded through him. Cold, burning, spreading from the wound like ice and fire combined. Harry staggered, the sword falling from his nerveless fingers. The venom was already working, shutting down his body one system at a time. "You're dying." Tom's voice was satisfied. "Even if you defeated my basilisk, the venom will kill you. In minutes, you'll be nothing but a corpse." Harry looked at the diary, still tucked in his robes. At the basilisk fang, still embedded in his arm. And he understood. With the last of his strength, he pulled the fang from his flesh and drove it into the diary. Tom screamed. Ink sprayed from the wound like blood, and Tom's manifested form began to flicker, dissolve, come apart at the seams. "No. What are you?" Harry stabbed again. And again. Pouring everything he had left into destroying the thing that had caused so much suffering. The diary exploded. Tom Riddle vanished with a final wail of rage and disbelief. And Harry collapsed on the cold stone floor of the chamber, feeling the venom completing its work. "This is it," he thought. "This is how I die." But then, warmth. Spreading from his wound, counteracting the cold of the venom. Fawkes had landed beside him, and tears were falling from the phoenix's eyes onto the puncture wound. Phoenix tears. The only known cure for basilisk venom. Harry lay on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, watching his death be undone by the tears of a magical bird, and laughed. It was over. The aftermath was chaos, then celebration, then exhaustion. Ginny Weasley recovered fully, though she would carry the psychological scars for years. The petrified students were revived with mandrake drafts. Hagrid, who had been arrested during the crisis under suspicion of opening the chamber, was released and exonerated. Dumbledore called Harry to his office the day after the battle. "You destroyed a Horcrux," the headmaster said. "One of Voldemort's anchors to life. Do you understand the significance of that? There are more. Aren't there?" "I believe so. How many, I cannot say. But each one destroyed brings us closer to truly defeating him. Then we need to find them." Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. "Hunt them down, destroy them, make sure he can never return. That will be our work in the years to come." Dumbledore's eyes were grave but warm. "But for now, Harry, I want you to rest. To recover. To be a child, for as long as that's still possible." "I don't think I know how to do that." "No. Perhaps not." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "But try. For all our sakes." The Prophet's coverage of the Chamber of Secrets affair was Harry's most personal work yet. He wrote about the attacks, the fear, the investigation that had uncovered the truth. He wrote about Hagrid's false accusation 50 years ago and his vindication now. He wrote about Tom Riddle, the brilliant student who had become the darkest wizard in history. And he wrote about the choices that had defined the conflict, the choice to seek power at any cost, or to stand against evil regardless of the personal risk. "The Chamber of Secrets is closed," the article concluded. "The monster within it is destroyed, and the young witch who was manipulated into opening it has been freed from her possession. But the forces behind these attacks, the ideology of blood purity, the worship of power, the willingness to sacrifice innocence for personal gain, these forces remain. They lurk in the shadows of our society, waiting for opportunities to emerge. The Daily Prophet will continue to watch. To question. To illuminate the darkness wherever it hides. Because the truth is our most powerful weapon. And we will never stop fighting for it." The response was overwhelming. Letters poured in from across Britain, praise, gratitude, requests for more information, promises of support. The ministry's attempts to pass restrictive legislation collapsed in the face of public opinion. Malfoy's economic pressure eased as advertisers returned, drawn by the Prophet's soaring circulation. Harry had won. Not just the battle in the chamber, but the larger war for public trust. But he knew, as he watched the owls stream in with their messages, that this was only the beginning. Voldemort was still out there. The Horcruxes still existed. The forces of darkness were regrouping, planning, preparing for the next confrontation. The war was far from over. But Harry Potter was ready for it. The train ride home was quieter than the journey to Hogwarts had been. Harry sat with Neville and Hermione, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. "What happens now?" Neville asked. "We keep working." Harry's voice was calm but determined. "The Prophet keeps publishing. We keep investigating. We prepare for whatever comes next." "And Voldemort? He'll try again. He always does." Harry met Neville's eyes. "But next time, we'll be ready. We'll have allies, resources, understanding that we didn't have before. And if we're not ready, then we fight anyway." Harry smiled grimly. "That's what we do. That's who we are." The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his belongings, said goodbye to his friends, and stepped onto the platform. The Dursleys weren't there. In their place stood a thin man with grey-streaked black hair and haunted eyes, Sirius Black, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. "Harry." Sirius's voice cracked slightly. "Dumbledore arranged it. I'm officially your guardian now. If you want." Harry stared at him. At the godfather he'd freed, the family he'd never known he had, the future that was suddenly opening before him. "Yeah," he said. "I want." Sirius's face transformed with joy so pure it was almost painful to witness. They walked out of King's Cross together, into a summer that promised to be unlike any Harry had known. The game continued. The war was still coming. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter wasn't facing it alone.